What if the men who shaped history were haunted not by war, scandal, or power, but by spoons, shoes, mirrors, and birds? Behind the podiums and portraits, America's presidents left behind stories far stranger than politics will ever admit. This isn't about policies. It's about unspoken confessions whispered into rotary phones, regrets filed under fake names, and clocks that tick with guilt. Tonight, we dig into the odd, the eerie, the inexplicable. These are the strangest stories about U.S. presidents, and they're not the ones your textbooks wanted you to find. Ready? Good. But don't get too comfortable. They never did. George Washington. George Washington had a plan for dying. Not a noble, soldier's last stand, nor the slow dignity of a bed surrounded by family. No, his plan for dying involved rotting in public. 3 full days to be exact. That was the amount of time he demanded his body be left above ground before anyone was allowed to touch it. Not because he feared contamination or custom. No, the father of his country was haunted by a far older nightmare, being buried alive. A fear so common at the time that coffins were sometimes built with strings leading to bells above ground, just in case the dead decided to change their minds. Washington didn't trust bells. He trusted time. 3 days. Long enough, he believed, for rigor mortis to stop pretending. Long enough for the soul to either ascend, rot, or both. It wasn't paranoia. It was protocol. And in a way, that was Washington, protocol incarnate. He didn't shake hands. He bowed. He didn't laugh. He tolerated amusement. Everything about him was precisely curated for maximum myth-making and minimal human error. The marble man wore padded underwear, not for comfort, but posture. Because even when no one was watching, George Washington behaved like the statue he hadn't yet become. He was not a fan of improvisation. He preferred rules. In fact, he wrote his own at age 14 to 110 of them, copied painstakingly from an old Jesuit manual. His rules of civility and decent behavior in company and conversation were a masterclass in overcompensation. Sleep not when others speak, one rule said. Spit not into the fire, another advised. Put not off your clothes in the presence of others. To a teenage Washington, these were gospel. To a modern reader, they read like the diary of a man doing battle with the messiness of life and losing on principle. But of course, messiness found him anyway. He was obsessed with punctuality, and punctuality does not love war. He had horses shot out from under him, bullet holes in his coat, a British plot to kidnap him in 1776, an army that almost mutinied, a Congress that flirted with making him king. And still he never cursed in public. He just stared, quiet and enormous, like a mountain that had learned to write letters. Behind closed doors, though, he had a temper, not just a flash of anger, but full, volcanic episodes. Then silence, always silence. If rage is a fire, Washington was a man committed to only letting it burn beneath the floorboards. Even his dogs got names with disarming cheerfulness. Sweet Lips, Drunkard, Vulcan, a general who commanded armies but gave his hounds the names of flirts and failures. And that's the contradiction. Washington was rigid but secretive, stately but superstitious. He feared owls not metaphorically, but sincerely. Their hoots, he believed, were omens of death. When he wasn't leading a revolution, he was conducting experiments in agricultural alchemy, breeding mules, trying to raise silkworms on the wrong mulberry trees, growing hemp for rope. His favorite horse, Nelson, got military honors when he died. Some days it feels like Washington loved his animals more than people. People, after all, were inconsistent. Horses didn't flirt with monarchy. Then there was the dentistry. Ah yes, the teeth. Not wood, as myth suggests, but something worse. Ivory, lead, gold, hippopotamus tusk, and yes, human teeth. Specifically, Teeth purchased from enslaved people. The general who wouldn't curse in public and who brewed whiskey at Mount Vernon also walked around with someone else's molars jammed into his jaw. He paid for them. He kept the receipts. It was legal. It was grotesque. It was America. And what did he do with this mismatched face and heavily curated silence? He danced. Not once or twice, but often, for hours, at balls. This titan of restraint, this man who refused to be seen in his underclothes, who never shook hands or tolerated lateness, would swirl through candlelight like someone possessed. Dance was the one place he didn't need strategy. It was movement with Rulish's favorite kind. It's easy to make a statue of George Washington. He already did most of the work himself. He avoided children, avoided casual conversation, avoided spontaneity. He wore his dignity like armor and practiced command in every gesture. But even statues sweat under pressure. Even mythmakers flinch. Consider this. At the end of his life, Washington refused to travel on Sundays out of religious devotion. He refused to be embalmed out of fear. He believed in bloodletting, even as it bled the life out of him. And when he died, after hours of struggling to breathe, the man who'd once organized entire armies whispered his last orders. Let me die standing. And yet, even then, it took hours. Protocol doesn't speed up for agony. 3 days. That's how long they kept his body above ground, just like he asked. 3 days, while the man who founded a country waited to make sure he wasn't a ghost pretending to be a corpse. Strange how even the father of the nation needed proof he was no longer in control. But if you think that's unsettling, just wait until the next president tries to measure respect by tallying how many people like him on a given day. John Adams. John Adams kept a diary. Not unusual, except this one wasn't about events. It was about people, or rather, people's opinions. Every night, he'd write down how many individuals he thought respected him that day. Not actual compliments, not letters received, just vibes, guesses, daily tallies of admiration, or the lack thereof. Some men fear being unloved. John Adams turned it into a spreadsheet. He once described himself as obnoxious and disliked. That wasn't self-pity, it was branding. Adams wore his irritability like a powdered wig. If George Washington was a monument in motion, John Adams was a firecracker in church. He talked to himself, loudly, often in public. Especially when frustrated, writing, or thinking, which, for Adams, was all the same state of being. He muttered in Latin. He bit his nails down to the quick. He took offense easily, held grudges meticulously, and believed absolutely in the rightness of being difficult. And he was always afraid. Of illness, mostly. He was a hypochondriac in an age when everyone was half dead by 40. He recorded his pulse, cataloged headaches, slept with one eye on the grave. One time, he listed 19 ailments he thought he had. In one letter, he chewed raw onions during winter to ward off colds. It didn't help his breath, but he swore it kept the reaper away. And maybe it did. He lived to 90. But if his body was constantly under siege, his mind was a battlefield. Adams debated for a living, then came home and debated the wallpaper. When he was a young lawyer, juries cried. Not because he was compassionate, because he was relentless. He once described democracy as mob rule, yet he signed the Declaration of Independence. He hated Philadelphia but signed everything in it. He thought the vice presidency was the most insignificant office, and then spent years performing its insignificance with spiteful precision. He was, in short, a contradiction in breeches. At home, he was just as intense. Abigail Adams, his wife, was one of the few people who could match him. They argued. A lot, and he loved her more for it. He once wrote her 113 letters in a single month. That's almost 4 a day. For a man who found time to insult both the French and the King of England in person, he somehow also found time to write long, gossip-laced love letters to a woman who didn't tolerate his nonsense. It was a marriage of equals, and perhaps the only place he ever relaxed enough to be human. But even at peace, Adams was restless. He walked in perfect circles when he needed to think, sometimes for hours, sometimes in the rain. Neighbors thought he was eccentric. He thought he was meditating. He wasn't wrong. He used to nap in the Senate chamber, mid-debate, during state affairs. Once, he dozed off during his own speech. Adams could rage against monarchs but couldn't stay awake for a vote. He collected rocks, especially from places that had philosophical or political significance. Not for geology for metaphor. His house was a museum of mental baggage. He kept every scrap of paper, grocery lists, receipts, failed drafts, insults, scribbled in anger. He believed in legacy, like some men believe in reincarnation obsessively, and with paperwork. He practiced law with what one observer called combustible gravity. That was Adams in a phrase. A man who believed deeply in justice but didn't trust people enough to enjoy them. He refused to smile in portraits, thought it was undignified. His handwriting was nearly illegible, a jagged mess of cramped thoughts, and he talked through meals, chewing less food than ideas. Dinner guests would listen as he dissected Roman history while chewing mutton and ignoring the fact that his Perota foul-mouthed creature he and Abigail raised was cursing in the corner. Adams also believed in strange things. He thought eating onions cured colds, that early rising built character, that democracy would eventually devour itself. He loved being alone in nature, especially during storms. He thought horses could smell dishonest men. He kept a diary entry about one particular mayor who bucked off a visiting delegate. Adams took it as confirmation. He didn't like being touched. Physical affection was a currency he spent only in his letters. And he never forgot anything, especially slights. He once called Alexander Hamilton a bastard brat of a Scotch peddler. In writing, Hamilton was not amused. Benjamin Franklin, too, found himself on the wrong end of an Adamsian vendetta. Adams accused him of laziness and indulgence. Franklin responded by pretending Adams didn't exist. The man who helped birth a nation spent half his life feeling like an afterthought to it. He watched George Washington ascend to legend, watched Jefferson glow with Enlightenment polish. Meanwhile, Adams seethed. He wasn't tall, wasn't charming. His voice was high-pitched and nasal. He wore the same boots for over a decade and used a walking stick he didn't need, said it gave him gravitas. He worried he was too short for greatness. At 5'7", he was average height, but he lived in the shadows of giants, so he carried himself like a lit cannonball small, loud, and likely to explode. In the end, John Adams died on the 4th of July, 1826. Exactly 50 years after the Declaration of Independence. His last words were, "Thomas Jefferson survives." He was wrong. Jefferson had died hours earlier. 2 founding fathers, mortal rivals and old friends, dead on the same day the nation's birthday. Coincidence? Fate? Irony? Perhaps none of the above. Perhaps Adams would have said it was mathematics. Cosmic balance. He did, after all, tally respect like rainfall. And if you think that's unsettling, just wait until a president ships a dead moose across the Atlantic just to win a debate about animal size. Thomas Jefferson. Thomas Jefferson was a man of logic, elegance, and enlightenment, until you got to the part where he believed a herd of giant mammoths still roamed the American West. Not metaphorically, not poetically. Literally. He was convinced that somewhere in the unexplored corners of the continent, vast elephantine creatures waited patiently for science to find them. So he started collecting bones, mammoth bones, shipped them to Europe, displayed them proudly. At one point, he had an entire skeleton reconstructed, just to say, "See, America is bigger." But that wasn't enough. Someone in France had mocked American wildlife as puny, Jefferson responded like any rational man of the age of reason. He shipped an entire dead moose across the Atlantic. It arrived rotting, bloated, and stinking of patriotism. He had it mounted and presented to a naturalist in Paris, who, presumably, nodded slowly while trying not to gag. This was Jefferson's version of diplomacy. And still, it barely scratches the surface of his particular brand of brilliant eccentricity. Jefferson was a man of many passions, but few filters. His home, Monticello, was a reflection of his mind-structured, strange, and always under construction. He designed it himself, dome-topped, symmetrical, enlightened, also leaky. The roof was experimental, which is a fancy way of saying it didn't work. Visitors were often dripped on while dining, but the conversation was riveting, and the wine was French, so most forgave the damp shoulders. Wine was another obsession. Jefferson spent small fortunes on it, imported 20,000 bottles during his presidency. He loved French cuisine, French furniture, French everything. The man was Francophilic, to the point of parody. He even greeted guests in slippers, declaring formal attire pretentious. Dignitaries arrived expecting powdered wigs and protocol. They got bare feet and macaroni. Yes, macaroni. Jefferson adored it. So much so that he brought back a pasta machine from Italy and proudly introduced macaroni and cheese to the American table. He served it at White House dinners. This, more than any declaration, arguably changed the nation. But for all his culinary diplomacy, Jefferson was also deeply, persistently odd. He avoided eye contact. Not occasional always. People who met him often left feeling like they'd spoken to a statue that blinked. He was warm in letters, cold in conversation. He hated public speaking, mumbled through his inauguration. He believed that gestures, not words, carried the weight of a man. Unless, of course, the gestures came from a mockingbird named Dick, sitting on his shoulder and singing loudly during meetings. Dick was his favorite pet. The bird followed him room to room, perched while he wrote letters, chirped through philosophical debates, and once reportedly mimicked the sound of scissors so accurately that a guest searched for the nearest tailor. Jefferson didn't find it strange. He found it charming. After all, he believed animals had moral dimensions. He even claimed his grizzly bear cubs gifts from explorer Zebulon Pike Ware, gentle but misunderstood. The bears lived on the White House lawn, probably confusing the hell out of visiting dignitaries. Jefferson's mind was a museum of curiosities. He invented the swivel chair, built a rotating closet between rooms, designed a mechanical dumbwaiter hidden inside a fireplace. And his inventions weren't just practical, they were precise, beautiful, unnecessarily elegant. He loved clocks, had them in every room. One of them had weights that dangled down through the floor into the cellar, just so it could chime properly. He was obsessed with documentation. He wrote over 19,000 letters. He carried a thermometer and barometer everywhere, even while traveling. He tracked daily temperatures, wind direction, and vegetable growth. His garden at Monticello contained over 300 varieties, some edible, some experimental, some simply for the thrill of collecting plants that couldn't be tamed. His note-taking extended to everything: the weather, the cost of nails, the quality of soil, the arc of dreams. He rewrote the Bibles, literally rewrote it, removing all miracles and divine elements. What was left was a Jeffersonian gospel of logic and ethics. He called it the life and morals of Jesus of Nazareth. It was a Jesus who didn't walk on water but had excellent philosophical timing. He believed soaking his feet in cold water every morning prevented illness. Winter or summer, rain or frost, he'd dip his toes like it was sacred ritual. He also believed in phrenology, the idea that skull shape determined personality traits. He measured his own head, probably more than once. One wonders what he found. And despite all his calculated brilliance, Jefferson was hilariously prone to superstition. He feared bathing too often might dilute one's essence. He believed dreams had prophetic meaning. He kept a journal of them. He also hated mirrors, especially at night. He avoided his reflection, not out of vanity, but because he said he preferred not to meet the self without context. He hated confrontation. Instead of arguments, he'd write passive-aggressive letters, often beautifully phrased and emotionally devastating. He called these letters clarifications. Others called them elegant knives. He once described a political opponent as a man of talent, without the burden of reflection. That's 1800s for brilliant and hollow. His tombstone says none of this. He designed it himself and insisted it only list 3 accomplishments: author of the Declaration of Independence, founder of the University of Virginia, and author of the Virginia Statute for Religious Freedom. Not a word about being president. As if the highest office in the land were somehow less important than his fondness for Enlightenment, philosophy, and education. Or maybe he just didn't like the job. Even in death, Jefferson edited his own myth. And if you think shipping a moose to Europe is bizarre, just wait until the next president locks himself in a basement during thunderstorms, convinced the wind is full of divine accusations. James Madison. James Madison was a man built like a secret. At 5'4" and barely 100 pounds, he was the smallest president in American history physically, yes, but also in presence. He moved through rooms like a footnote, rarely looked into mirrors, and once claimed that vanity was a moral defect. Mirrors, he said, reflected only the shell, and he didn't trust shells. He avoided mirrors, but loved windows. Windows didn't lie, he said. They just changed, much like the weather, which Madison tracked obsessively. He kept decades of detailed weather logs, barometric pressure, humidity, rainfall, wind direction, even leaf position. If a breeze so much as hesitated, Madison noticed. He believed wind carried thoughts, moods, and warnings. During long walks, he'd stop mid-step, eyes narrowed, as if the sky had just told him a secret. This was the same man who believed thunder was spiritual imbalance, made audible. During storms, Madison often hid in the basement. He wouldn't leave, not even for state dinners. He'd sit in the dark, wrapped in wool, waiting for the world to find its equilibrium again. Occasionally, he spoke aloud not to God or ghosts, but to the walls. He trusted stone. It didn't exaggerate. Madison wore wool stockings year-round. Even in the Virginia heat, he claimed they protected him from moral chills. His suits were almost always black, not for mourning, but for consistency. Fashion changes, he said, but discipline should look the same. And he was disciplined, painfully so. He lived by routine. He ate lunch at precisely 1:15 p.m. every day, without exception. His meals were quiet affairs, mostly vegetables. Occasionally buttermilk. He believed certain foods like garlic, red meat, and hot spices stirred dangerous emotions. He called them angry foods. Madison preferred blandness, predictability, control. He feared chaos, but he adored puzzles, riddles, logic games, anagrams, and especially ciphers. He once created a code to describe his dreams, another to describe his wife's mood. He wrote letters in invisible ink, even when discussing mundane matters like garden layouts or dinner invitations. "You never know who might be watching," he once told a friend, while writing a grocery list in Latin. When deeply anxious, Madison would rub his hands together continuously, sometimes for minutes, sometimes for hours. It wasn't a tic, it was focus. The motion soothed him. He claimed it helped flatten the static inside the mind. In political debates, this often happened beneath the table, out of view. In private, he did it openly, like a man sanding down his own thoughts. He never owned a dog, said the barking disrupted his thinking. He disliked loud noises in general. Laughter, he claimed, should be calibrated. He once left a dinner party early because someone whistled through their nose while chewing. He didn't say goodbye, just vanished into the night, like a judgment. Despite his small stature and quiet habits, Madison had an iron stubbornness. He wore the same style of suit every day for years. He refused to ride horses late in life, fearing the jostling would undo his insides. When traveling, he brought his own flask of whiskey and refused to drink anything else. It wasn't about taste. It was about trust. Madison had seizures, likely epilepsy, though it was never diagnosed. In public, these episodes were disguised. Behind closed doors, they were endured. He never mentioned them in letters. But he designed his house to include multiple escape routes from every room, just in case. One should always know the geometry of departure, he once wrote in a margin. He never had children. Some say it was due to health complications. Others speculate quietly. Madison never explained. He just said that legacy came in many forms. He planted trees in perfect circles and triangles on his property shapes he believed reflected moral order. Nature prefers patterns, he said, and so should we. He distrusted fiction. Novels, in his view, overstimulated the imagination. He believed they made men weak. Instead, he read philosophy, daily, aloud, with voices. He would assign personas to opposing arguments zone, high-pitched, one gravel-yand, conduct entire Socratic dialogues with himself in the drawing room. Sometimes, guests would stumble upon him mid-debate. He never acknowledged them. They were intrusions. The dialogue mattered more. He also believed in physical rituals for mental clarity. Every morning, he soaked his feet in cold water. He practiced handwriting drills into his 70s, filling page after page with the same sentence. Order reflects character. He wore shoes 2 sizes too small, believing that tightness improved posture. He signed guest books under false names when visiting people he didn't respect. He believed that books could go bad. He kept one locked in a drawer because, he claimed, it held too many contradictions. Another he burned, after reading it under a thunderstorm. It invited imbalance, he said. No further explanation. He hated being touched, even by his wife, even by old friends. He once recoiled when a senator patted him on the back. Later, he said the man felt like unfinished wood. Madison believed that physical contact was a form of psychological invasion. His personal space wasn't a bubble, it was a vault. He died in bed at the age of 85. At the time, he was the last living founding father, alone, frail, whispering answers to questions no one had asked in years. His last request? That his body not be buried until 3 days had passed, just like Washington, just in case death was a bureaucratic error. And if you think that's peculiar, just wait until the next president forgets his own birthday, names his trees, and counts his footsteps out loud to keep the chaos from catching up. James Monroe. James Monroe walked like a man who didn't entirely believe the ground would stay still beneath him. Long, deliberate strides, counting aloud as he climbed stair-zone, 2, 3, every time. Not for exercise, but control. He believed numbers, especially in motion, calmed the spirit. Some people pray. Monroe counted. He once forgot his own birthday. Not in a poetic, age is just a number way, but literally. One year he simply didn't remember until a week had passed. When asked about it later, he said birthdays were a kind of soft distraction. What he meant by that remains unclear. What is clear is that Monroe distrusted softness in general. He preferred hard surfaces, cold baths, and quiet rooms. Bathing, for Monroe, was a ritual of resistance. He believed hot water sapped strength. Cold water, on the other hand, cold water sharpened the edges, so he only bathed cold, even in winter. Even when traveling, especially when traveling. Guests at inns reported hearing him grunt like a man fighting off a ghost in the early hours of the morning, splashing water onto his chest as if extinguishing something invisible. He wore outdated clothing long after fashion had moved on. Not out of nostalgia, he simply didn't care. Monroe sometimes looked like a Revolutionary War reenactor who'd wandered into the 19th century by mistake. Silk gloves indoors, ruffled cuffs, waistcoats embroidered with tiny eagles. He kept his hair powdered years after other men had moved on to more modern oils. His friends called it eccentric. His enemies called it ghost-like. He carried a cane for decades before he needed one. Not for walking, it was ceremonial. He believed it helped anchor the body's energy. Sometimes he'd stop mid-conversation, plant the cane in the dirt, and lean slightly forward, as if listening for vibrations. He didn't explain. He didn't need to. Mirrors were almost entirely absent from his home. Not because he disliked his reflection, he distrusted the glass itself. Mirrors mislead more than they reveal, he once wrote. He allowed only one small mirror in his house, and even that one was hung so high that no ordinary person could see into it without a ladder. He often spoke to trees, not metaphorically, literally. He named them, referred to them as friends. Once, while walking with a guest, he stopped mid-path to salute a large oak and say, "There's the Colonel, always standing watch." The guest didn't ask follow-up questions. His garden was mostly squirrels, which he allowed to roam freely, calling them the democratic creatures. He didn't keep traditional pets. Dogs, cats too needy, too noisy. The squirrels were self-sufficient. They minded their own business. Monroe admired that. Occasionally, he fed them bits of licorice root, which he also chewed during tense meetings. He believed it calmed the nerves and sweetened bad thoughts. Dreams were a serious matter in the Monroe household. He once slept in his study for a month straight, claiming the room's layout channeled thoughts more clearly. He kept a journal of dreams beside his bed, recording not just content, but temperature, wind speed, and what color the curtains were. He believed all these things could affect the quality of thought while unconscious. Monroe also believed certain words invited misfortune. Nice, for instance, was banned from his household. He called it a dead word, neither here nor meaningful. No one was allowed to describe a meal as nice, or a day, or a person. Visitors quickly learned to reach for more vivid vocabulary. Anything else would be met with silence, or worse, a slow, disappointed glance over the rim of his teacup. He kept a musket over his bed until the day he died, not loaded, just there. A reminder. Of what? He never said. But he did once mutter, after a thunderstorm, "The sky doesn't trust us. It waits." During storms, he sometimes hid in the cellar, candleless, murmuring verses he'd written himself about the fragility of pride and the will of lightning. He brewed his own vinegar, refused to buy it from stores. He believed mass-produced vinegar lacked the bitterness of truth. His vinegar was sour, sharp, and used liberally in both cooking and cleaning. He once claimed it could cure sore throats if gargled while reciting a vow of honesty. He never whistled indoors, said it invited mischief. He kept clocks 10 minutes fast on purpose and refused to correct them. Reality should not arrive on time, he explained. He believed that a small delay in expectation preserved mystery. That was the Monroe doctrine of clocks. He spoke in metaphors even when not trying to. During one dinner, when asked how he was feeling, he responded, "Like a sail in uncertain winds, but sewn strong." Guests nodded politely and returned to their soup. Monroe just stared into his spoon, as if trying to remember how it worked. He once carved new constellation patterns into a star chart and gave them names: the Observer's Gate, Silent Council, and the Public Mood. He believed the heavens reflected earthly tension, not the other way around. Astronomy was not a science, he said it was a language. He collected a stone from every U.S. state, called them his Union Bones, kept them in a locked chest, refused to display them, said they should sleep together, not perform. It wasn't entirely clear whether he was being metaphorical. In his later years, Monroe's handwriting deteriorated into a jagged script, difficult to read, but alarmingly consistent, always slanted, always tight. Some letters looked like hooks, others like hills. Historians later remarked it resembled someone trying to transcribe wind. He died on the 4th of July, 1831, making him the third president in a row to die on Independence Day. Coincidence? Certainly. But in Monroe's world, coincidence was just order without explanation. And if you think a man counting steps to stay sane is strange, wait until the next president keeps a pet alligator in the White House bathroom and talks to birds about morality. John Quincy Adams. John Quincy Adams began his mornings by removing all of his clothes and plunging into the Potomac River, not occasionally, daily, at dawn, naked. He believed the cold water invigorated his body, clarified his spirit, and, most importantly, improved his eyesight. He did this during his presidency, often guarded only by the fog. One morning, a journalist waited by the riverbank and stole his clothes, hoping to force an interview. Adams, unbothered, reportedly walked home in a sheet. He didn't mind the cold. He minded the questions. He once kept a pet alligator in a White House bathroom. It had been a gift from the Marquis de Lafayette, a diplomatic gesture which, in Adams's mind, justified housing a toothy aquatic predator near the East Room. Guests were never warned. Some found it by accident. Screams followed. Adams called the arrangement temporary. The alligator stayed for months. His habits were not those of a politician but of a monastic philosopher trapped in an endless civic duty. He walked over 5 miles a day, muttering to himself the entire time, not in a whisper, but in full-voiced debates. With himself, with the clouds, with ideas that had no witnesses. Visitors to Washington often encountered him pacing along muddy trails, gesturing wildly, sometimes reciting Bible verses, sometimes berating the concept of laziness. He believed that every act should be recorded. So he did. He wrote a diary entry nearly every day of his life for over 60 years. By the time he died, he'd filled more than 15,000 pages. They include everything: dreams, political grievances, weather conditions, the moral fiber of apples. He once described eating a single piece of fruit as an encounter with sweetness that refuses to apologize. His diary entry about that apple is over 400 words. He gave himself letter grades on his behavior. Each evening, he'd assess his conduct for the day: punctuality, temperance, humility, moral fortitude. He wrote down the scores. Occasionally, he gave himself failing marks, sometimes for cursing internally, once for excessive gluttony after eating a second biscuit. He was a man under his own constant surveillance. He believed walking barefoot on wet grass improved vision. Rainy mornings found him wandering the White House lawn in rolled-up trousers, soles to soil, convinced he was enhancing his peripheral clarity. He also thought backward walking up hills improved memory. On weekends, staff would watch him retreat from the summit of Capitol Hill like a solemn, muttering crab, convinced the incline unlocked recollections. Adams believed silence could be a form of resistance. He could sit through entire dinners without saying a word, especially if someone had offended him by slouching, chewing too loudly, or using a metaphor improperly. His family learned to read his expressions the way one might interpret barometric pressure. If his brow arched, conversation had failed. If he sighed, the table was morally unbalanced. He believed that birds possessed a moral compass. He talked to them, not in jest and moral instruction. He once lectured a crow for stealing a sandwich from a windowsill. "Theft is theft," he noted aloud, "even when wings are involved." He tracked bird species in a personal notebook and gave them unofficial names. One robin became the red whistle of Providence. Another, a jay with a limp, was dubbed the Crooked Patriot. He hated gambling, hated dancing, refused to attend balls, even as president. When forced to make an appearance, he would stand perfectly still in a corner, arms behind his back, eyes scanning the ceiling as if calculating the architectural failure of frivolity. He once told a French ambassador that dancing was the body's betrayal of thought. He had a secret shorthand system to record private thoughts. He invented it himself, a looping, angular scrawl designed to be unreadable to anyone else. Even historians today struggle to decipher certain volumes of his journals. It was less code than fortress, a sanctuary of encrypted doubt and compulsive self-examination. He believed that wearing hats inhibited divine thought, so he often went bareheaded, even in cold weather. He also claimed that music clouded the intellect. No fiddles, no singing, and certainly no humming during study hours. He preferred thunderstorms. He would stand at windows during storms, unmoving, calling the thunder the voice of eternal correction. He composed poetry in his head while walking, then recited it from memory when he got home. Some of it was bleak, touching on decay, moral inertia, or cosmic irrelevance. He rarely shared it. When asked why, he said, "Poetry, like repentance, is best undertaken alone." He weighed himself every morning and kept records of fluctuations, cross-referencing them with his behavior grades. He noticed patterns. Guilt, he claimed, made him lighter. He once fasted for 3 days after losing his temper at a debate. "The stomach is the seat of shame," he wrote. He refused to celebrate his birthday, called it a gravitational accident, not an achievement. On that day each year, he would instead walk into the woods, find a large tree, and recite a speech to it, usually about time, sometimes about duty. One year he brought a trowel and carved a quote from Cicero into the bark. He returned to that tree for several years, observing how the words faded with the seasons. He died after suffering a stroke at his desk in the Capitol. Not in bed, not at home, at work. Collapsed, mid-thought, mid-sentence. A man who never stopped walking, writing, lecturing birds, or failing to forgive himself. And if you think a barefoot moralist who whispered to robins is peculiar, just wait until the next president fights over a horse race, survives over 100 duels, and keeps a parrot that curses so loudly it has to be removed from his funeral. Andrew Jackson. Andrew Jackson entered public life like a loaded pistol, primed, unpredictable, and most comfortable when recently discharged. He was the kind of man who believed every insult was a challenge, every stare a duel, and every grudge a duty. And he carried them like ammunition. Over the course of his life, Jackson participated in more than 100 duels, possibly more, depending on how one defines formal. The official ones involved seconds, pistols, and often blood. The unofficial ones just needed a room full of tension and a bad sentence. He once killed a man over a horse race. Well, technically, it started as a dispute about the race. Then it became about money. Then, naturally, it became about his wife. The man insulted her. Jackson demanded satisfaction. On the day of the duel, Jackson took a bullet in the chest and remained standing. Blood pooled under his coat. He didn't flinch. Instead, he calmly raised his pistol, aimed with one arm limp from nerve damage, and fired. The man dropped. Jackson's surgeon later discovered the bullet had narrowly missed his heart and cracked 2 ribs. He carried that bullet inside his chest for over 40 years. Sometimes it rattled when he rode his horse. That wasn't the only bullet he carried. Another lodged in his arm from a different disagreement. Jackson's body was less a temple and more a scarred map of unresolved conversations. He was the first president to survive an assassination attempt. The would-be assassin approached him with 2 pistols and pulled the trigger. Both misfired. A miracular mechanical failure. Jackson didn't care. He lunged at the man and beat him with his cane until others pulled him off. The cane was not decorative. It was made of hickory, heavy as a moral lecture, and had already been used to settle several political disagreements. Some men used words. Jackson preferred wood. He carried that cane everywhere, along with a suspicion of almost everything. He distrusted banks, distrusted paper money, distrusted men who smiled too easily. He kept his savings in literal jars buried around his property. He bit gold coins to test their authenticity. He believed mirrors were dangerous if stared at too long. He would cover portraits with cloth before going to bed, convinced that their eyes moved in the dark. His distrust extended to animals, some of them. He hated cats, called them spies, believed they were aligned with witches. No feline was allowed in the White House while he lived. Dogs, however, were welcome. His dogs slept in his room. Occasionally, they slept in his bed. He allowed them to roam the halls freely, occasionally barging into cabinet meetings. One of his dogs reportedly once stole a ham from a visiting diplomat's plate. Jackson just laughed and called it honest politics. He named his horse Sam Patch, after a daredevil who jumped waterfalls for fame and usually survived. Jackson admired that spirit. Sam Patch once refused to carry a guest Jackson didn't like. Jackson took it as divine confirmation. He believed animals knew things. He often gauged a visitor's honesty by how his dogs or horses reacted. If they growled or shied away, Jackson made a mental note. The man would not be invited back. He kept a cannon just outside his bedroom door. For protection, he claimed. Against what? No one asked. He also kept a loaded pistol under his pillow every night. One servant accidentally dropped it once while making the bed. The gun fired and shot a hole through a nearby wardrobe. Jackson didn't replace the wardrobe, said it had earned its story. He talked to paintings, especially of his late wife. After her death, he became even more erratic, if such a thing were possible. He wore a locket of her hair around his neck, called her my Rachel in public and private. If anyone mentioned her in an unkind tone, Jackson would stare at them with the flat, furious calm of a man deciding whether or not to reload. And then there was the parrot, his pet, named Pole. Pole learned words, a lot of them. Most of them, unfortunately, were curses, learned, it seems, from Jackson himself. At Jackson's funeral, Pole was brought in for the service, perhaps as a living tribute. The bird began to swear loudly. Obscenities, shouted from the rafters, echoed through the church. The parrot was removed. Jackson would have been proud. Or furious. Possibly both. With Jackson, it was always both. He never acknowledged his own birthday in public, called it a date that gets in the way. He believed owls were omens and once shot one out of a tree for hooting too close to his bedroom window. He kept a jar of vinegar and molasses that he drank occasionally, claiming it kept the blood clean. He believed sneezing in the middle of a sentence was a sign of lying. He referred to fireplaces as the only honest thing in Washington. He didn't trust laughter in men he didn't know. He called dinner parties a waste of bourbon and breath. He gave nicknames to everything, his staff, his shoes, even furniture. His favorite chair was called the Sentinel. His boots were Right Thunder and Left Justice. When angry, which was often, he sometimes referred to himself in the third person. Jackson does not bend. Jackson remembers. Jackson decides. The effect was unsettling. It was also effective. He died believing he had done God's work. Whether or not God returned the sentiment, no one can say. But one thing is certain. Jackson never apologized for anything. Not once. Not in writing. Not in speech. To him, regret was for slower men. And if you think a man beating an assassin with a cane while his parrot swears from the rafters is hard to believe, just wait until the next president spends hours grooming his sideburns and writes poetry about buttons. Martin Van Buren. Martin Van Buren once hosted a dinner party where everything, and that means everything, was orange. The curtains, the upholstery, the food, the candles burned with a saffron glow. The tablecloth shimmered in autumn tones. Even the punch had been dyed to match. Why? No one dared to ask. Van Buren called it a thematic exercise in tonal unity. His guests called it confusing. His servants, quietly, called it the citrus seance. He was obsessed with style. Every day, rain or shine, war or peace, Van Buren spent nearly an hour grooming his sideburns. They were a matter of public image, yes, but also private ritual. He combed them with tiny silver tools, applied lavender oil, brushed them into perfect curves, then checked the angles against a beveled mirror he called the judge. He believed facial hair not just having it, but controlling it revealed the inner state of a man's mind. When others began to sport rugged beards, Van Buren stayed clean-shaven below the chin. "A beard," he once said, "is a protest against personal governance." This was the kind of man who carried peppermint candies in his coat pocket and handed them out like moral currency, who refused to drink alcohol but routinely hosted lavish soirees with flowing wine and orchestras, then sat in the corner, arms crossed, watching with a faint smile, as though conducting a social experiment in real time. He never danced, never gambled. He did, however, once write poetry about buttons. One stanza read, "A clasp of fate, a circle firm, a silent servant at the stern." He kept this poem in a drawer labeled Personal Refinements. Van Buren was also fascinated by walking sticks. Not just for walking, though. He had a very particular glide, one that critics called dainty and admirers called polished. He collected them obsessively. Some were carved with animal heads. Others had compartments for ink, snuff, or secret notes. One had a miniature telescope built into the handle. He reportedly owned over 200 canes. Most he never used. He simply liked to know they were there waiting. He hated the word ain't, considered it a linguistic crime. Once ejected a guest from a dinner party for using it in conversation. When asked what was so offensive, Van Buren paused mid-sip of tea and said, "The world is crude enough without inviting it to the table." He wore gloves indoors, scented with lavender or, on special occasions, violet. He was the first president born after the American Revolution and the first not of British descent. His first language was Dutch. English came later, shaped by books, tutors, and sheer aesthetic stubbornness. He refused to use pencils, calling them the tools of hesitation. All his letters were written with fine ink pens, often while wearing a silk dressing gown and a hat with a tiny feather. His stationery was custom-made, engraved with a small, pale blue owl, his personal emblem for elevated reflection. He believed in luck, but not in fate. He carried a lucky coin, worn smooth on one side from years of compulsive flipping. He once refused to enter a building where the door was painted blue, "the color of uncertainty," he muttered, and walked a block to the next entrance. He avoided red clothing entirely, said it provoked the senses into rashness. He rarely smiled in public, believed grinning was undignified, but he did whistle, poorly, constantly, particularly while reading documents. Aides described it as a shrill, wandering tune, with no discernible rhythm. Once, during a particularly tense cabinet meeting, Van Buren interrupted the discussion to whistle a brief phrase, then said, "That's the sound of confusion retreating." No one responded. He had a pet goat, not a metaphor, a real goat. It roamed the White House lawn, chewing grass, headbutting trees, and once nearly overturned a visiting diplomat's carriage. Van Buren watched from the window and remarked, "That animal has conviction." He referred to his bed as the Parliament of Rest. It was custom-made, short, wide, and stacked with blankets. He believed that the angle of sleep affected dreams, and had his mattress tilted slightly upward toward the east. He kept a journal of dreams beside the bed. One recurring dream involved falling down stairs into a ballroom made of glass. He interpreted it as a warning against slipping into visibility. He once said that sneezing 3 times in a row was a sign of cosmic approval. When it happened, he would stop what he was doing and nod quietly. He also believed cabbage soup improved memory retention. Ate it weekly, alone, in silence. He was superstitious about stairs, refused to walk down any flight that contained an odd number of steps. His aides learned to count quickly and, if necessary, quietly guide him to alternate staircases. He called umbrellas sky shields, but only used them if they matched his outfit. On one occasion, during a downpour, he simply stood outside the White House until someone arrived with the appropriate umbrella, black with silver trim. He kept a handbell with a duck-shaped handle on his desk. He rang it when bored. Staff described it as the sound of minor dissatisfaction. No one knew where the bell came from. Van Buren never explained. He believed in moderation to an almost mathematical degree. Once refused a second cup of tea because symmetry has been achieved. He had a couch shaped like a half-moon for reading. He called it the contemplative crescent. He believed dreams involving water predicted political events, recorded at least 30 of them over his life. He had a custom toothpick case shaped like a tiny carriage. Used it only at night. When he died, his last recorded words were a quiet murmur, "Style remains." Whether it was a statement of pride, regret, or some deeper reflection is unclear. What is clear is that Martin Van Buren curated his life like a museum he expected no one to visit but still dusted daily. And if you think a man who wrote poetry about buttons and measured stairs to protect his psyche is peculiar, just wait until the next president gives the longest speech in history, refuses to wear a coat, and dies 31 days later, leaving behind only a hat full of regrets and a raccoon named Judge Grumble. William Henry Harrison. William Henry Harrison believed in the power of words. Or maybe he just believed in quantity. His inauguration speech was nearly 2 hours long. Over 8,000 words, delivered on a freezing March day in 1841 without a coat, a hat, or a shred of hesitation. He spoke with the steady confidence of a man who thought death couldn't hear well in the cold. He was wrong. But before that famously short presidency 31 days, 1 month of slowly worsening pneumonia and stubborn defiance, there was a man who talked to his hat, literally. Harrison would hold his wide-brimmed beaver hat before important decisions and whisper to it, "Caution, speak now." He believed it helped him center his thoughts. The hat, he once explained, does not lie, which might be a troubling standard for governance, but makes for excellent mystery. He named the hat, too. It was called Justice. Harrison had a raccoon named Judge Grumble. Not a euphemism, a real raccoon. Fat, moody, and prone to stealing forks. Harrison attempted to domesticate it. Gave it a small vest. Trained it to sit on his lap during quiet evenings. Judge Grumble had a habit of growling when new guests entered the room, hence the name. Harrison claimed the animal had an uncanny knack for detecting lies. When someone asked how the raccoon communicated his findings, Harrison tapped his own chest and said, "You feel it, right here." He also didn't trust forks, called them unmanly prongs, preferred to eat with a knife and a spoon, even at formal dinners. Once, refused a silver fork at a state banquet, and instead produced a carved wooden utensil from his coat. It had his initials burned into the handle. When asked why he refused the silver, he answered, "Silver forgets the hand that feeds it. Wood remembers." He had a fascination with weather and believed thunder was divine reprimand, God scolding fools. During storms, Harrison could be found pacing, barefoot, on his front porch, reciting lines from Horace and squinting into the clouds. He called lightning the punctuation of heaven. Once, a bolt struck a tree near his home and split it clean in two. Harrison reportedly approached the smoking stump, saluted it, and whispered, "Noted." He didn't like sleeping indoors when traveling, preferred tents. Even as president-elect, he often set up a canvas shelter on the White House lawn during transitions and slept there, wrapped in wool, surrounded by lanterns. Claimed he slept better under honest ceilings. His aides quietly moved his bedding back inside when frost set in. Harrison also believed in the therapeutic power of onions, raw onions. He chewed them before speeches, not for flavor, but to heat the blood. This made for unpleasant conversations, but magnetic public addresses. One journalist wrote that Harrison spoke with the fury of an insulted oracle and the breath of a condemned stew. He kept a jar of salt under his desk. Occasionally, in moments of stress, he'd reach in, grab a pinch, and fling it over his left shoulder. He did this with no warning, and sometimes mid-sentence, staff learned to dodge. He believed salt disrupted the invisible momentum of misfortune. At one point, he considered carrying a pouch of it around his neck, but worried it would look theatrical. He was known to hum lullabies to inanimate objects, notably the log he used as a footrest, which he called Old Tranquility. He sang to it every Sunday evening, a quiet, haunting tune with no words, just the melody. He claimed it kept the house peaceful. Whether that worked is unclear, but no one dared move the log. Once, Harrison attempted to train a horse to nod in response to questions. The experiment failed spectacularly, but for a few weeks, he genuinely believed the horse had developed an opinion on state affairs. He named the animal counselor and insisted on feeding it apples sliced precisely into thirds. When asked why, he said, "3 is the number of truth. 4 would be arrogance." He frequently forgot the names of people but never forgot the names of trees. He had a catalog of them, handwritten in a personal tree journal, Old Century, Miss Midnight, the listening branch. When traveling, he'd often stop the entire procession to greet a particularly well-formed oak. He once delayed a parade by 20 minutes to talk to a tree he hadn't seen since his youth. He believed ghosts traveled by wind. Not air, he clarified, but wind. The difference is intention. He would occasionally stop speaking mid-sentence, tilt his head, and sniff the air as if catching the scent of an unscheduled haunting. His staff learned not to interrupt. Sometimes he resumed the conversation, sometimes he didn't. When he began to fall ill shortly after his marathon inauguration speech, he refused blankets, claimed the chill would purify the lungs. He kept the windows open, drank vinegar water, talked in his sleep about eagles, lost keys, and the owl's third question, a phrase no one understood and that he never used when awake. His final days were marked by strange utterances. On the morning of his death, he asked for justice, his hat, and whispered to it again. No one heard what he said. Then, looking out a window into the gray April sky, he murmured, "I spoke too long." Whether he meant the speech, the life, or the conversation with the hat, no one knows. William Henry Harrison is remembered most for the brevity of his presidency, but brevity never sat comfortably on him. He was a man who lived in long sentences, unfinished experiments, and side-eyed conversations with inanimate companions. His term may have lasted 31 days. His strangeness, however, stretches indefinitely. And if you think a man who lectured trees and hummed lullabies to firewood is peculiar, just wait until the next president holds court with his pets, carves faces into fruit before eating them, and trains a dog to detect dishonesty in humans. John Tyler. John Tyler played the violin at night, not to entertain guests, not even for himself, exactly. He played to empty rooms, alone, slowly. Often off-key, as though conversing with ghosts who'd forgotten the tune. He believed certain notes could soften the walls of reality, especially in the stillness between midnight and dawn. Once, his valet caught him bowing a single string in the dark, wearing only a robe and a look of intense concentration. When asked what he was playing, Tyler responded, "The part before remembering." He also believed fruit could lie. Every morning, Tyler would inspect apples from the White House kitchen, turning them slowly in his hands, sniffing them like a suspicious poet. He claimed you could tell a man's fortune from the skin of an apple. Smoothness meant favor. Bruises foretold agitation. He kept a small penknife in his coat to carve faces into the ones he didn't trust. Eyebrows slanted in warning. Tiny grimaces. Occasionally, a smile, but always with caution. He called this preemptive judgment. He spoke to animals with the same formality he used with dignitaries. His dog, Caesar, was trained not just to sit or stay, but to bow. Tyler would remove his hat before addressing him. "A creature that offers honesty without agenda," he once said, "should not be spoken to as if it were beneath a man." Caesar reportedly responded to over 20 unique commands, including evaluate, which prompted a brief bark if the person in question was deemed morally suspicious. Caesar rarely barked at staff, but visitors' politicians, especially often triggered it. Tyler kept a log. He slept with a quill under his pillow, not because he dreamed of writing, but because he feared forgetting. He claimed some thoughts arrived only during sleep and vanished at first light. The quill was his attempt to anchor them. He scribbled dream fragments onto a pad beside the bed. A corridor of clocks, but no hands. All the furniture faces west. The moon was bleeding lace. One entry read simply, "Who borrowed my shadow?" Tyler also insisted on bathing at precisely 6:06 a.m., not 6 o'clock, not 6:15, 6:06. He claimed the number was neutral and unremarkable, which made it perfect for purification. The water had to be cold, the basin had to be brass. He once refused a bath in a porcelain tub while traveling, claiming the surface was too suggestive of endings. He owned an extensive collection of gloves, none of which matched. Dozens of singles, stored in labeled drawers, solitude, strategy, farewell, wander. He wore different gloves depending on his mood, often pairing a black lace right glove with a leather left. Symmetry, he said, is a kind of deception. He distrusted maps, believed they offered an illusion of order. Tyler kept a globe in his study, but covered it with a dark cloth when not in use. He said he didn't want the world staring at him when he wasn't ready. He never traveled without a compass, yet never fully trusted it. North, he once mused, is a suggestion at best. He wrote letters to objects, once to a broken clock, another to his favorite teacup after it cracked. "You held warmth better than most people," he wrote. He signed the letter with his full name and date, then placed it in a drawer labeled Departed Utilities. He often spoke in analogies that confused everyone. When asked how he was feeling, he replied, "Like a candlestick on the edge of a piano." When pressed for clarification, he simply said, "It depends on who's playing." His metaphors were not clarifying devices, they were atmospheric fogs, dense, curious, oddly moving. He insisted that no furniture in his study faced the window directly, said it invited distraction. He called the act of daydreaming ocular drifting, and claimed too much of it could open the spine to dangerous winds. He sometimes wore a scarf indoors for this very reason, even in summer. His breakfast routine never changed. 3 boiled eggs, untouched yolks, a slice of toasted bread cut diagonally, and tea brewed for exactly 3 minutes. He watched the hourglass timer himself. No substitutions allowed. Once, when presented with scrambled eggs, he walked out of the room without speaking. The cook received a handwritten note the next day that read, "Confusion has no place in the morning." He had a superstition about ink, refused to write important letters with black ink, only green or brown. He said black was the ink of absolutes. He preferred uncertainty. He whistled when nervous not tunes, but short bursts of tonal code. Staff members eventually realized the whistles corresponded to specific moods. A double chirp meant mild agitation. A descending trill meant disappointment. A sharp single note meant someone was about to be asked to leave the room. The system was unofficial, but uncannily consistent. Tyler believed windows should remain closed during full moons. Not for sleep, he could rarely sleep during a full moon, but for clarity. He claimed moonlight echoed the things we pretend not to see. On such nights, he stayed awake, writing fragments of thoughts on slips of paper and placing them in a jar. No one knows what became of the jar. He refused to say the word never, said it was a trap disguised as certainty. Once, when asked if he'd ever consider learning to play the piano, he responded, "Let the keys ask first." When someone laughed, he said, "I wasn't joking. I've heard them knocking." He died in 1862, not in battle, not on stage, but quietly, after a short illness. No grand farewell. Just a final note left beside his bed, written in brown ink. Some thoughts are not ours to finish. And if you think a man who carved emotions into apples and saluted his dog's moral judgments is strange, just wait until the next president begins believing the number 13 speaks directly to him through candlelight and builds secret compartments to silence it. James K. Polk. James K. Polk kept a daily journal, but not like most men. His wasn't a record of events, it was a ledger of time lost. He counted minutes like most count dollars, tracked interruptions like debts. Every moment not spent executing a task was categorized as a failure. He once calculated that a single unwanted visitor cost him 11.5 minutes of progress. The man never got a second meeting. Polk lived like a stopwatch in a world of sundials. He kept 3 clocks in his office and synchronized them twice a day. Time wasn't a tool, it was a rival. One he believed could be beaten with enough precision. Every hour had its schedule. Every schedule had its contingency. When his doctor advised him to rest more, Polk replied, "I'll rest when the ledger balances." He was deeply superstitious about the number 13, claimed it followed him. Haunted might be more accurate. If a document had 13 words in its title, he'd rewrite it. If a dinner party seated 13 guests, he'd excuse himself and eat in the next room. He refused to travel on the 13th day of any month. One aide once made the mistake of scheduling a meeting on the 13th of June. Polk canceled the entire week. It got stranger. He believed the number 13 spoke to him, not in sentences, in signals. It appeared in book page numbers, bird formations, even in the number of peas on his plate. He saw it everywhere. Eventually, he began building secret compartments in his desk to trap the echo, as he called it. These were small boxes sealed, unlabeled, into which he would place slips of paper containing the number 13, written over and over in tiny script. Once a month, he'd burn them, in silence. He never laughed out loud. Not once, at least, not in public. He believed laughter weakened the jaw. And he used his jaw, constantly grinding, biting the insides of his cheeks, chewing invisible arguments into submission. He wore down several sets of teeth before the age of 50. His dentist reportedly told him, "Your mouth has the temperament of a prison guard." He never drank alcohol, not because of virtue, because of control. He feared anything that made the world shift without permission. Tea, maybe. Milk, rarely. Water, always. He insisted it be room temperature. He once sent a glass back because it was too cold to be true. He was obsessed with candles, their flame, their height, their symmetry. Every room he entered was illuminated with a specific number of candles, never odd. He watched them flicker like a mathematician observing waves. If a candle flickered too violently, he'd snuff it out and light another. He claimed, "A flame that argues is a flame that lies." He believed mirrors recorded thoughts, not reflected them recorded. He kept them covered in his private quarters, only uncovered them when fully dressed, standing still, and with no one else present. He whispered to them occasionally, not for vanity, for calibration. He believed they returned his gaze more honestly when greeted first. He hated humming, found it intrusive, once banned a staff member from his office for whistling while stacking papers. Music without invitation, he called it. He found it even more disturbing when people hummed without knowing it, claimed it indicated a crack in the psyche. Polk practiced signature drills, not for security, but for discipline. He'd fill entire pages with his name identical, measured, looped with mathematical consistency. He believed the act of signing a name should be identical to stating one's purpose. Any deviation, he claimed, was moral slippage. He ate exactly 5 prunes every morning. No more, no less. Called them the anchors of the gut. Once, during a diplomatic dinner, the kitchen ran out. He declined to eat anything else. Saturday at the table in silence, hands folded. When asked if something was wrong, he said, "I'm adrift." He had no hobbies. Hobbies, he said, were what men invented to bury their time alive. When forced to attend social events, he would often stand near the edge of the room, watching others laugh, drink, and deviate from their plans. Occasionally, he would mutter observations into a small notebook. 3 people with uncoordinated laughter, deliberate or accidental? 1 man blinking 4 times per minute? Truthful? Woman in green dress refills wine without sipping? Why? He kept a collection of pens, but never used the same one twice in a day. Said it was a safeguard against emotional imprint. He believed ink could remember the mood of its user. Some pens he burned. Others he buried. He once buried a pen behind the White House garden. When asked why, he said, "It lied." His favorite sound was the ticking of a metronome. He owned 3. One was always running, even during meetings. A quiet click, steady as breath. Guests would unconsciously speak in rhythm to it. Those who resisted its tempo rarely earned a second visit. He believed a person's compatibility with tempo revealed their moral wiring. He slept very little, 4 hours a night. No more, sometimes less. He claimed dreams were drafts of unfinished regrets, and he'd had enough of those. On restless nights, he'd get up, sit by candlelight, and write letters to no one. Dozens of them, folded neatly, dated, and placed in a drawer labeled speculative correspondence. He died 3 months after leaving office. In those final days, he burned many of his personal papers, not out of shame, but precision. Not all records require recall, he said. James K. Polk lived like a stopwatch pressed against the edge of a thunderstorm, always calculating, always scanning for a break in rhythm. A man who feared being remembered incorrectly more than being forgotten entirely. And if you think that's unnerving, just wait until the next president throws lavish garden parties for invisible guests, wears mourning clothes in July, and claims the moon once gave him advice on furniture arrangement. Zachary Taylor. Zachary Taylor liked meat. Rare. Charred on the outside, red within, no apologies. He once ate an entire side of beef with only a fork, no knife, no plate, and no witness except for a baffled servant who later described it as a display both primal and presidential. This was not a man for sauce or sentiment. He distrusted vegetables. Considered salads a food without conviction. When forced to eat them in public, he would push the leaves around the plate until they resembled abstract topography. Then he'd eat a roll, sigh, and mutter something about real food having heat. He wore the same battered coat for years, even after becoming president. It was too short in the sleeves and carried the scent of tobacco, sweat, and pine tar. He refused to have it cleaned. He said the coat knew him, and replacing it would be an act of dishonor. When asked why he refused new suits, he responded, "If the job requires better fabric, the job's the problem." He held conversations with trees, not once or twice frequently, not metaphorically, literally. Particularly with a crooked elm outside the White House garden that he called Old Whisper. Staff reported seeing him tip his hat to it, lean in, and mumble observations. Sometimes praise, sometimes reprimands. "The winds aren't loyal," he once said to it, "but you've stayed." Taylor didn't like shoes. He wore them when required, but walked barefoot whenever possible. Around the White House. On dirt roads. Through snow. Once. He claimed leather made the earth feel distant. He trusted his feet to learn the mood of the land. His soles were calloused to stone. When a French diplomat spotted him barefoot on the south lawn, Taylor greeted him with a wave and said, "The ground's warmer than the room." He did not care for furniture, especially not chairs with arms. "They expect you to rest too soon," he said. He preferred crates, boxes, occasionally an upturned barrel. His office contained a single chair-stiff, wooden, upright. He never reclined. He considered lounging a rehearsal for death. He had a superstition about mourning clothes, believed they had power, even when worn outside of grief. Every July, he dressed in full black for one day. When asked why, he replied, "To remind the month it can end." No further elaboration. Taylor didn't read fiction, said it wasted the spine. But he wrote bedtime stories for no one. Tiny, handwritten tales folded into matchbooks and placed on random shelves throughout the White House. Titles like The Fox Who Forgot and Dinner Without Shadows. Staff would find them months later, strange little parables with no clear message. He never acknowledged writing them. He held elaborate garden parties, with no guests. Dozens of empty chairs arranged under lantern-lit trees. Music from a single violinist. Plates set. Napkins folded. Taylor would walk among the settings like a host waiting for ghosts. He called it keeping the house honest. Sometimes he'd toast the empty seats to those too polite to arrive. He believed the moon gave advice, specifically on furniture placement. "It knows light," he said. "It's watched us longer than we've watched ourselves." He'd rearrange rooms based on where the moonlight fell. Entire beds moved, desks rotated. One aide swore Taylor once spent a full night dragging a wardrobe across the room in quarter-inch increments until it felt like silence. He disliked pens, preferred charcoal, believed ink was arrogant. He wrote notes in blocky, dark strokes, then burned them after reading. Rarely reread his own writing. Said reflection was a mirror with opinions. When forced to sign something official, he used a pen reluctantly, then wiped it with cloth as though removing fingerprints from a weapon. Taylor believed names held weight. He refused to name his pets, said calling them by name gave them too much awareness. Instead, he used nicknames that changed weekly: Scrap, Leftovers, Bark, The Small Alarm. One dog reportedly went through 17 names in 3 months. He talked in his sleep. Long, winding speeches about rivers, fences, and sometimes peculiarly bred. A servant once transcribed a full paragraph muttered during a nap. "You don't need dough to convince it. You do it to remember your hands exist." He also occasionally laughed while sleeping. A dry, humorless chuckle that unnerved even seasoned staff. He kept matchsticks in his boots, not for emergencies, just one in each. Said it was to remind him, everything can ignite. He replaced them weekly, always with new ones, always with solemn ceremony. He never let anyone watch. Taylor feared writing in the rain, said it blurred intent. Once, during a storm, he refused to sign an executive order until the weather cleared. "Rain is when the sky edits," he told the messenger. He also refused to whistle indoors. "It invites answers," he said, "most of which you don't want." He died suddenly, after a July 4th celebration. Theories vary: heat stroke, bad cherries, spoiled milk, but no one really knows. What's known is that he spent his final morning barefoot in the grass, whispering something to Old Whisper, the elm tree. Witnesses heard one sentence clearly: "Don't let the month get away with it." Zachary Taylor never tried to explain himself. He moved like a man who didn't trust conclusions. A man who believed truth was better left unsaid, or buried in the dirt underfoot, where it couldn't wander off or be tidied up. And if you think a barefoot president who rearranged furniture by moonlight is peculiar, just wait until the next one holds seances in the East Room, wears a red silk cravat to sleep, and claims that dreams carry the fingerprints of strangers. Millard Fillmore. Millard Fillmore had a red silk cravat he wore only to sleep. Every night, he'd tie it carefully, looking into a small circular mirror mounted to his bedpost. He called it the sleeping knot. The ritual took exactly 3 minutes, never more, never less. When asked why he wore formal neckwear to bed, he replied, "One should be ready to be judged in either realm." Which realm he meant, the earthly or the nocturnally, didn't specify. He once claimed that dreams carried the fingerprints of strangers. Unseen visitors, he called them. They leave impressions but never take credit. He recorded his dreams in a leather-bound journal with a green velvet bookmark. Every entry began the same way. I was not alone. He believed recurring symbols were not signs from the subconscious, but echoes from other minds. If a door appeared in 3 dreams, someone else had opened it. Fillmore held seances in the East Room of the White House not frequently, but often enough for the furniture to remember. Once a month, during a full moon, he'd have the curtains drawn, the lights dimmed, and a small circle of chairs arranged. The guest list remained secret, but attendees included at least one spiritualist, a former opera singer, and a man who claimed to have touched lightning. Fillmore never confirmed what was discussed. When pressed, he said, "What is asked in darkness must answer to silence." He had an obsession with firewood, not just gathering it, arranging it. He would stack logs by scent, grain pattern, and temperature. Once spent an entire evening rearranging the East Room's fireplace woodpile into a spiral, then lit only the center. He sat before it for hours, unmoving. A staff member found him at dawn, still seated, eyes fixed on the smoldering ash. "That was the most honest conversation I've had in months," he said. Fillmore collected spoons, dozens of them, different shapes, sizes, materials: wood, silver, bone, horn. He kept them in a case with velvet lining and tiny labels, for bitter news, for sweet lies, for broth without origin. He believed the utensil used to deliver a taste altered its moral tone. "A lie from silver tastes like heritage," he once muttered while stirring sugar into tea. He avoided clocks, would not keep them in his bedroom, called ticking the sound of regret, pretending to be useful. Instead, he marked time by watching how the shadows shifted on the wallpaper. His study had no curtains, just slivers of light and the steady arc of solar certainty. He was deeply particular about reading, only read books while standing, never in a chair, never in bed. Sitting weakens the spine of comprehension, he insisted. He read aloud, even when alone, and often corrected punctuation in real time. His marginal notes, still preserved in some editions, are written in faded ink and include phrases like, "This comma is cowardly," and "This sentence apologizes too much." He used umbrellas indoors, not when it rained, just because. Once opened one in the Blue Room and stood under it for half an hour without moving. When a guest asked if he was avoiding something, Fillmore answered, "Possibility," then closed the umbrella and left. He refused to wear matching socks, called symmetry. A trap of mirrors. Each morning he'd select 2 socks with deliberate mismatch, one thick, one thin, one blue, one burgundy. He believed the imbalance helped keep the mind limber. On several occasions, foreign dignitaries asked if it was a political statement. Fillmore would smile and say, "It's a conversation starter with the self." He believed handwriting was a form of confession. He altered his penmanship weekly to stay ahead of recognition, sometimes slanted, sometimes blocky, sometimes looping like a sea captain with secrets. His diaries from the same month can appear to have been written by 5 different people, perhaps intentionally. Fillmore didn't trust reflections in still water, said they showed the version that waits. He wouldn't drink from a cup he could see his own face in. Staff were instructed to serve him in opaque mugs or ceramic bowls. If a glass accidentally reflected too clearly, he would turn it over, pour the contents into a different vessel, and whisper something under his breath, possibly an apology. He would randomly recite census data, not just numbers, names, ages, occupations, in the middle of meetings, while walking, even once during a formal dinner. Miles Trenton, 34, Cooper, Ohio. No one knew who Miles was. Fillmore never explained. He said he liked knowing who's still accounted for. He once claimed to hear echoes from the Library of Congress in his dreams. Pages turning backward, he said. But not to repeat, just to hide. He visited the library often, wandering the aisles without selecting a book. Sometimes he'd pull a volume, open to the middle, nod, and return it. The librarian learned not to ask questions. He owned a drawer of candle stubs some only an inch tall, refused to throw them away. Called them witnesses. He believed each candle burned a piece of something forgotten, and the stub was the only surviving evidence. He had over 80, all labeled, none lit twice. He once spent a full day writing the same sentence on slips of paper and hiding them in different rooms. You are being watched kindly. When a maid discovered one under a stair rug, she thought it was a prank. When she found a second behind the soap in the guest washroom, she quit. No one else reported finding any more, but it's believed several remain hidden within the White House walls. Fillmore died quietly. No dramatic illness, no final proclamation. Just a slow exhale and a room that never quite warmed up again. His red cravat was tied, as always. His candle drawer was full. Millard Fillmore may be remembered for the gaps in his legacy, but he lived in the quiet architecture of unexplainable habits. A man who measured truth in teaspoons, hosted shadows for company, and believed that dreams were messages wrapped in someone else's voice. And if you think that's strange, wait until the next president spends entire nights rearranging fruit bowls, refuses to speak to left-handed people after dusk, and insists that handwriting reveals whether or not you've stolen from a church. Franklin Pierce. Franklin Pierce never trusted fruit bowls. It wasn't the fruit liked pears, tolerated apples, loathed grapes, but the bowl itself. Something about the collective display of nature pretending to behave unnerved him. Each night before retiring, he would wander through the house and rearrange every fruit bowl he could find. Shift a banana. Hide a plum beneath a napkin. Turn an orange upside down. Staged abundance, he called it, is a temptation to ghosts. Whether he believed the ghosts would eat the fruit or critique its presentation was never clarified. He had a specific disdain for left-handed people. Not publicly, not aggressively, just after dusk. If he found out someone was left-handed during daytime hours, he'd offer a polite nod and move on. But if the fact came to light after sunset, he would stop speaking to them entirely. Once, at a dinner party, a woman reached for her wine glass with her left hand. Pierce stood up, turned his back to her, and calmly discussed the weather for the remainder of the evening, as though she no longer existed. He believed handwriting revealed theft, not crime in general, specifically theft, and only if the person had ever stolen from a church. He claimed the G in forgiveness was the key. If someone looped it too wide or left it open, they'd taken something sacred. At least 2 of his staff were quietly dismissed after Pierce spotted their handwriting on a birthday card. He talked to his own shadow, often, and not figuratively. On moonlit nights, he'd walk the veranda and whisper to the dark outline following him. Sometimes he nodded in response. Sometimes he laughed quietly, as if hearing a private joke. Once, he stopped mid-stride and said, very clearly, "Then you go to the meeting tomorrow." Pierce didn't like sitting in chairs that had just been vacated, believed they held the heat of unresolved thoughts. If someone stood up and offered him their seat, he would decline, then move the chair slightly to the left before sitting in a different one. No one should inherit momentum, he explained. He wore gloves during rainstorms, not to protect his hands, but to hide the doubt. Leather gloves, even in July. He said raindrops exposed hesitation in the joints, and he didn't want strangers reading his fingers like an anxious book. He once spent 2 weeks eating only soft-boiled eggs and white toast because he believed colors interfere with judgment. He arranged the yolks in a perfect triangle on his plate before breaking them. He never salted them, said seasoning turned truth into memory. This dietary experiment ended when he fainted in a hallway and claimed, upon waking, that the number 4 had been staring at him too long. Pierce had a collection of buttons, not attached to clothing, just the buttons themselves. Dozens of them, arranged in a drawer lined with green felt. He categorized them by sound, not shape or material. Sound. He'd drop each one onto a wooden table and listen. This one confesses, he once said. This one apologizes. This one lies badly. He only used buttons that didn't know they were being watched. He claimed the color maroon made people forget their own names. As a result, he banned it from his wardrobe, his home, and the White House itself during his time there. When presented with a maroon carpet sample for the East Room, he reportedly stared at it for 20 seconds before saying, "That's a trap laid in wool." He never fully trusted staircases, felt they made promises they couldn't keep. He preferred ramps or even ladders when available. Once, during a state visit to Boston, he asked to enter a building through a delivery chute rather than use a spiral staircase. When the host asked why, he simply responded, "That staircase knows what I did." He didn't carry a watch, not because he distrusted time. He just didn't like its tone. Said the tick was too smug. Instead, he timed his days by how many times he had to clear his throat, which he believed was an internal chronometer. According to his journal, 3 throat clears marked a perfect afternoon. 5 meant something had gone wrong. He believed umbrellas had moods, kept 8 in a closet, and consulted them before stepping out. Sometimes, he'd hold one open inside just to listen to its silence. Once, when an aide opened the wrong umbrella for him, Pierce stared at it, closed it slowly, and said, "That one remembers being ignored." He would not read books with animals on the cover. "They ask questions I don't want to answer," he once said. His personal library was extensive rows of volumes, all bound in leather, many with their titles removed or replaced by paper strips bearing cryptic labels like, "For When the Floor Moves," "Only Read During Fog," or "This One Bit Back." Pierce wrote his own eulogies, not Anderson's. He kept them folded in envelopes, labeled with dates, moods, and potential causes of death. One was titled, "After the Bell Tolls, but Before the Shoes Are Removed." Another simply read, "For When the Air Refuses Me." He insisted no one read them while he was alive. Premature grieving invites sloppy ghosts, he warned. He died quietly, alone in a house filled with paper and silence. At the time of his death, his hands were stained with ink, his window was open to a rainless sky, and one of his old umbrellas lay unfolded across a chair waiting, perhaps, for someone to ask the wrong question. Franklin Pierce lived like a man who expected everything to whisper back. A man who distrusted color, mourned chairs, listened to buttons, and kept his back turned to left-handed guests. He walked softly, but always with suspicion, as though the floorboards knew something he didn't. And if you think that's unsettling, wait until the next president hires a barber to trim his hair at the stroke of midnight, hoards unlit candles in alphabetical order, and insists that horses know when someone is lying but only in the snow. James Buchanan. James Buchanan hired a barber who only trimmed his hair at midnight. Not noon, not dusk, midnight. He claimed the hour held a kind of neutrality, neither yesterday nor today, a liminal time where appearances could be adjusted without consequence. The barber, a silent man named Eli, was given a key to the back entrance of Buchanan's residence and instructed to arrive without being seen. Every second Tuesday, Eli would quietly ascend to Buchanan's chambers, unfold a canvas stool, and trim precisely half an inch from Buchanan's hair. No conversation, no deviation. When once asked about the ritual, Buchanan merely said, "The hour mustn't know it's being used." He hoarded candles, unlit ones, sorted in alphabetical order by brand name, wax origin, and emotional temperature. His staff discovered drawers filled with white paraffin cylinders labeled apprehension, second wind, deferred apology. He refused to light any of them, claimed they were better preserved in potential. One particularly large candle was labeled for when clarity is unbearable and kept behind a false panel in his study. No one ever saw it used. Buchanan insisted that horses could detect lies, but only in the snow. "They hear it differently when the ground is muffled," he explained once to a bewildered military aide. He often took solitary rides during light flurries, observing his horse's ears, adjusting his questions mid-sentence to see which phrases made the animal twitch. He kept a notebook titled Equestrian Veracity, filled with entries like, "Horse flinched when I mentioned sincerity, possible falsehood nearby." He owned 67 walking sticks, but only ever used one. The rest were arranged on the wall like a council. He called them his reserve judgments. Each stick had a name: the Waiter, Penance, Echo, Aunt May, though no one knows who Aunt May was. When particularly troubled, Buchanan would remove one and hold it across his knees while sitting, not to walk with, just to think near. He believed colors had moral agendas. Red was manipulative, blue complacent, green overconfident. He preferred beige, gray, and cream tones he referred to as honest neutrals. He refused to enter any room with violet wallpaper. When gifted a purple waistcoat by a foreign dignitary, he buried it in the yard at night, then salted the soil. "Some kindnesses come with teeth," he explained. He communicated with his reflection using prearranged glances. A tilt of the head to the right meant, "Are you still there?" A squint with a downward jaw meant, "Tell me if I've gone too far." Every mirror in his home was slightly tilted, never head-on. Direct reflection, he believed, encouraged duplicity. "No truth speaks directly," he once said, "only indirectly, and with shadows to guide it." He wore boots a size too small, deliberately. Said the pressure reminded him not to get comfortable. When asked if that wasn't painful, he replied, "Discomfort is how I know the day is mine." On long days, staff noted he would occasionally pause and whisper down to his shoes, "Still with me?" He rarely waited for an answer. His diet was plain, but consumed with intense ritual. Each meal began with the sound of 3 deliberate knocks on the table performed by Buchanan himself, meant to call the meal into honesty. He refused to eat food that was overly symmetrical. Pancakes were torn before buttering. Pies were sliced unevenly. Sandwiches were compressed deliberately off-center. He had a phobia of locks. Not of being locked in, but of the locks themselves, mechanisms holding too much power in too little space. He never locked his study, his bedroom, or his desk drawers. When asked if he feared intruders, he replied, "Better a thief I can see than a secret I can't open." He did, however, keep one locked box, a tin case under his bed, labeled Unspokens. No one ever saw inside. Buchanan kept a glass marble in his pocket at all times. Not for luck, not for games. He called it perspective. When feeling anxious, he'd take it out and hold it to the light. "The world shrinks when it's curved," he'd murmur. The marble was green with a swirling streak of blue. He claimed it once changed color during an eclipse. No one could confirm. He wrote letters to himself under assumed names. Dozens. Each from a different personality. The watchman, motherly skeptic, the one who never blinks. He kept these letters in a sealed folio marked, "For when I stop recognizing myself." Some of them contained apologies, some were warnings. One simply read, "Don't wear the gray coat again. You remember why." He believed shadows could follow people into photographs, never smiled in them, rarely sat for portraits. When he did, he asked for the light to be slightly wrong-angled, off-center, so the shadows have no confidence. His official portrait required 4 sessions because he kept flinching at the moment the artist looked him directly in the eyes. "You can paint me," he said, "but don't try to see me." At night, he walked the halls with a candle not lit, just held. The ritual, he said, was not about light but the idea of it. He wore a nightshirt embroidered with a stitched Ouroboros on the sleeve, the symbol of a snake eating its own tail. His explanation: "We're never really rid of ourselves, only better at disguising the repetition." He died in 1868, reportedly while sitting upright, fully dressed, boots tight, mirror angled away from him. On his bedside table were 5 unopened letters addressed to his pseudonyms, and a fresh candle that had never been lit. The glass marble was missing from his pocket. James Buchanan walked like a man afraid to leave footprints. He spoke as if the words had already been heard elsewhere, and acted with the precision of someone who'd once been warned what might happen if he got too close to understanding himself. And if you think a man who buried waistcoats, whispered to marbles, and distrusted symmetry as peculiar, just wait until the next president installs secret passageways, counts backward to clear his conscience, and believes the wind carries opinions if you listen to it while shaving. Abraham Lincoln. Abraham Lincoln had a habit of counting backward to clear his conscience. Not out loud, just under his breath, lips moving like a reverse metronome ticking its way back toward silence. He believed guilt was a fog that gathered on the front of the mind, and the only way to lift it was to walk backward through your own thinking. "Start from 10, he once told a colleague. "And when you hit one, ask the question again. If it still stings, it's not over." He installed secret passageways in the White House not for escape, not for defense, but for pacing. Tight, narrow spaces between walls, barely wide enough to walk through. He called them reflection corridors. Servants reported hearing footsteps late at night, the soft creak of worn floorboards, the rhythmic murmur of unfinished speeches. He sometimes emerged with notes scrawled on napkins, shirt cuffs, or onto a bedsheet, torn into strips. "The walls have better ears," he claimed. "They don't interrupt." He believed the wind had opinions, particularly early morning wind. "It speaks best before breakfast," he said. He would open windows at dawn, even in winter, and sit in a high-backed chair with his eyes closed, listening. When asked what he heard, he replied, "Mostly criticism, occasionally a hymn." He never explained what the wind had to say about policy, only that it didn't care for theater, which is ironic, considering how much theater framed his life, especially the end of it. But long before that, Lincoln carried an old pocket knife dull enough to be harmless. He didn't use it for cutting. He used it for tracing lines on wooden desks, windowsills, railings. He called it the rehearsal blade, said it helped him sketch out thoughts that didn't want to be written. In the right light, visitors could see faint outlines in the windowsill of his study. A tree, a horse, a face with too many eyes. He rarely slept well. Dreams came sharp and loud. He kept a log of the ones that startled him. One recurring image, a train with no engine, speeding downhill into fog. Another, a bird trapped in a watchtower, pecking at the bell to be heard. He once dreamt his own funeral. Twice, actually. In the second version, no one attended. He shaved every other day, with the same blade, the same mirror, the same silence. He claimed the act required listening. "The face tells you if it wants to be left alone," he told a barber once. "If not, you proceed respectfully." He kept a bar of soap labeled "for speaking days." It was only used when he had something difficult to say. He wore one particular pair of boots on the days he expected bad news. Scuffed, creased at the heel, soles beginning to split. They made his walk sound hesitant. He believed the boots warned others not to bring trivialities. No one wants to interrupt a man who already sounds like he's retreating. He had a superstition about candles. Would not light the last candle in a box. Said it held the burden of the others. Called it the anchor flame. He'd keep those final stubs in a drawer labeled restraint. Over the years, the drawer became heavy with tiny candles that had never been allowed to fulfill their purpose. Lincoln had long fingers and longer silences. He could go full minutes without speaking in conversation, simply watching the other person. Not judging, just waiting. He said words were like hammers. You only swing when you're sure, and never to pass the time. He wrote in the margins of books he didn't finish. Not because he disagreed, because he lost interest. He'd scribble thoughts like, "Where did your urgency go?" Or, still too polite for the truth. One book had only a single note halfway through chapter 3. Everyone in this story is pretending not to hear the screams. He kept his hat on a wooden bust. Not of a president, not of a general, of a farmer. Cracked, featureless, carved from walnut. Lincoln never named it, but referred to it as the witness. Sometimes he'd place papers under the hat instead of in drawers. Safer under silence, he'd murmur. He believed certain thoughts needed to be written in pencil. Ink, he said, was too confident. Pencil admitted uncertainty. Most of his most serious ideations that never made it to speeches or letters lived in lead. He'd keep a small tin of pencil stubs in his desk drawer, labeled unfinished business. Many were sharpened so thin they resembled splinters more than tools. He distrusted mirrors at night, covered them with black cloth, said reflection was a daytime agreement. At night, it shows the version you almost became. Once, he forgot to cover the mirror in his dressing room and spent the next morning in near silence. Finally, when asked what was wrong, he said he was smiling too early. Lincoln also had an odd attachment to certain sounds. The creak of stairs, the soft crackle of fire before it catches, the click of a pocket watch just before it winds down. Those are the honest sounds, he said. Everything else is just conversation trying not to die. He rarely looked people directly in the eye when delivering bad news, not out of shame but respect. Eye contact is for invitation, he once explained. Tragedy doesn't require RSVP. When he died, when that terrible stage curtain fell, there was, reportedly, a half-folded note in his pocket. It read, "We are still listening. No one knows what it referred to, or who it was meant for." But Abraham Lincoln lived like a man chasing echoes. He walked beside silence, wore sleep-like armor, and looked at the world as if it were always just waking up from something it didn't want to remember. And if you think a man who listened to the wind's reviews and refused to light the last candle is unusual, just wait until the next president begins each morning with a whisper to his breakfast, believes windows steal warmth from the soul, and insists on writing poems only during thunderstorms. Andrew Johnson. Andrew Johnson began each morning by whispering to his breakfast. Not a prayer, not gratitude, just a soft-spoken sentence addressed to whatever food sat in front of him. "You're the first to witness me today," he once told a hard-boiled egg. "Don't tell the others." He claimed it helped ground the appetite in civility. Some believed it was a leftover habit from childhood. Others suspected it was a testo, see if the meal would answer back. He didn't eat if it looked too perfect. A flawless apple was placed in his hand once, polished to a gleam, the color of theater lighting. He stared at it for a long moment, then rolled it down the hallway like a marble, and asked for a bruised pear instead. "I don't trust anything that doesn't flinch," he muttered. Johnson believed windows stole warmth from the soul. He refused to sit near them during meals or while reading, not just open window-saney glass portal to the outside world. "They are the eyes of the building," he said, "and they blink backwards." In his private study, all windows were covered with heavy velvet drapes, the edges pinned shut with small brass clips. He removed them only during thunderstorms, claiming the curtains became too ambitious when ignored for too long. He wore his boots 2 hours longer than necessary each night. After the rest of his clothes were hung or folded, the boots stayed on. "You're not done until your feet agree," he once explained. On restless evenings, he'd march slowly across the room, boots thudding on wooden floorboards, muttering to himself in partial phrases. "It's not that they lie," he'd say to the dark. "It's that they remember things you'd rather they didn't." He hated being measured, not metaphorically, literally. Tailors, physicians, even barbers were warned never to use tape measures or rulers on him directly. "I'm not a thing to be summed," he once snapped. Instead, he estimated all his sizes by feel and adjusted clothing through repeated wear. His jackets had uneven sleeves, his collars slightly misaligned. He called them faith-based fits. He believed poems should only be written during thunderstorms. Never in sunlight, never in calm. Only lightning knows what not to say, he insisted. His personal journal, bound in cracked green leather, contains over 150 short verses, all labeled by the storm that birthed them. Gale over Capitol, the 3rd of March, thunder near Widow's Elm. Rain with hesitation. Most are short, moody fragments. One reads, "Chimney breathes, like it remembers, who used to light the fire." Johnson didn't sign his name the same way twice. Each signature was slightly different, sometimes larger, sometimes barely legible. A loop missing here, a flourish reversed there. He considered it a form of spiritual camouflage. "No paper should be certain it knows me," he said. "Certainty is where suspicion begins." He kept a bowl of coins on his nightstand, not for saving, for sorting. Each evening, he would arrange the coins by tarnish, size, and sound. He'd flick each one and listen closely, nodding or frowning. Sometimes he'd keep a few in his pocket the next day, referring to them as the agreeable ones. He refused to spend them. Claimed, "Cooperation is earned, not spent." He distrusted clocks that chimed. "Time should not introduce itself," he said. He preferred silent timepieces, or none at all. In his sitting room stood a grandfather clock that had never been wound. It was always set to 11:47. When asked why, he responded, "That was when the house stopped listening." He avoided reading aloud. Even when alone, he believed that words changed when spoken. "The page is honest," he said. "The mouth has dreams." Occasionally, though, servants would hear him reciting something in a low whisper, never more than a few words, always repeated 3 times, like a charm or curse. One phrase that came up often was, "Say it quiet," or "not at all." He once asked for a chair to be remade because it learned his posture too well. The carpenter, baffled, replaced the backrest with firmer wood. Johnson sat in it once, then said, "Better, it doesn't like me yet." Over time, he rotated through dozens of chairs, insisting that furniture should challenge you, not accommodate you. He had a ritual with matches. Each night, he struck one knot to light anything, just to watch it burn. He held it until the flame reached the tip of his fingers, then dropped it into a brass bowl. He called it consulting the spark. If it flickered left, he took it as approval. If right, hesitation. Straight upward meant the day was forgiven. He collected broken pens, not malfunctioning broken. Nibs snapped, barrels cracked, ink spilled dry. He kept them in a cigar box labeled Retired Voices. He claimed each had written something it shouldn't have, and thus earned silence. The box was kept under his bed. When he traveled, it traveled with him. He disliked being touched unexpectedly. A hand on the shoulder could send him recoiling. He claimed his skin memorized accidents. Once, When bumped into at a banquet, he stared at the person for a full 10 seconds before saying, "You've introduced yourself without words. I'll remember that." Johnson didn't trust applause. "It's too immediate," he said. Truth requires a pause. After speeches, he would leave the room before clapping began, often ducking through side doors or slipping into hallways. One aide said, "He exited like someone being followed by music he didn't request." He passed away quietly. No final words, no dramatic exit, just a room with closed curtains, a pocket full of agreeable coins, and a fresh match burned to the edge on the nightstand. The only light came from a candle he never admitted to lighting. Andrew Johnson lived like a man, convinced the world was slightly out of tune and maybe trying to trap him into singing along. He whispered to his food, feared perfect reflections, sorted coins by personality, and let thunderstorms decide when it was time to speak. And if you think a man who questioned the ethics of furniture and refused to sit near confident windows is strange, just wait until the next president sketches blueprints for invisible elevators, communicates with birds through mirrored glass, and believes his hat carries dreams he hasn't had yet. Ulysses S. Grant. Ulysses S. Grant carried in his coat pocket a small, folded blueprint of an elevator that didn't exist. No one had ever seen it built. It had no shafts, no pulleys, no engines, just sketched outlines of doors opening into thin air and a notation at the bottom that read, "For vertical transitions between moments, not floors." He claimed it came to him in a dream, and though he never showed the full design to anyone, he always said it was for later. When pressed on what later meant, he would blink twice and say, "When the hallway shortens itself." He didn't speak to birds directly, but he communicated with them through mirrored glass. In his study, 2 windows were fitted with mirrored panicin, the inside only. He'd sit silently, tapping the surface with his fingers in slow, deliberate patterns, while sparrows and starlings perched on the opposite sill. Staff joked that he was teaching them Morse code. Grant never confirmed or denied this. One morning, a visiting friend asked what he was doing. Grant looked up, pointed to the nearest robin, and said, "That one owes me an answer." He believed his hat collected dreams. Not ones he had already, but ones that hadn't arrived yet. He rotated 3 different hats throughout the week, keeping the heaviest one for Saturdays. When asked what heavy meant, he said, "Weight of silence, mostly." Every so often, he'd lift the hat off his head slowly, stare inside for a moment, and nod. He kept them lined with dark silk and refused to hang them on hooks. "Dreams resent being suspended," he muttered. His writing desk had exactly 7 drawers, but he only used 6. The 7th upper left, always locked, was reserved for thoughts that showed up uninvited. He placed slips of paper in it with phrases like, "The room didn't forget me today," and "The mirror refused to admit its twin." He never read them twice. He considered rereading a dangerous echo. Grant distrusted stairs, claimed they made people perform ascent too dramatically. He preferred ramps or long, slow hallways. He once redesigned the back entrance of a private residence to include an incline instead of steps. "Climbing is honest," he said, "but it's also theatrical. I prefer honesty without the spotlight." He didn't like being seen from behind. In formal dinners, he always took the seat with its back to the wall. Not for safety, for clarity. He called the back of the head a private hemisphere. Once, when someone snapped a candid photo of him from behind, he asked them to burn the print. "There are things the spine doesn't want published," he explained. He refused to eat food that had been whistled near. Seriously, if someone in the kitchen whistled while preparing the meal, Grant would send it back. "Melody steals flavor," he insisted. One time, a pie was returned 3 times before a new chef learned to work in complete silence. Grant took the first bite and whispered, "Finally, something with secrets." He owned a grandfather clock that never told the time. Its hands were removed, its chime disabled. Instead, inside the case, he placed a single feather. Each month, he replaced the feather with a new one, keeping the old in labeled envelopes with dates and notes like "too early for grief" or "kept quiet through the argument." No one knew where the feathers came from. Some suspected the birds from the mirrored window. He never wore gloves when shaking hands. Said it hid the temperature of intention. He preferred cold palms, considered them evidence of restraint. When someone gripped too tightly, he would let his hand go limp. "Pressure without permission is confession," he once said, without further context. He didn't like naming objects. He believed names limited things. His horse was not called anything, just horse. His favorite armchair? That chair. When guests would ask, "Which chair do you mean?" he would say, "The one that expects me." Once, someone gifted him a pen with his name engraved on it. He never used it, placed it in the 7th drawer, locked it, never mentioned it again. He wore his boots in the bath once, just once. No one knows why. A servant found them drying on the porch the next morning, still damp, still laced. Grant left a note on the door that read, "Some steps are internal." He had a strange superstition involving ink. He would only write with pens that had been left uncapped for exactly 6 minutes before use. Said it, "Let the ink breathe." He believed bottled ink was too arrogant, too eager to impress. "Let it forget its ink," he muttered one evening while drafting a letter he never sent. Every time it rained, he wrote a 4-line poem and buried it in the ground. Not deep, just beneath the surface. One aide followed him and dug one up. It read, "The house paused. The window blinked. I stayed. You didn't." The aide said nothing and never followed him again. Grant distrusted mirrors that didn't fog. He said a mirror that remains clear during breath has chosen a side. His private quarters had no mirrors at all, only tin panels polished to a blur. If he needed to check his appearance, he used the back of a silver spoon. "Reflection without loyalty," he called it. He died with a pen in his hand, not writing, just holding it. The clock with the feather stood quiet. His hat rested on the desk, still unturned. The 7th drawer was locked, as always. When they finally opened it, they found a single sentence on a torn envelope. "Let the silence keep this one. Ulysses S. Grant lived like a man borrowing time from himself. He mapped corridors no one else could see, spoke to birds through reflections, counted on feathers to tell him when to feel. And if that seems strange, wait until the next president hears voices in wallpaper patterns, writes letters to his own footsteps, and carries a compass he never lets point north." Rutherford B. Hayes. Rutherford B. Hayes once claimed that wallpaper could speak, not in words, exactly more like murmurs hidden inside the patterns. Florals muttered apologies. Geometric prints whispered judgments. Stripes? Stripes scolded. Hayes avoided rooms with striped wallpaper entirely. His personal chambers were papered with blank Ivorino pattern, no texture, just silence. "It's not about hearing voices," he explained. "It's about knowing when the room's trying to tell you something." He once refused to stay in a guest house because the wallpaper looked disappointed. Not frightening, not hostile, just disappointed. As if the walls had higher expectations and were quietly letting him know he had failed them. He slept outside that night under a tree, using a jacket as a pillow. In the morning, he apologized to the porch. He believed his footsteps had opinions. Not Memory's opinions. Each one recorded its own assessment of the ground it met. He wrote letters to them. Actual letters. Addressed, "To my left foot, crossing the library floor," or "To that hesitant heel step near the east window." The letters were short, philosophical, and often conflicted. One read, "I meant that step to be firmer. You interpreted it as doubt. Forgive the ambiguity." He burned them after writing. He carried a compass at all times, but never let it point north. The needle was pinned with a tiny weight, just heavy enough to drag the orientation off by a few degrees. True north is too confident, he explained. I prefer the kind of direction that doubts itself. Once, during a foggy morning stroll, he stopped mid-step, stared at the compass, and turned precisely 147 degrees to his right. Let's not go where I expect myself to go, he said, then vanished into the mist. He had a small wooden drawer labeled Echoes with Shoes. Inside were hundreds of tiny slips of paper, each recording a shoe he'd worn, the date, the location, and one adjective-sharp, apologetic, inconclusive. He believed shoes absorbed mood. He rotated them carefully, never wearing the same pair more than twice a week. On Tuesdays, he wore shoes he claimed had never lied to him. On Sundays, he preferred barefoot walks in unfamiliar hallways. He believed dreams that featured staircases were warnings, specifically spiral staircases, said they indicated circular regret. You climb but never rise, he wrote once in a personal journal, next to a rough sketch of a staircase spiraling down into a mouth. Whenever he dreamed of stairs, he spent the following morning sitting at his desk, unmoving, with a single unlit candle in front of him. He called it penance without flame. He kept a clock with no hands on his bedside table, a smooth glass face with no movement, no ticking, no direction. He said it was the most honest timekeeper he owned. When asked how he knew what time it was, he replied, I don't, and I'd like to keep it that way. Hayes had a strange habit of humming to bread, only when it was fresh, only when it was still warm. Low, droning tones, like a lullaby without rhythm. One dinner guest witnessed it once and described it as gentle but unsettling, like watching a librarian sing to a gravestone. Hayes explained it as respecting the warmth before it's forgotten. He avoided handshakes if the other person had recently touched paper. He claimed parchment left a residue of intention. If he had to shake hands after someone read a letter or held a newspaper, he would quietly touch the side of his coat 3 times with his left thumb. It clears the impression, he muttered once. He disliked framed portraits, especially his own. He allowed them, but never looked directly at them. Frozen faces make demands, he explained. And I'm not always in a giving mood. He preferred silhouettes flat, black, detailless. They remember you, but not too clearly. His favorite pen had no ink, a silver-tipped thing he used for writing invisible letters on black paper. He called it the voice that doesn't burden the page. Occasionally, a visitor would see him scribbling furiously into a book of blank pages, whispering as he went. When asked if he'd lost his mind, he replied, I'm trying to keep it from wandering. He had a box labeled Partial Thoughts. Inside were torn journal pages, half-sentences, scribbled metaphors like, the door that closes inward still opens outward, and even ghosts pause at polite conversation. He claimed he would finish them someday. He never did. Hayes was obsessed with symmetry, but only broken symmetry. He'd arrange chairs slightly off-center, tilt paintings by 1 degree, fold napkins so that one corner stuck out just a little. Perfect symmetry invites arrogance, he said. Flaws keep the ego in check. He wore a watch he never wound. It had long since stopped working, stuck forever at 9:36. He said that moment had been sufficient. Once, when a visitor asked the time, he held out the dead watch and said, this moment again, apparently. He had a secret room, or at least he believed he did. In his house, behind the library, was a small space no larger than a broom closet. He never used it for storage. Just visited occasionally, stood inside for a few minutes, then exited without comment. He called it the room that forgot itself. Once, a housemaid cleaned it by mistake. Hayes spent the next hour inside, apologizing to the air. He believed water tasted different depending on what direction it was poured, north to south, clean and certain, east to west, hesitant, south to north, like questions wearing socks. He arranged pitchers accordingly. No one ever noticed except for the one time someone poured backward. and Hayes silently refused to drink anything for the rest of the meal. When he died, there was no letter, no speech, no grand final moment. Just a cold compass in his pocket, turned slightly away from north, and a torn slip of paper in his coat. I nearly went where I meant to, but then I remembered the wallpaper. Rutherford B. Hayes moved through the world like a man trying to stay out of its line of sight. He conversed with footsteps, let bread know it was appreciated, and judged time by how gently it forgot to pass. And if you think a man who refused symmetrical napkins and courted the opinions of wallpaper was strange, just wait until the next president keeps a collection of unasked questions under his bed, writes in a language he insists was taught by Fogg, and refuses to sleep in any room with closed doors. James A. Garfield. James A. Garfield kept a collection of unasked questions under his bed, not rhetorical ones, literal, physical questions written on scraps of paper, torn corners of maps, the backs of receipts, each one written in neat looping script, and always beginning with the phrase, "Why haven't we asked?" The rest varied wildly. Why haven't we asked what the moon remembers? Why haven't we asked if shadows dream? Why haven't we asked if silence is sometimes faking it? The questions were never answered. That wasn't the point. He called them promises we aren't ready to keep. He believed Fogg could teach, not metaphorically. He insisted that during one particularly long walk along the Ohio River, a dense sheet of fog had taught him a new language, a quiet, spiraling syntax that moved like breath before regret. He wrote in this language daily, symbols that looked like weather maps and curling smoke, scattered across old ledgers and envelope flaps. When asked what it meant, he smiled and said, "Mostly reassurance, occasionally instructions." Garfield did not sleep in rooms with closed doors, ever. He believed dreams needed an exit. If a door couldn't be cracked open just a few inches, just enough for the air to remember how to leave, he'd sleep elsewhere, even if it meant a hallway, a bench, once even the floor of the library. "Sealed rooms invite conclusions," he explained. "And I'm not done thinking." He was fascinated by dust, not cleanliness, just the existence of dust itself. He called it evidence of persistence. Once, while writing a speech, he stopped mid-sentence to observe a dust mote floating through a beam of light, then said aloud, "That's a paragraph waiting for a witness." He never finished the sentence. Garfield often wrote backward, not mirrored but in reverse order, starting from the last word and working his way to the beginning. He believed backward sentences revealed the real reasons. His journals are filled with these linguistic reversals. One entry, when flipped and rearranged, reads, "The future doesn't wait, it circles." He had a ritual with doorknobs. Every time he entered a room, he would pause and rotate the knob 3 times before opening. Said it was a way to remind the door it's not in charge. Once, during a state visit, he delayed a formal meeting for 15 minutes because the doorknob on the reception room refused to let go. No one questioned it. Garfield distrusted chairs with cushions. He said soft chairs encourage soft thoughts. His personal office had only one Seata, wooden stool with a cracked leg and uneven height. He would occasionally prop a book under it to balance things, but never replace the leg. "Wobble keeps me attentive," he explained. He spoke to shadows, not in passing, not jokingly, intentionally, with respect. He'd tilt his head slightly when entering dim rooms, as if listening. "They were here first," he once said. "They know what the light forgot." A guest once witnessed him nod to a shadow under a staircase and mutter, "Still holding the shape, I see." He refused to own matching socks. He said wearing identical patterns on both feet confused the rhythm of walking. Each morning, he'd select 2 socks with different textures, lengths, sometimes even color. She called it musical dissonance for the ankles. His valet once suggested buying matching sets just in case, Garfield responded by writing a short poem about symmetry as betrayal. He carried a tiny hourglass in his coat pocket. It was filled not with sand, but with black salt. No one knows where it came from. He'd flip it once each day, always at noon, and then ignore it entirely. "It measures what I don't say," he explained cryptically. Staff reported seeing him glance at it during tense moments, but he never acknowledged it otherwise. He never used bookmarks. Instead, he would tear off tiny bits of paper and write a single word from the page he had just read. Not the last word, not the most important one. Just a word that didn't want to be left alone. He placed these scraps on his desk, in windowsills, between pages of unrelated books. Over time, his house filled with forgotten vocabulary, tiny messages from unfinished thoughts. He distrusted applause. It reminded him of doors slamming. After speeches, he'd often leave through side exits or hallways, avoiding the crowd entirely. "Clapping has no memory," he once said. "It forgets who it's for the second it starts." Instead, he preferred the moment just before applause, the breath, the stillness, the uncertain space between reception and response. He named his coat pockets. Not metaphorically, actual names. "This is Ellis," he'd say, patting the left. "He holds the complicated stuff." The right pocket was Sam, more optimistic, but unreliable with coins. No one knows why he named them, or when it started. Once, during a walk, he turned sharply and said to no one in particular, "Sam dropped the note again." Garfield believed paper remembered. He would write on one side of a page only once. Never flipped it. Never reused scraps. He claimed that once a page had received words, it held on to their ghosts. "You can't speak twice in the same room and expect to be heard the same way," he explained. He kept hundreds of half-filled notebooks, each containing just one side of one story. He rarely looked directly at mirrors, said they demand answers without asking questions. When he had to shave, he used a tarnished tray. "Blurred truth is kinder," he said. Sometimes he'd speak to his own reflection, but only in the third person. "He's not ready yet," he murmured once, washing his face in silence. When he was choked and he lingered, in pain and half-light for a week, she refused to let the doctors close his bedroom door. "Let the night decide if I stay," he whispered. A nurse later claimed his final conscious moment was spent staring at a sunbeam that landed, just barely, on a scrap of paper by his bed. The paper said only, "Almost." James A. Garfield moved through the world like someone who'd been let in on a secret too early, and was trying very hard not to spoil it. He wrote in the direction time forgot, listened to Fogg's lessons, and trusted his own shadows more than applause. And if you think a man who refused symmetrical socks and named his coat pockets had a peculiar relationship with reality, just wait until the next president swears he once heard a mountain sigh, stores his secrets inside blank books, and insists his own reflection tried to wink at him out of sync. Chester A. Arthur. Chester A. Arthur swore sincerely, and without any trace of jest, that he once heard a mountain sigh. He was standing alone on the side of Mount Marcy in upstate New York, bundled in wool and solitude, when the wind paused and the ground beneath his feet seemed to exhale, not a gust, not an echo, a sigh. Deep, resigned, and vaguely maternal. He didn't speak of it for years. When he finally did, he said, "It didn't want to be noticed, but I did." From that moment on, Arthur began storing his secrets in blank books, entire shelves of them, spines untouched by titles, pages pristine, least to the eye. But between the covers were invisible writings. He used lemon juice, occasionally milk, to scrawl invisible ink across every third page. The titles of these books were not written but felt. One, he claimed, was called What the Sky Regrets. Another, Names I Almost Answered To. They sat unassumingly on his bookshelf, whispering nothing and everything. Arthur didn't trust ink that dried too fast. He said it rushed to judgment. His fountain pens were specially modified to flow slowly, deliberately. Sometimes he'd blow gently on a fresh page, not to dry it, but to stall it. Let the word second-guess itself, he'd say, fingers hovering above the next line. He owned 32 hand mirrors. Not for vanity, for surveillance. He believed reflections were not bound by time. Each mirror faced a different direction, in different rooms. He would walk past them slowly, never directly looking into one, just watching from the corner of his eye to see if the image hesitated. Once, in the west corridor, he stopped mid-step and turned away. That one blinked out of sync, he whispered, and covered it with a velvet cloth that was never removed again. Arthur had an odd philosophy about silence, that it came in flavors. Some silences were bitter with waiting, others sweet with relief. But his favorite kind of silence was the silence that's been told a secret and hasn't decided what to do with it yet. He kept rooms intentionally underfurnished to encourage this kind of silence. A chair, a clock without hands, a single shelf with nothing on it but a key that fit no known lock. He had the uncanny habit of rearranging furniture in the middle of conversations. You could be in the middle of a story about your dog, and Arthur would suddenly lift a chair, shift it 6 inches to the left, and resume nodding. Geometry affects honesty, he'd say. The wrong angle turns truth into performance. His handwriting changed depending on the time of day. Morning letters were tight, efficient, like someone walking briskly with a destination in mind. By afternoon, the loops widened, the spacing wobbled, fatigued by exposure, he said. But at night, his pen moved with a kind of nervous elegance, each word stretched like it was trying to avoid being overheard. Arthur believed coat buttons remembered pressure. He never wore the same coat 2 days in a row. Each one was given time to forget the previous day's weight. He also rotated which buttons he fastened. Top only. Middle only. None. All. The variation was crucial. Predictability, he said, is how they learn your secrets. He once claimed he could hear conversations between birds and statues. He insisted the statues never initiated. They're proud. But if a bird landed and sang just right, the statue would offer commentary. Not verbally. Not even telepathically. Just a shift in presence. A heavier shadow, a change in the temperature of nearby air. Some things speak through absence, Arthur said. He despised numbers with clean endings. If a speech was scheduled for 2 o'clock, he'd delay it to 2:03. If a telegram contained an even total, he'd request it be padded with a punctuation mark or an ellipsis. Endings should apologize for arriving, he muttered once, as he waited 3 minutes in complete stillness before entering a ballroom. He practiced what he called reverse anticipation. That is, he prepared for things not to happen. If he received an invitation, he'd dress as if declining. If he was told to expect a letter, he'd write one back preemptively, addressed to absence, C.O., wherever the answer went. He said this kept disappointment from feeling personal. He collected gloves, not to wear just to keep. Single gloves, mismatched pairs, tiny children's mittens, frayed leather work gloves. He stored them in boxes labeled missed connections and proof of touch. When asked about the habit, he responded, "Hands don't lie, but they do leave." He had a special set of spectacles he only wore in the dark. They had no lenses, just empty frames. They're for seeing what isn't asking to be seen, he explained. On moonless nights, he'd sit by the window, wearing them, not blinking. When asked what he was looking for, he said, "Confirmation." Arthur once commissioned a watch that ticked only when no one was listening. The craftsman failed spectacularly. Either the watch never ticked at all, or ticked too loudly. But Arthur kept it anyway, stored in a locked drawer with a handwritten note. try again when they forget they're being watched. He disliked goodbyes. Instead, he'd offer open-ended statements, until the weather changes, or if the door still remembers me. One aide noted that Arthur had a way of leaving that made you feel he hadn't entirely gone. When he died, he left no final words. Only a room rearranged with meticulous asymmetry, a mirror turned to face a blank wall, and a blank book on his nightstand with a single invisible message, revealed later in lemon juice. I heard it again. The mountain forgives us. Chester A. Arthur existed like a footnote in time that refused to admit it had a sentence. He trusted blank pages more than filled ones, gave names only to silences, and never quite looked at his own reflection head-on. And if you think a man who wrote in Fogg's dialect and wore glasses to see absence is unusual, just wait until the next president insists that furniture moves itself, insists keys only unlock intentions, and believes that time, when it's tired, starts walking backward. Grover Cleveland. Grover Cleveland swore that furniture moved itself. Chairs repositioned subtly overnight. Tables leaned half an inch to the east by morning. Cabinet doors closed just a little more tightly than the night before. He was convinced the house rearranged itself based on what it overheard. Walls listen, he once said, but chairs act. He tested this theory with meticulous dedication. Every night, before retiring, he marked the legs of his furniture with chalk-tiny lines drawn at the base of every table, desk, and wardrobe. Then he'd measure the distance from the marks to the wall. In the morning, he'd check. And, according to him, something always shifted. Just slightly. Never enough for a human hand to admit guilt. Something's adjusting to my doubt, he muttered one morning, after finding a side table 1 inch farther from the window. He began calling the parlor the compromise room. Cleveland believed that keys did not open locks, they unlocked intentions. The key, he argued, didn't matter unless the lock wanted to be opened. He kept dozens of keys in a velvet-lined box, each labeled not by the lock it fit, but by the emotion it represented. One was tagged contrition, another inquiry without expectation, a third, if you must. He never explained what any of them actually opened, just that a key's purpose is decided by the silence it interrupts. His pocket watch ticked backward, a deliberate design, crafted for him by a watchmaker in Philadelphia who never repeated the commission for anyone else. The hands spun counterclockwise, slowly reversing the perception of passing hours. Cleveland called it a rehearsal for regret. He claimed it helped him remember what he forgot to notice. If time's going to betray me, he said, I prefer it do so in reverse. He refused to sleep facing west. Something about the direction bothered him. Too much closure, too much dusk. All his beds were oriented north-south. If a room wasn't built that way, he wouldn't sleep in it. Once, while staying at a country estate, he insisted his bed be moved into a hallway. The room's facing a memory I don't trust, he said. The hosts didn't question him. They simply removed the paintings and left a candle burning. Cleveland had a collection of blank portraits, empty canvases in ornate frames, hung carefully along a private hallway he called the waiting gallery. Each was accompanied by a plaque, bearing names like the one who never answered, the third visitor, regret with gloves. When asked who they depicted, he simply replied, not yet. He had an aversion to whistling, not because of the pitch, because of the direction. He claimed that upward whistles attracted attention from above, while downward whistles made the floorboards nervous. He allowed humming. Humming was neutral, he said, like a handshake with no eye contact. He once hosted a dinner where each guest was served a completely different meal. No two plates matched, not in cuisine, size, or temperature. When asked for the reason, Cleveland explained, uniformity kills curiosity, and food should be a question. One guest received a single poached egg on a square of toast. Another, a bowl of figs soaked in tea. A third was given a plate with nothing but an artfully arranged lemon peel and 3 pine nuts. Everyone was too polite to complain. After dessert, which consisted solely of listening to a music box play in another room, Cleveland thanked them for entertaining the menu's mood. He believed the wind had a calendar, not a sense of time calendar. Specific gusts, he insisted, returned annually. On the 9th of April, he would stand by the east window of his study and wait for what he called the reminding draft. When it came, and it always came, he'd nod once and return to his seat. The only record of this ritual is a journal entry. It arrived 5 minutes early today. Something is forgetting. He refused to write with pencils, said they lacked commitment, but he kept a drawer full of theme, each carefully dulled, none ever sharpened. He called them hesitant thoughts. Some were tied with string in pairs, like dancing partners who never made it to the floor. Cleveland would never finish a book on its final page, always stopped 3 pages before the end, left the rest unread. Endings, he claimed, are often written by someone in a hurry. His library was filled with books, dog-eared at the third to last page. Once, someone dared to ask if he wasn't curious how the stories concluded. He smiled and said, "They never do. They just stop waiting for you." He distrusted rain that began at precisely the hour. Noon showers, midnight storms. Punctual weather, he said, is a warning. He believed real storms arrive distracted, the sky's attention wandering into honesty. Whenever a precisely timed storm hit, he would light a candle and face away from all windows until it passed. He kept a journal of missed conversations, not things he failed to say, things others should have said but didn't. Entire imaginary dialogues, recorded as though they happened. Labeled Tuesday, "You should have asked," or what the stranger at the post office could have admitted. The entries were hauntingly mundane. One read, "Stranger, I think the mail smells like sorrow today." "Me, yes. Some envelopes never meant to be sealed." He died, as many of them do, quietly. No fanfare, just a house with chalk marks near all the furniture, a backward ticking watch on the nightstand, and a key on his chest labeled "Suppose." Grover Cleveland lived like a man, attempting to tiptoe backward through his own narrative. He saw chairs as collaborators, clocks as confessions, and silence as something you had to earn. And if you think a man who fed guests symbolic menus and feared west-facing sleep is unusual, just wait until the next president refuses to acknowledge reflections after dusk, names thunderstorms like relatives, and swears he once received a letter written entirely in someone else's heartbeat. Benjamin Harrison. Benjamin Harrison refused to acknowledge reflections after dusk. Not because he was afraid of what he might see, but because he wasn't sure what might see him. The light changes its loyalties at sundown, he once told his valet while throwing a black cloth over his dressing mirror. From then on, all mirrors in his residence were shrouded in dark velvet by 5:42 p.m. Not a minute later. When traveling, he carried a pocket watch synchronized precisely to that moment's sunlight's betrayal, as he called it. He believed mirrors became doorways without manners after nightfall. Once, while staying at a countryside manor, a mirror above the fireplace cracked at precisely midnight, unprovoked. Harrison left immediately. "The wall looks surprised," he explained. "I don't stay where the architecture doesn't expect me." He named thunderstorms like relatives, carefully, affectionately, not by the day or the damage, but by mood. One particularly drawn-out downpour he referred to as Uncle Eli, still arguing about the census. Another, which rolled through just before dawn, was Margaret, after the engagement broke. He kept a leather-bound ledger titled Weather with Character, where he logged each storm's emotional impact. An entry from the 18th of June read, "Aunt Clara arrived again slightly more bitter, but still generous with the thunder." Harrison said thunderstorms were not just weather, but visitors. They arrived when something needed to be said and departed only after it had been heard. He'd sit by the window and listen not to the thunder, but to the space between the lightning and the rumble. That pause, he said once, is when they decide whether we're worth startling. He once claimed he received a letter written entirely in someone else's heartbeat. No ink, no pen, no handwriting, just a pulse, rendered in delicate waves on pale paper. The envelope arrived without a return address, sealed with a single hair-gray, human, and unmistakably deliberate. Harrison kept it inside a locked drawer, which he referred to as the Whisper Archive. When asked what it said, he replied, "Everything you wouldn't dare say aloud, delivered in tempo." He distrusted locked doors, not for their barrier, but for their arrogance. A door that has to insist on its own importance is a door I can't respect. Instead, he favored doors that opened with pressure, persuasion, or even luck. In his home, one particular door to the library opened only when tapped twice and leaned into slightly. He called it the skeptical door. If someone forced it open, he'd quietly refuse to enter after them. He carried a single ivory dice in his coat pocket, not for gambling, just for decision-making. Whenever confronted with an either-or, a this or that, a which way or who's right, he'd hold the die, close his eyes, and wait. If it felt warm, he said yes. If cold, no. If it shifted even slightly in his hand, ask again, he'd mutter. The question isn't finished with me. Harrison believed some objects could sigh. Books, curtains, the backs of picture frames. He claimed that silence wasn't actually empty, it was simply filled with small, exhausted exhalations from things that had seen too much. His office contained an old piano he never played, but insisted was still releasing disappointment from the previous owner. He had a superstition about odd numbers, not fear, just suspicion. He said odd numbers were trying too hard to be individual. He liked 2S and 6S, avoided 3S and 9S. Once, he was served 9 oysters at dinner. He quietly returned one to the sea. I won't offend the pattern, he said. He took baths in absolute darkness. The tub sat beneath a skylight, but the windows were always shuttered. No candles, no light, just water and shadow. So the body can forget it's expected to be anything, he explained. During these baths, he'd occasionally speak not to himself, but to the water's memory. A maid once heard him murmur, "That promise wasn't mine, but I carried it anyway." Harrison never tore paper. If he had to discard something, he'd fold it delicately, precisely, as if tucking it into an invisible envelope and then burn it. Paper deserves closure, he once said, watching a folded page blacken over a candle flame. His wastebasket remained immaculate. He once refused to enter a room because it felt recently forgiven. No one understood what he meant, but the room had, in fact, just been redecorated, its old portraits taken down. When asked why this mattered, he said, "Forgiveness alters the acoustics." He collected locks of hair, none of them labeled, all tied in black ribbon and placed inside a cedar box. No one knew who they belonged to. He claimed each one was a borrowed memory, but never explained further. Once, when asked if they were trophies, he said, "Number proof of things that ended gently." Harrison slept beneath a quilt sewn from scraps of unfinished clothing. A cuff here, a collar there, pant legs that had never been hemmed. He called it the unworn blanket. "It keeps me warm with what might have been," he said. He never wore watches. Said they were distractions from real time. Instead, he gauged the hour by shadow placement, room temperature, and how long it took for his tea to cool. His valet once brought him a finely crafted pocket watch as a gift. Harrison thanked him, then buried it in the garden. "Let it learn patience," he said. When he died, The clocks in his home were already stopped, not broken, just still. The ledger of storm names sat open to a page marked Eleanor, who left without warning. The heartbeat letter was missing. Only the envelope remained, folded precisely in quarters. Benjamin Harrison walked through the world as if it had been set in motion long before he arrived, and was still deciding whether to acknowledge him. He refused to rush time, named the sky's temperaments, and held conversations with shadows that remembered better days. And if you think a man who asked permission from skeptical doors and only folded his regrets is strange, just wait until the next president debates philosophy with candle flames, maps his dreams on playing cards, and insists that sleep is only a rehearsal for the next version of himself. William McKinley. William McKinley debated philosophy with candle flames. Not metaphorically, not romantically, literally. He would light a single beeswax candle in the evening, place it precisely in the center of his desk, and pose questions to it, out loud, slowly, measured, like he was being graded. The candle never answered, of course, but McKinley claimed that wasn't the point. "It's not the answer that matters," he said once, hands folded before the flicker. "It's how the silence leans." He categorized each candle by its temperament. Some burned aggressively, sputtering like dissent. Others leaned gently, almost contemplative. He gave them names: the stoic one, the confessor, quiet child. One candle he retired permanently after it, bent sharply left during a particularly loaded question about mercy. "It chose a side too quickly," he said. "Philosophy demands hesitation." McKinley mapped his dreams on playing cards, deck after deck, each card bearing hand-drawn symbols, arcs, abstract sketches of doorways and staircases. Spades were pathways. Hearts represented echoes. Clubs denoted places he couldn't find again. Diamonds were warnings. He claimed dreams had terrain, and the cards helped him remember which turns he'd taken the night before. "Sleep is a journey," he wrote in a small leather journal, "but dreams are the roads with no signage." He had an entire desk drawer filled with face cards, modified with pencil marks, black bars over the eyes, additional hands, reversed crowns. The Queen of Hearts was always upside down, her hair made to resemble a noose. The King of Spades had no mouth. "Certain archetypes repeat too loudly," McKinley explained, tucking the deck away whenever guests arrived. "I'm trying to muffle them." He wore slippers lined with ash, not metaphorical, a actual cooled ash from burned letters sprinkled between layers of felt. "To remind me what words become," he said. He burned correspondence regularly, especially letters he'd never sent, drafts to old friends, notes to people he never met. Once, he told a clerk that ash was the most honest kind of silence. He believed clocks were less accurate at night. "They're arrogant during the day," he said, "but once the stars show up, they lose their footing." In his bedroom, all timepieces were covered after dusk. Instead, he gauged time by the moon's position and the weight of the bedsheets. "Midnight is when the pillow forgets your face," he once wrote. "That's when you know it's time to reconsider." McKinley distrusted stairs that creaked on the second step. He said it was the one that lied the most convincingly. His own staircase was carpeted thickly to avoid any betrayals. If a visitor's home had exposed wood steps, he'd ascend in perfect silence, one step every 3 seconds, counting under his breath. "The 4th step tells the truth," he explained. "If you don't hear it, the house is still deciding who you are." He had a peculiar ritual involving gloves. Before major decisions, he'd try on 3 pairs of gloves each, made of a different material: leather, cotton, and silk. He'd place his hands inside, flex them once, then remove the gloves without a word. "The hands remember what the mind forgets," he said. "Choose based on touch, not thought." The final choice wasn't about the glove sit, was about which pair made his hands hesitate. He once spent 4 straight hours staring at a doorknob. Not a special one, just a brass knob in the guest hallway, polished to a dull shine. When an aide found him, McKinley stood, blinked slowly, and said, "That knob knows what it guards. I was trying to forget it." He believed pens developed loyalty. His desk contained 3 dozen identical fountain pens, but he only used 2. The others were observers. He switched pens, not by ink level, but by behavior. One pen was retired permanently after blotting during a condolence note. It inserted itself into grief, he said. Unforgivable. He kept stones in his pockets, small, flat, river-smooth stones, one for each day of the week. Mondays was speckled gray, he called it indifference. Wednesdays was jet black with a single white vein, regret with direction. Friday's stone had a scratch down the center, which he traced while thinking. "You have to give the day something to remember you by," he said. McKinley considered photographs intrusive. He allowed them, but only if he could look away while they were taken. He believed cameras stole facial neutrality. "They freeze you mid-thought," he once warned, "and they never give the rest of it back." He owned several portraits of himself where his face was either blurred or turned just slightly out of frame. He said they captured the version of me that doesn't need to answer your question. He feared symmetrical rooms, claimed they were stage sets waiting for an audience. His personal study had furniture at deliberate angles, mismatched drapes, and one window left uncovered. "It has to feel unfinished," he said. "Otherwise, I'll start performing." When he spoke to people, he often paused before responding as if mentally running the sentence backward to check for poison. His answers were measured not by clarity, but by how uncertain they sounded. "Certainty," he said, "is where dishonesty hides." He once claimed he met a version of himself in a dream who refused to speak. Just sat across from him at a candlelit table, holding a pen but never writing. When McKinley asked what the other version was doing, the man pointed to the flame and whispered, "I'm waiting for you to change your mind." McKinley died in September. A month, he always said, carried its endings too close to the front. On the nightstand beside him was a Queen of Hearts with no face, a burned corner of an unsent letter, and a half-empty box of ash-lined slippers. The candle at his bedside had burned out hours earlier, but the wax had leaned left, just slightly. William McKinley moved through the world like a man negotiating with his own echoes. He studied flame like it had ethics, tracked dreams like they were fugitives, and measured time not by minutes but by mood. And if you think a man who let his gloves make his decisions and named creaky steps for their honesty is odd, just wait until the next president insists certain types of silence are venomous, refuses to speak in rooms with even-numbered windows, and keeps a locked drawer labeled simply, "Not yet." Theodore Roosevelt. Theodore Roosevelt believed that certain types of silence were venomous, not metaphorically physiologically. He claimed that some rooms emitted a silence that wasn't passive, but active, like it was biting the air. "It's the quiet that coils," he once said, standing perfectly still in the middle of a reading room in Albany. "You breathe it in, and it remembers you on the way out." He carried a tiny tin whistle on a leather string, not to call for help but to cut the silence when it grew too thick. One sharp note, no melody, just a puncture. He refused to speak in rooms with even-numbered windows. "Even numbers lull you into complacency," he explained. "They don't ask, they assume." His study was designed with 7 tall windows, one hidden behind a curtain, just to ensure the count stayed disagreeable. Once, during a state visit, he refused to enter the drawing room of a mansion until the servants unlatched a dummy window behind a grandfather clock. "Odd again," he smiled. "Now the room can listen properly." He kept a locked drawer, labeled simply, "Not yet." No one ever saw what was inside. The drawer itself had no keyhole, no latch, no visible opening. Just the words etched into its face with a knife that he kept in a separate case. tucked inside a hollowed-out copy of Plutarch's Lives. When asked about the drawer, Roosevelt grinned and said, "That's for when the world starts asking the wrong questions." Roosevelt claimed he could hear the tempo of decisions. Every choice, he believed, had a pulse, like music waiting to pick a side. He would often tap his fingers against tabletops, railings, tree trunks, listening for tempo, not sound. "If the rhythm stutters," he warned once, "that's a no." Before signing any major document, he'd tap 3 times against the edge of the paper, not out of superstition, out of negotiation. He talked to his boots. Regularly. Not with affection, but with expectation. He believed boots retained emotional residue from the paths they traveled. He kept a logbook, sole observations with short notes recorded after long walks. The 9th of June. Uneasy gravel. Left boot agreed. Right boot resented the incline. The 2nd of August. Pine needles made a liar of me. Heel slipped at the apology. He never wore the same boots 2 days in a row. Too many consecutive thoughts, and they start answering back. He named the dust in his office. Not each particle, he wasn't unreasonable, but each gathering. Clusters of dust on the bookshelf were called Parliament. Dust on the windowsill, the chorus. Under his desk, the witnesses. He refused to clean them too thoroughly. "You wipe them away, and you erase their testimony," he told a puzzled maid. History is not allergic to itself. He believed shadows had jurisdiction. There were certain corners of rooms he refused to enter during specific hours. "That patch belongs to 3:17 p.m., he said once, pointing at a darkened corner near the pantry. "I was arrogant in it once, haven't been invited back." He wasn't afraid of shadows, he insisted, just respectful. They're the only things in the room not trying to be seen. Roosevelt collected unfinished sentences, scribbled on matchbooks, tucked into coat linings, scrawled on telegram slips. The time to consider might have been. She said the word, "like it," owed her. If you hold the handle too long, the door begins to. He claimed the endings came to him eventually, but he never wrote them down. They're better when they're still trying. He kept a small, sharp rock in his pocket, wrapped in cloth. He called it Reminder. Its origin was uncertain. He once said it came from a battlefield. Another time, from a dried-up creek where someone once told him a truth he hadn't asked for. "Pain makes a poor historian," he said, rubbing the cloth gently. "But it's very good at headlines." He distrusted echoes. If a canyon repeated him too eagerly, he'd stop mid-sentence. "It's trying to finish for me," he explained. "And it doesn't know how I was going to end." On one expedition, he stood in a gorge for 15 silent minutes just to teach the space patience. It echoed nothing, and he left satisfied. He used matchsticks to measure moods, not light them, just hold them. In meetings, he'd roll a matchstick between his fingers. If it snapped, he'd cancel the day. "That's a fractured promise," he muttered once, holding 2 halves like a broken code. He never explained how he chose the matchstick beforehand. Some said it was random. Others noticed he only used matches from boxes marked Echo and Sons. Roosevelt also believed certain books demanded to be misread. He'd turn to random pages, point to a sentence, and read it backward, or skip every 3rd word. "That's how they reveal their secrets," he said. "A sentence too well behaved hides something." His personal copy of the Iliad is filled with annotations in the margins, inverted metaphors, scratched out epithets, arrows pointing to nowhere. He once attempted to teach a compass how to hesitate. He buried it for 2 days, so it could forget its bias, and then tried walking with it blindfolded. "It still knew north," he whispered afterward, "but it no longer believed it was the only direction. He carried that compass until his death. It was cracked, silent, and entirely unreliable. He called it conscience." When he passed, they found a stack of matchsticks neatly arranged in a spiral on his desk. The flame of a single unlit candle bent subtly toward the east window. His boots sat by the door, toes pointed inward, as if the last walk had led him home. The locked drawer labeled "Not Yet" remained, untouched and unopened. Beneath it, in fading pencil, someone maybe him, maybe Nath had scrawled. When the question forgets how to ask, then it's time. Theodore Roosevelt didn't just live history. He argued with it, named its silences, danced with its shadows, and demanded that its decisions be made to the beat of a living pulse. And if you think a man who named his dust and disarmed his compass is strange, wait until the next president refuses to acknowledge mirrors unless they're cracked, times his breathing to the blink of gas lamps, and insists that memory itself has tides you must learn to ride sideways. William Howard Taft. William Howard Taft refused to look into mirrors unless they were cracked. He didn't find them disturbing. In fact, he found them comforting. A broken mirror tells the truth in fragments, he said, which is the only way I trust truth. His personal dressing mirror was shattered diagonally, held together with silver glue and something resembling resolve. This one doesn't flatter, he told a guest. It guesses. At night, he timed his breathing to the blink of gas lamps, not the light itself, the flicker, the slight pulse of flame when it forgot to be steady. If you sink yourself to its uncertainty, he explained, you can slip past the moment unnoticed. His attendants reported he'd often sit in the corner of a dim room, eyes half closed, matching the rhythm of the lamp like it was a heartbeat he didn't want to disturb. He insisted that memory had tides, not metaphors, actual cyclical waves. Some days, you remembered because the tide was high. Other days, nothing stuck, not because you forgot, but because memory was out beyond the shore, doing something else. He logged these mental currents in a diary titled The Tidal Mind. Its entries were cryptic. 3/4, recalled the watch face clearly, but not the wrist it lived on. Low tide, but precise. 3/12, remembered a goodbye I never heard. Memory drift, possibly storm surge. Taft distrusted doorknobs with polish, said they were too eager to be touched. He preferred tarnished ones handles with history. He claimed to know whether a room could be trusted by the texture of its entrance. Cold brass lies, warm iron listens. At least one aide reported being sent ahead of him to check the truth of the door. He wrote notes to inanimate objects, not as jokes letters, thoughtful, handwritten, sealed in envelopes. To the third step on the guest stairs, I didn't mean to rush you. You always needed a moment. Or, to the grandfather clock, you've kept time too faithfully. Maybe consider forgetting 1 minute a week. He burned the letters after writing them. I don't want answers, he said. Just acknowledgement. He had an irrational dislike of symmetrical meals. If there were 2 eggs, one had to be slightly cracked. Bread had to be torn, not sliced. Pairs of identical dishes made him visibly uneasy. Dinner should not be in agreement with itself, he muttered once while replacing one of his own forkfuls with a spoonful of unrelated peas. Meals, he claimed, should reflect inner conflict. Taft owned a chair that didn't face anything. It was placed precisely in the center of a windowless room, turned away from all furniture, corners, and doors. He sat in it daily for 13 minutes. He never read, never wrote, never spoke, just stared at nothing. When asked what the chair was for, he replied, "That's where I'm not expected to respond." He believed light carried opinion. Natural light judged. Candlelight forgave. Gaslight condescended. Electric light? Confused, but confident. He used different bulbs for different moods. One hallway was lit only by blue-tinged Edison bulbs, which he claimed made doubt shimmer. He avoided overhead lighting entirely. Nothing honest comes from above, he quipped, pulling a lamp closer to his chest. He timed his walks to avoid intersecting shadows. They don't like being crossed, he said. His daily strolls often took awkward routes diagonal across lawns, doubling back unnecessarily, detouring around lampposts at high noon. If you step into too many shadows at once, he warned, you owe them each something. Taft believed that yawns were proof of forgotten questions. Each one, he claimed, was a missed opportunity, something you were about to ask, but lost in the moment your mouth opened. He kept a journal titled What I Might Have Asked, filled entirely with questions written mid-yawn. Most were one-liners. Did the rain land where it was meant to? Is comfort just silence in disguise? What did the mirror say before it broke? He refused to end sentences with certainty. No declarative final words. His memos ended in commas, ellipses, or em-dashes. He called it leaving room for negotiation. Aid reports say that even his speeches ended like question marks wearing overcoats. One press conference concluded with the line, "And so we move forward," but followed by a nod and exit. Taft also believed dreams shouldn't be told out loud in full, only partially, and only before breakfast. The longer you wait, the more the dream gets self-conscious, he insisted. His dreams were cartographic, full of winding staircases that led to books written in chalk, or libraries with hallways narrower than regret. One recurring dream featured a window that could only be seen when you weren't looking for it. He stored buttons in a tin marked patience, not his own buttons, others, lost ones. Stray coat buttons from guests, suit jackets, gloves. Each was dated and labeled with a guess, the 4th of January, likely from an overcoat. Disappointed tone. He said they represented moments that slipped off without protest. He had a thing about ceilings, especially high ones. He claimed they caused emotional vertigo. Any room with a ceiling over 12 feet made him whisper, not speak. Voices shouldn't echo when they mean what they say, he reasoned. His office had a dropped ceiling, installed fake, lower, safe. When he passed, he did so quietly, as most men who talk to mirrors do. His study contained 3 cracked glass panes, 1 candle burned to a perfect crescent, and a letter addressed to the reflection that blinked second. It wasn't signed. William Howard Taft lived like someone watching his own life through a keyhole he didn't trust. He asked silence to explain itself, begged light to pick a side, and mapped memory like a tide chart pinned to the soul of a clock. And if you think a man who avoided symmetrical breakfasts and kept chair time with oblivion is strange, wait until the next president insists that the wind is grating him, records his apologies in code only birds can read, and refuses to trust any sentence that ends with a period. Woodrow Wilson. Woodrow Wilson was convinced the wind was grating him, not judging grating, as if each gust, draft, and wandering breeze was quietly marking his performance on some cosmic rubric. That one was a C-, he said once, after a particularly sharp gust slipped under the door during a policy briefing. It caught the hesitation in my throat. From then on, he took to speaking into the air before major decisions, giving the room a moment to respond. It's not superstition, he insisted, it's feedback. He kept windows open at precise angles, not for ventilation, but calibration. Too wide, and the wind got smug. Too narrow, and it turned resentful. He had a personal logbook where he recorded wind, tone, and disposition at various times of the day, with annotations like 2:15 p.m. snide but fair, or 3 a.m. impatient with undertones of disappointment. His favorite entry simply read, "No wind today, probably waiting to see if I learned anything." Wilson recorded his apologies in code. Not secretarial shorthand, actual ciphered scripts, written in what he claimed was a language only birds might be learning. He scribbled them in the margins of newspapers, the backs of postage stamps, even in the steam on bathroom mirrors. None were addressed to people. They were apologies to moments. Sorry for the doubt at the hallway turn. Didn't mean to pause before shaking his hand. Should have stayed 5 seconds longer, maybe 6. He stored them in a hollow wall behind his office bookshelf, in envelopes made from old sheet music and discarded telegrams. When asked why he went to such lengths, he said, "Apologies lose their meaning when they know they're being watched." Wilson refused to trust any sentence that ended with a period. "It's too sure of itself," he said. "It acts like nothing comes after." In his personal journals, punctuation trailed off like footsteps. Commas, dashes, ellipses. Whole pages of thought would bleed into one another, never concluding, just decaying slowly into hesitation. Even in conversation, he ended statements with a tone that suggested there was more to say, but you hadn't earned it yet. He had a drawer full of half-broken pencils. He never sharpened them, never threw them away. He called them unfinished thoughts. Each had a strip of paper wrapped around its base, with a single word scrawled in tiny, cramped script, almost, again, beneath. Pause. No one dared ask what the collection meant, but he once remarked to a colleague, "Some thoughts are too polite to finish themselves." He maintained a strange rule about sitting. No seat could be occupied without first being introduced. He'd place a hand on the chair, bow slightly, and say, "Permission." Then sit. "Chairs hold memories," he explained. "You can't just insert yourself into their history." He refused to sit in any chair that squeaked without being acknowledged first. "It's trying to say something, and we're talking over it." He had a habit of pausing mid-thought to watch curtains. Not move them, just watch. He believed they were performers of the atmosphere. Once during a meeting, he fell silent for a full 5 minutes, eyes locked on a pale blue curtain that had started to sway despite closed windows. When pressed to continue, he murmured, "It's making a point better than I can." He kept a box of matches labeled "Questions I Never Asked." Each matchstick had a letter carved into it, not to spell something, just to suggest something. He said lighting one might summon a hint. When one snapped in half as he struck it, he simply said, "That one declined to participate." Wilson wore ties backward, not for style, for disruption. He claimed the traditional orientation of a tie was too linear, too submissive to order. Reversing it made people uncomfortable, and discomfort was the first symptom of honesty. His staff stopped commenting after the 3rd week. He distrusted hallways that turned left. "Left is where memory loops," he said. "Right is where memory risks." In the White House, he frequently rerouted his paths, adding unnecessary steps just to avoid leftward bends. His valet once asked if he knew it made no difference. Wilson replied, "It does to the part of me that's still deciding who I am." He marked time not by clocks, but by scent. Burning cinnamon meant he was open to new information. Pine meant he was revisiting old thoughts. Increal ink dripped on blotter paper was his signal to begin something irreversible. Once, someone lit a lavender candle in his study by mistake. He stared at it, blew it out slowly, and said, "That's a scent for forgetting. Not today." He refused to write the word end, ever. In speeches, he concluded with phrases like, "and therefore," or, "in light of all that, we might," never arriving, only circling. His published memoirs contain 291 footnotes and 0 conclusive statements. One chapter finishes mid-sentence. And what we make of such a thing, in the end may only... When he finally fell silent for good, his study remained untouched. On the desk, a broken pencil labeled hesitation, a matchbox missing one match, and a folded note that simply read, "Still waiting to be graded." The wind that day was faint but noticeable, just enough to make the curtains nod politely, as if marking the completion of an exam no one remembered taking. Woodrow Wilson moved through the world like someone trying to make sense of a sentence that keeps changing languages halfway through. He bent to invisible rubrics, made his apologies in cipher, and trusted his chairs more than his punctuation. And if you think a man who coded sorrow for birds and bowed to furniture is strange, just wait until the next president claims he heard the moon breathing, buried entire conversations in sealed jars, and refused to walk through his own house without asking for permission first. Warren G. Harding. Warren G. Harding claimed he once heard the moon breathing. Not metaphorically, he described it in clinical detail. It was rhythmic, he told a companion during a late-night train ride. Inhalation like snow sliding off slate, exhalation like regret through linen. The moon, he insisted, wasn't watching us. It was listening. He believed that sometimes, when the sky went still enough, it sighed not with disappointment, but with nostalgia. He wrote in his personal notebook, "The moon is remembering something we never lived." After that night, Harding refused to schedule any engagements during a full moon. "Too much attention from above," he said. "It's hard to make honest decisions with all that lunar scrutiny." He claimed the moon's breath changed the texture of time, making moments feel bloated and echoey. On one such night, he canceled an official dinner and instead spent 4 hours sitting cross-legged on the floor of his study, tracing circles on the hardwood with a dried-out fountain pen. "Trying to stay round," he explained. He buried entire conversations in sealed jars. Literally. Whenever he had a particularly meaningful or unfinished dialogue, be it an argument, a confession, or a spontaneous observation, he'd write it down, roll it tightly, and slip it into a mason jar. Each jar was labeled only with the date and the word paused. Then he buried it. Backyard, courtyards. Once, beneath a rose bush in the garden behind a hotel in Cincinnati. "Some words need to sleep underground," he said. "It's where their weight belongs." When asked why he didn't burn them or lock them away, he replied, "Because I might want the dirt to answer someday." Harding also refused to walk through his own house without asking for permission first. Before crossing any threshold, even into his own bedroom, he would stop, lower his voice, and say, "May I?" He claimed homes were living things, with rooms that remembered more than people did. "A room that's been disappointed will not forget you," he once said. On bad days, he'd walk the halls in socks, whispering reassurances to the doorknobs. "Not every knock is a demand," he told a confused aide. "Sometimes it's just courtesy." He kept a file labeled, "Things I Meant to Mean." It was full of statements typed, handwritten, clipped from magazine, seek one with a note scribbled underneath in pencil, trying to explain what he meant to say. One read, "We must move forward with unity." Scribbled below, I hope I'm not the only one still here when the dust settles." Another note read, "It is what it is," underlined. Then, in shaky writing, "It was never what I hoped, but it showed up anyway." Harding believed music could lie. He distrusted perfect harmonies. Claimed they were too resolved, too eager to conclude. His favorite compositions were off-key, unfinished, or interrupted by static. He once listened to a broken Victrola for 40 minutes, while the needle skipped back and forth between 2 notes. When asked why he didn't stop it, he said, "Because the loop is honest. It doesn't pretend to move on." He owned a collection of gloves that had never been worn. 57 pairs, wrapped in tissue, tucked in a cedar-lined drawer labeled "Prepared Touch." When asked what they were for, he said, "Moments I might never be ready for," but refused to ignore. He never explained how he chose which pair for which occasion, but after a particularly emotional speech, he was seen quietly placing a pair of ivory kid gloves into a river. "That moment deserved to float," he said. Harding maintained a map of places that had never existed. He called it the Atlas of Almost. Cities named Whispering Forge, North Hesitation, Valley of Reluctant Springs. Rivers flowed backward. Roads were described only by feeling uneasy after dusk, or safe but makes you think too hard. He kept the map rolled up in a drawer labeled Alternate Exits. Occasionally, he would unroll it, press his palm to a fictitious mountain range, and whisper, "Take attendance." He also had a rule about mirrors. They must never face each other. He believed if 2 mirrors locked eyes, they began telling each other secrets about you. "Too much reflection," he said, "and you start to disappear." He kept cloth covers handy, just in case a guest accidentally aligned them. Once, when he walked into a parlor where someone had hung two mirrors opposite each other, he immediately turned on his heel and left the room. "They're already whispering," he said. He feared still water. Not moving rivers, not crashing waves, just still, glassy surfaces. He said they were pretending not to remember. A pond behind the presidential retreat was drained after he reportedly heard someone else's breath while standing beside it. There was no wind, he explained, but something exhaled. He often carried two watches, one for the current time and another that ran slightly behind exactly 11 minutes. "That's where the past catches its breath," he said. He would glance at both before answering difficult questions. "One tells me where I am, the other tells me where I almost was." In the final weeks of his life, Harding began carrying a sealed jar with him. It was never opened. Inside, some speculated, was a letter. Others believed it was blank paper, waiting to be written. He kept it in his coat pocket, holding it lightly, as if unsure whether he was delivering it or receiving it. When asked what it contained, he simply said, "Something I buried too early." When he died, they found a folded map beneath his pillow, marked with a red X over a place called the Waiting Grove. The moon was full that night. Some say the wind was unusually still, as if it, too, was trying to listen. No one ever found the jar. Warren G. Harding lived like someone trying to apologize to time itself. He whispered to his walls, buried his own sentences, and held silence like it was a sleeping animal. And if you think a man who asked permission from thresholds and named his gloves for futures that never came is strange, wait until the next president insists that every dream has an echo, carves his secrets into driftwood, and refuses to enter a room unless it's already forgotten his name. Calvin Coolidge. Calvin Coolidge insisted that every dream had an echo. Not just a memory or a feeling, but a literal, reverberating presence that lingered behind the eyes. "Some dreams are shaped like sound," he once told a puzzled staffer. "They return when no one is speaking." He believed these echoes lived in the walls, not as ghosts, but as repeats unresolved reverberations from a sleeping mind. He'd walk the White House halls at dawn, trailing his fingertips along the wallpaper, murmuring things like, "That one was from July. Yes, it's still warm." Coolidge never told a dream in full. He'd mention fragments out of order, a door with no knob, a room where everyone had the same voice, a clock with hands that spun toward the floor. "You can't recount them too clearly," he said. "That calls them back, and not all of them want to be remembered." He carved his secrets into driftwood, not figuratively. Actual weathered wood, stolen from beaches, lake shores, and once, a hotel fireplace log he thought looked overqualified for its job. He'd take a pocket knife and carve short phrases into them, just a few words each, cryptic and slanted, always in cursive. "Better left unopened. If I had known the smell of it." She remembered two specifically. These fragments were stored in a leather trunk labeled, "If it leaks, let it." He placed the pieces in no particular order. "Secrets, like water," he said, "go where they please." Sometimes he'd sit with them, reading each piece in silence, as if trying to piece together a message left by a version of himself who'd gone slightly sideways. Coolidge refused to enter any room unless it had already forgotten his name. He had a peculiar process for this. He would linger just outside a doorway, eyes closed, listening not for sounds, but for the absence of recognition. "Rooms, remember," he whispered. "The good ones forget just in time." If a room felt too familiar, too prepared, too attentive, he'd walk away. His aides learned quickly never to prepare the same space 2 days in a row. He had a calendar that ran backward. Every day, a page was removed and pinned beneath the last. It was not for scheduling. He didn't write anything on it. He called it the retreat. The first page read, "Departure." The last page simply said, "Before." He never explained what it meant. Once, when a clerk asked why he never marked future events, Coolidge replied, Because they haven't decided yet if they'll happen. He didn't believe in owning clocks. He claimed they spoke too confidently. Instead, he told time by observing shadow show they entered a room, what they hesitated to cross, where they decided to settle. He often knew the hour more precisely than anyone wearing a watch. Time makes more sense when it's slow to arrive, he said. He believed silence had species. There was the shallow kind, like a waiting room or a paused conversation, and the deep kind, like the moment after a door clicks shut without a hand behind it. He claimed there was one kind of silence that lived only between 2 o'clock and 3 a.m. Feral, reflective, a little ashamed. On some nights, he would sit alone in a chair facing the wall, waiting for it to arrive. It doesn't need you to listen, he said, but it notices if you do. Coolidge never wrote in straight lines. His notebooks were a maze of slanted margins, diagonal scripts, sentences spiraling inward like hurricanes made of ellipses. One notebook contained nothing but a single phrase, repeated 57 times. Not everything ends when it stops happening. He gave his suits names, not for sentimentality, but for reference. One was the Forgiver, another the Visitor Who Didn't Knock. A heavy wool jacket he only wore during storms was called the Chorus. When someone once asked if this helped him organize his wardrobe, he said, "Number, it helps the fabric feel chosen." He had an aversion to empty picture frames. He claimed they were ambitious. One room in his house contained 27 frames with no images, just voids, hung deliberately, some sideways, some upside down. A single brass plaque at the center read, "Waiting for the truth to settle on a shape." Coolidge only read books out loud to himself in reverse, not backward word by word, but paragraph by paragraph. He claimed it made the story less predictable and helped him avoid the trap of resolution. Once, when asked what his favorite book was, he pointed to a novel with the last page torn out and said, "This one, because it had the decency to leave." He distrusted doors that opened too easily. "They're too eager," he said. "They haven't considered your motives." He often tested a door's resistance. If it opened too fast, he'd close it again, knock 3 times, and wait before re-entering. It wasn't superstition, it was etiquette. "Surprise is impolite," he muttered. He once buried a pair of cufflinks during a thunderstorm. Gold, engraved with the letter C. He didn't remember who gave them to him, or claimed not to. When asked, he simply said, "They waited too long to mean something." On the day of his death, his study was found undisturbed. The chair he used for feral silence was turned slightly toward the corner. A piece of driftwood rested on the desk. It read, "Almost meant it." The pages of his backward calendar had stopped being pinned. The last torn-off date 2 days before was still clutched in his hand. There were no clocks, no echoes. Only the sound of the wind brushing past an open window, as if checking in. Calvin Coolidge didn't live quietly. He lived beneath quiet, like a man swimming just under the surface of comprehension, close enough to hear the world but not enough to disrupt it. He left echoes where others left opinions, buried confessions in pieces of trees, and made rooms forget him before he even entered. And if you think a man who refused to be recognized by space itself is strange, just wait until the next president insists that laughter is a form of time travel, wears shoes that never belonged to him, and claims that names lose their meaning if you say them more than 3 times in a row. Herbert Hoover. Herbert Hoover believed laughter was a form of time travel. "It's always remembering something from the future," he once told a stenographer after chuckling during a silent lunch. She asked what the joke was. He said, "You'll get it in 3 days." Hoover wasn't being coy. He genuinely thought that laughter arrived early, ahead of its cause, like a ripple from a stone not yet thrown. He kept a small leather-bound notebook titled "Echoes from Ahead," in which he recorded every instance where someone laughed before hearing anything funny. It had over 200 entries. He claimed that real laughter, the deep kind, the startled kind, moved a person backward and forward, showing them what they had forgotten to notice and what they were about to miss. Laughter loops the moment, he wrote. It stitches time together where it frays. Hoover wore shoes that never belonged to him. He owned dozens of pairs, but never bought them. Instead, he collected discarded footwear left behind at boarding houses, train stations, guest rooms, hotels. Someone else's path still lingers in the soul, he said. You can walk their detours before they vanish. Each pair was tagged with a hand-inked label tied to the laces. Left behind in Baltimore, April, still full of direction. Hotel stairwell, loud goodbye. Train platform, barely worn, full of hesitation. He believed you couldn't truly know a man until you'd stood in his shoes for a full day. And not metaphorically. Literally. He once spent an entire Sunday wearing a pair of cracked Oxfords labeled Frederick Unknown, Lot 7. That evening, he refused to speak during dinner. Frederick had something unspoken in him, he whispered. Too heavy for language. Names, he insisted, lost meaning if spoken more than 3 times in a row. Repetition turns people into concepts, he explained. Concepts don't bleed when you hurt them. His staff were instructed to refer to him differently each time. Mr. President, Sir Herbert, the occupant of the chair. He rotated the way he signed letters H, C, H, 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 sometimes just a period and a smudge of ink. His personal correspondence was a masterclass in evasive self-identification. One recipient received 6 letters signed, The Echo That Bumped Into You. Another, Regretfully Present Until Further Notice. He claimed this maintained semantic freshness. Identity, he said, should rust a little. That's how you know it's real. He was distrustful of windows that opened too easily. What escapes without resistance, he warned, was probably never yours. In his study, each window required 2 hands, a twist, and a specific push designed them himself. Visitors complained. He nodded solemnly. Not every view should be convenient. Hoover stored apologies in glass bottles. Tiny messages, handwritten with stubby graphite pencils, rolled into clear vessels, sealed with wax, and placed along his personal shelf labeled unsent, but acknowledged. Each bottle bore no name, only the context in shorthand. For the silence after the good news, the hand I didn't shake. Breakfast, the 9th of January. The look I didn't return. He refused to open any of them. Apologies are better when they stay delicate, he said. Once you shatter the glass, the air starts revising the memory. He believed hallways were transitional states of consciousness. Not just places between rooms, but literal thresholds of perception. In the White House, he would stop mid-hallway and stare into the carpet pattern, muttering things like, almost arrived, but not quite, or the thought hasn't landed yet. A journalist once caught him pause like that for 17 minutes. When approached, Hoover blinked slowly and said, It was thinking me through. He distrusted applause, said it was too immediate, too hungry. He preferred slow nods, breathy exhales, the kind of reaction that doesn't come until the moment has long passed. He called it the echo of earned resonance. At public events, he often scanned the back of the room, not the front row, watching for people who looked away and then quickly looked back. They're the ones still arguing with the meaning, he said. That's where the truth usually hides. Hoover's relationship with water bordered on spiritual suspicion. He never swam, refused to bathe during thunderstorms. Kept bowls of still water around his home to trap the reflections before they wander. He believed reflections grew independent if left unchecked. Water keeps secrets it didn't ask to receive, he noted. He once claimed a bowl near his fireplace started reflecting a room he hadn't entered yet. He collected echoes, actual ones, recorded on wax cylinders, stored in a locked cabinet labeled Voices That Exited Late. Most of them were accidental snippets from speeches, coughs from empty corridors, the sound of a chair scraping after the person had left. He believed echoes held more honesty than original sounds. When a voice loses its speaker, it tells the truth without allegiance. He once refused to enter a room because it smelled too recent. Freshness can be suspicious, he explained, like a memory trying too hard. He sat outside instead, listening to the creak of a nearby tree. That one doesn't care how it sounds, he smiled. The night before he died, Hoover reportedly paced for hours wearing a mismatched pair of shoe sewn labeled Optimism, minor chord, the other, the wrong day for goodbyes. He lit no candles. He spoke to no one, but someone passing the hall said they heard him laugh just once, and softly, like he had finally understood the punchline to something that hadn't happened yet. When they found his study, the final page of Echoes from Ahead was blank. Beside it sat a sealed bottle, its label smeared, illegible. A half-folded letter rested atop his desk, addressed only to the version of you who knew better. Herbert Hoover moved like a man forever, 5 seconds out of sync listening for the joke before it landed, walking in someone else's path to hear what it sounded like. He treated names as borrowed, rooms as moods, and laughter as a sound the future sent to test our readiness. And if you think a man who wore strangers' shoes and argued with time itself is strange, wait until the next president charts entire months using the behavior of his furniture, refuses to sleep unless the bed is misaligned with the stars, and swears one of his closets leads to a year that hasn't happened yet. Franklin D. Roosevelt. Franklin D. Roosevelt charted entire months based on the behavior of his furniture. He wasn't obsessive about placement, he was interested in mood. He believed every chair, desk, lamp, and cabinet had an emotional posture that changed depending on the hour, the day, or even the atmosphere of a passing conversation. Objects react, he said once, adjusting a footstool by precisely 2 inches. They lean, they sulk, they wait for you to notice what they've heard. In his study, he kept a chalkboard labeled Disposition of Furnishings, not a blueprint, a diary. Each morning, his valet reported how the items in the room had behaved overnight. The green armchair was withdrawn. The secretary desk was suspiciously smug. Once, the fireplace tools were said to be refusing eye contact. Roosevelt would read the entries with a furrowed brow and occasionally mutter, "Then it must be Wednesday." He insisted that chairs responded to disappointment and that tables often knew too much. He only slept in beds that were misaligned with the stars. That is, no headboard could ever point directly toward a celestial body. Sleep is too intimate an act to share direction with Saturn, he explained. Each night, his bed was rotated slightly just enough to dodge any astrological influence. True rest, he said, requires obscurity. Once, when lodging at a hotel with a fixed bed frame, he opted to sleep on the floor facing the opposite corner. This way, I wake up without anyone else's expectations, he remarked. Roosevelt claimed one of his closets opened into a year that hadn't happened yet. It was an old linen closet on the 2nd floor of his Hyde Park estate, perfectly ordinary from the outside. But he claimed that when the door creaked just so, and the dust smelled like burning matches, he could step inside and feel a shift. The air in there doesn't breathe properly, he said once. It's still waiting to be assigned its days. He never entered without gloves. Not out of fear, but etiquette. You don't handle an unfinished year with bare fingers. He described seeing outlines of objects not yet invented, hearing snatches of music in a key that hadn't been composed. One afternoon, he emerged from the closet with a crumpled piece of paper that read only, "Try again, but quieter this time." He burned it without comment. He believed mirrors could lose their memories, not break, not crack, but forget. He had one mirror that refused to reflect his hat unless he was alone, another that only showed his wedding ring if he was humming. He called these conscientious reflectors. There was one he kept covered for 20 years, saying it had seen too much to participate again. His philosophy was simple. Some reflections are earned, others are accidents. Roosevelt never finished a sentence on a staircase. Too much movement, he explained. The idea gets disoriented before it lands. If a conversation followed him up or down a set of stairs, he would pause halfway, finish the thought on flat ground, and only then continue climbing. There are levels for truths, he said. Stairs belong to the transitional kind. He tracked his moods by light bulb. Not just wattage, but tone. He claimed his thoughts became more forgiving under a 40-watt bulb with a golden hue, and more confrontational under anything fluorescent. Each lamp in his house had a name and a function. Verity was for reflection. Curtain call was for apologies. Lamp number 6, he refused to name. Some light, he warned, shouldn't be spoken to. He had a habit of naming days of the week after people he'd never met. Thursday is Wallace, he said once. Stubborn, overdressed, possibly a gambler. Sunday was Eleanor, but not for his wife. He insisted it was a separate Eleanor, one who doesn't like to be compared. Each day received its own treatment. Some he spoke to, others he avoided entirely. Once, he spent an entire Friday pretending it was Tuesday. When asked why, he replied, "Because Friday needed the break, and Tuesday owed me a favor." He stored doubts in envelopes, long, ivory ones, each labeled with a single word. Wait, perhaps, again, still. Inside were slips of paper containing sentences that he didn't trust yet. Thoughts in quarantine, he said. They need to prove themselves before they're allowed into speeches. He kept the envelopes in a locked drawer marked contingencies. On especially quiet evenings, he would open one and read a sentence aloud, then listen to the silence afterward. If it flinches, he said, it isn't ready. He believed books could hold grudges. If you left one unfinished for too long, it would start rearranging its punctuation out of spite. He claimed to have once reopened a novel and found a semicolon where there had been none before. It was judging me, he said, reminding me I had once paused too long. As a result, he read books quickly, out of respect, but he never underlined. Books don't want tattoos. He sent telegrams to addresses that didn't exist. Once a month, without fail, he dictated a messages hort, mysterious, always unsigned, and sent it to an abandoned lot, a defunct post office, or a torn-down train station. The messages said things like, "You were right about the mirror. It only blinked when I said her name. The birds came back, but the sky didn't." The telegraph operator once asked why. Roosevelt smiled. "Messages don't need recipients," he said. "They need witnesses." On the night he died, the lights in his study flickered just once. Not out, just a pulse. The chalkboard beside his desk read, "Armchair, forgiving, desk, still pretending, mirror, blank." A single envelope lay on the floor, unsealed, labeled, "When I'm not needed anymore." Inside was a quote written in charcoal pencil. "Some rooms outlive the people who give them meaning. Be gentle with the next ones." Franklin D. Roosevelt moved like someone aware that time had corners, that furniture kept score, and that light was capable of betrayal. He lived among rearranged reflections, unspoken sentences, and the future scratching faintly at the closet door. And if you think a man who debated lamps and withheld sentences from the calendar is strange, wait until the next president charts his entire philosophy through window drafts, names his doubts after birds, and insists that his shadow sometimes walks faster than he does just to see how the day might end without him. Harry S. Truman. Harry S. Truman believed that window drafts carried philosophies, not ideas, not smells or weather. Full-blown philosophies. A draft from the north was stoic, unyielding, blunt to a fault. From the east, contemplative, cautious, constantly revising itself. The southern breezes flirted, whispered, promised more than they delivered. And the West? The West was a liar. Western drafts never tell you where they've been, Truman muttered once, watching the curtain sway like it was choosing sides. They arrive smug and leave nothing but questions. He kept a journal of these encounters, not daily entries encounters, documented like visits from foreign dignitaries. One read, the 3rd of March, 6:43 a.m. entry through library sill. Arrogant gust, smelled like pine and deadlines, offered no conversation, refused to apologize for knocking over the atlas. Another, the 22nd of April, 2:17 p.m. warm. Overfamiliar. Saturday too close. Might be trying to convert me. Truman named his doubts after birds. He said it helped to give them something fragile, something capable of flying away. You can't hate a doubt named Sparrow, he once told a speechwriter. His most persistent ones got reoccurring roles. Jay, who always second-guessed his tone. Thrush, who made him rewrite entire letters at the last minute. And Crow, who arrived uninvited and perched on his confidence until dusk. He'd often pause mid-decision, close his eyes and mutter, "Is that you again, Crow?" before proceeding. Aides learned to wait patiently when this happened. Sometimes he would ask them to leave the room entirely, saying, "It's harder to evict a bird when someone's watching." He never trusted his shadow. He said it walked too fast. "It's always trying to see how I end," he muttered, while standing beneath a street lamp in Independence, Missouri. He claimed it sometimes curved differently than his posture, as if remembering someone else's version of events. "I lead it, but I don't think I command it." Once, during a trip to the Pacific, he refused to step onto a dock until the sun moved just enough that his shadow wouldn't reach the water first. "It likes to dive before I'm ready." He kept a drawer of maps that had no locations, just topography lines, ridges, valleys, peaks, but no names. He called them empathy maps, said they let him feel places without judging them. "It's not about knowing where," he said. "It's about remembering how." Each map was marked with color-coded dots, red for grief, green for hope, blue for mistakes. No legend. Just dots, like Morse code for the soul. He distrusted doorbells. Said they forced moments into false readiness. "If someone truly wants to talk," he said, "they knock." His own doorbell was permanently disconnected. He kept a copper knocker shaped like a lion's paw, but no one ever used it more than once. "That's how you separate the urgent from the rehearsed," he told visitors. "The ones who knock are already listening." Truman spoke to empty chairs, as though continuing arguments left behind, not ghosts' residual emotions. "This one still thinks I said too much," he whispered once while adjusting the arm of a worn leather seat. He refused to sit in a chair until it forgave him. How he knew whether it had, he never said. But when he did sit, it was always with an audible sigh not his own, but from the furniture. "Forgiveness creaks," he explained. He kept marbles in a box labeled "Certainty." Smooth, round, too perfect to question. He said they reminded him how dangerous conviction could be. "You lose a marble," he explained, rolling one between his fingers, "and sometimes it's a relief." Inside the box, each marble had a companion note. Too quick to believe him. Didn't pause before answering. Assumed the silence meant agreement. He believed photographs could capture not just faces, but timing. He once studied a portrait of himself for 45 minutes, saying, "I'm not remembering what I was thinking. I'm remembering what I missed while I thought it." He kept a photo on his desk of a handshake. No one could identify the other man. The photo was cropped to hide everything but the two wrists locked in mid-grip. On the back was written, "One of us lied, I don't know which." He believed every room had a regret. A single moment it still hadn't come to terms with. Truman claimed you could find it if you stood still long enough and let the silence point. He once stood in the corner of a pantry for 6 hours during a rainstorm, claiming the regret was beneath the linoleum. "It wanted to stay," he murmured, but someone insisted it be useful. He refused to use bookmarks. Books should remember where they matter, he said. His volumes were folded, creased, annotated in margins with phrases like, "not yet," "too clean," and "he doesn't believe this, but he wishes he could." One book, never finished, sat on his nightstand for 9 years. When asked why, he replied, "Because I don't want to know what it decided." When Truman died, the window beside his bed was slightly ajar, though no one remembered opening it. A draft moved through the room, rustling the curtain with what could only be described as ambivalence. His shadow stretched across the floor, stopped just short of the door, and seemed, just for a second, to lean back toward him. A single marble sat on the desk. Beside it, a map with no names, dotted with one final red mark at the edge of an unnamed valley. The box of birds was gone. Only a feather remained, resting gently on a folded handkerchief labeled "Crow's Farewell." Harry S. Truman lived like a man who knew the walls were watching but chose to speak anyway. He talked to furniture with memory, listened for philosophies in the air, and gave his fears wings just so they'd eventually fly off. And if you think a man who negotiated with his chairs and argued with his own shadow is strange, just wait until the next president sleeps only when his heartbeat syncs with thunder, writes letters to names that don't exist, and claims that some decisions are made by the room before the people even arrive. Dwight D. Eisenhower. Dwight D. Eisenhower would not fall asleep until his heartbeat matched the rhythm of the thunder outside. If there was no storm, he would wait for one literally. He kept a barometer in every room, not for weather predictions, but for personal readiness. "Lightning doesn't arrive to entertain," he once whispered, fingers tapping his wrist in sync with a storm rolling over Gettysburg. "It comes to audition us for something." He claimed that thunder was the sound of timing remembering itself. And if your pulse lined up with it, just for a moment, the world let you forget the things it normally won't. Staff noted that on clear nights, Eisenhower would sit upright in bed, hands folded, eyes open, listening. When asked what he was waiting for, he'd say, "A permission disguised as noise." He wrote letters to names that didn't exist, hundreds of them, piled into boxes marked only with colors: ochre, slate, uncertain green. The letters were formal, often poetic, never addressed to anyone real. "Dear Admiral of the unspoken pause, to whom the clock hesitates for, recipient of the third breath at dusk." They were filled with instructions, reflections, minor confessions. One letter read, "If you find the seconds I forgot to count, hold them softly." They were trying their best. Another, "Regret doesn't always knock. Sometimes it jostles the furniture and waits to be noticed." He refused to send them, not for fear of discovery, but because he didn't believe they were ready. "You can't post something that hasn't decided what it is yet," he explained. "A letter still forming is a wound that's choosing whether to scar." He believed some decisions were made by the room before the people even arrived. "The air arranges itself," he said, "then we pretend the choice was ours." Before any major meeting, Eisenhower would enter the space alone, stand silently in the center, and say nothing for exactly 7 minutes. "Just letting the room say its piece," he called it. He claimed the ceiling always had the strongest opinion, but the floor was where truth settled like dust if you wait for it. There was a peculiar rug in his office gray, sun-faded, threadbare in places that he refused to replace. He said it remembered too much to be thrown away. No one dared vacuum it. Once, a janitor rotated it 90 degrees, and Eisenhower entered, stood perfectly still for 5 minutes, then said, "It's trying to redirect the memory." The rug was returned to its original orientation. Eisenhower believed time didn't pass it, paused politely when we weren't watching. He'd sit with his watch face down on the desk, saying, "Time waits for manners." He kept a second watch, one that had stopped years before, and occasionally wore it to formal events. "It doesn't tick anymore," he'd say, "but it still remembers punctuality." He distrusted mirrors taller than himself, said they reflected too much of the ceiling. Mirrors that show you the roof start judging your aspirations, he warned. In his bedroom, he had a small round mirror hung deliberately low, just above chest height. Enough to shave, he said, not enough to self-interrogate. He didn't like doors that opened inward. They felt too welcoming. All the doors in his personal quarters were designed to open outward, as if letting the room escape first. When a carpenter once asked if this was a fire safety issue, Eisenhower shook his head and replied, "Number. It's so the guilt leaves before I do." He kept stones in his pockets, always 3. One smooth, one cracked, one sharp. He never explained their purpose. But once, during a train ride, he took them out, placed them in a row, and said, "Here's the sequence. What I wanted to say, what I almost said, what I actually said." Then he put them back and went silent for the rest of the journey. He believed sleep required misdirection, that you couldn't look directly at it or try to summon it. Instead, you had to trick it into arriving by acting like you were interested in something else. He'd read aloud from technical manuals, never novels, until his body forgot it was listening. Once, he tried reading the same sentence about hydraulic systems for 17 minutes straight, waiting for his brain to wander off without him. "It's like pretending to ignore someone so they come closer," he explained. He distrusted silence that arrived too quickly. "Real silence hesitates," he said. "It checks the room first. If a room went quiet too fast, he'd snap his fingers to see if it flinched. If it didn't, he'd leave. 'That one's already expecting something,' he'd mumble." He kept a shelf of unmarked books, each one chosen for its spine knot, its content. "Titles are misleading," he said. "The cover is what the book thinks of itself." He read them without opening them, convinced some meanings could be absorbed by proximity. You learn more sitting beside a good book than from interrogating a bad one. Before his death, Eisenhower was seen pacing his garden barefoot, holding one of his stones in each hand. He stopped by a tree, pressed the cracked one against the bark, and whispered something no one caught. Then he pocketed it again and walked inside, leaving a trail of shallow footprints that never quite filled with water. His final note, scrawled on the back of a matchbox, read, "Don't wait for the thunder. Sink yourself anyway." Dwight D. Eisenhower lived like a man who believed time could be negotiated, silence could be decoded, and that sometimes the room had already voted before you opened your mouth. He walked with stones in his pocket, listened for thunder like it was a cue, and composed letters to people who hadn't been invented yet. And if you think a man who negotiated with rugs and disguised his sleep in technical manuals is strange, wait until the next president sets clocks by shadows, refuses to look at photographs on rainy days, and insists that some truths only appear when your back is turned to them. John F. Kennedy. John F. Kennedy set his clocks by shadows. Not the time on the face those were for guests and performance. But when he wanted to know the real hour, he'd walk the length of a room and watch how the light bent around his fingers. "The sun tells fewer lies than the minute hand," he once quipped, half smiling, fingers twitching like they were trying to remember what they'd just touched. He kept one particular window unshuttered in his private residence, not because it looked out onto anything special, it stared at the side of a hedge, but because, each morning, the sunlight crept through at exactly the right angle to paint a shadow of his father's old chair onto the wall. He never moved the chair, never sat in it, but he greeted its shadow like an old warning. "There's the hour I almost became him," he'd murmur. He never looked at photographs on rainy days. Said it blurred memory with melancholy, like holding a wet page from a history book. On overcast mornings, he had staff quietly cover the portraits in his office with pale gray cloths, not out of sorrow, but out of caution. "Rain invites reinterpretation," he once said, "and I'm not ready for my face to start asking me questions." He believed that some truths only appeared when your back was turned, that direct observation frightened them away like deer or guilt. "You don't see truth," he explained. You feel it tapping you on the spine, then pretending it was never there. At night, he'd often write with his chair, turned away from the desk, scribbling on a clipboard propped on his knee, facing the wall. It's not about the words, it's about who they sneak past. He was obsessed with door frames, not the doors themselves, just the frames. He insisted they held on to hesitation. Before entering a room, he would pause, place a finger lightly along the wood, and breathe. A doorframe records every second someone considered not walking through. He called them threshold historians. Some frames he trusted. Others he'd avoid entirely, taking side entrances or detouring through hallways until he found one that had forgiven him. He once wrote an entire speech backward, not the words in reverse, but the emotional arc. The speech began with farewell, moved into disappointment, swelled toward hope, and ended with a hesitant greeting. It's not a speech, he told his aide. It's an apology disguised as a question. The speech was never delivered. It was sealed in an envelope marked, "In case of afterward." That envelope was later found under his pillow. Kennedy would not sit in a room where 2 clocks ticked out of sync. He claimed it made time feel jealous. Once, at a diplomatic dinner, he ordered the removal of a grandfather clock after hearing its chime arrive 5 seconds behind the mantel clock. They're arguing over who gets to narrate, he said, calmly buttering a roll. Let one of them go before they get vicious. He believed that silence had temperature, not metaphorically, actual warmth, like breath on glass. The cold kind hides things, he explained. The warm kind hopes you'll ask about them. During tense meetings, he would lean back, close his eyes, and murmur, "Let's wait for the silence to cool off." It usually did, or everyone else did. He never spoke directly to the moon. Too presumptive, he said, but he'd nod at it just once if he passed a window at night. It's been watching longer than we've been explaining, he said. Might as well acknowledge the audience. He wrote with pens that were nearly out of ink. Always. A full pen is arrogant, he explained. It thinks it has time. His desk was littered with pens in their final moments, thin strokes, fading characters, like someone whispering their final truths into the corner of a library. He called them retired voices. When one ran completely dry mid-sentence, he would leave the rest blank. That part didn't need to be said, he'd explain. Kennedy never spoke to someone if he could speak to their reflection instead. Mirrors were his preferred medium for certain conversations, especially confessions. Not because he thought the mirror told the truth, but because it asked better questions. He'd sit across from a mirror and say something like, "I meant well," then wait. If the reflection stayed still, he continued, if it flickered just slightly, he'd stop and write it again. He distrusted desks with locked drawers. Secrets shouldn't need furniture. Instead, he kept everything in the open stacks of letters, notebooks, unopened envelopes in the desk, beside it, under his chair. Nothing labeled. He claimed this encouraged honesty by proximity. If the lie doesn't know it's hiding, it might confess by accident. Kennedy had an hourglass he never turned over. It was permanently stopped, the sand pooled stubbornly in the lower bulb. He called it the clock that quit. When asked why he kept it, he replied, "Because everything else keeps trying." He wrote notes to future versions of himself. Not hopes, not goals, warnings. Folded slips of paper tucked inside books he wasn't finished with. One read, "Don't trust the version of you that tries to explain this." Another, "She knows. Stop pretending it's a coincidence." One day, a maid discovered a paper taped beneath his nightstand. It simply read, "He made it look easy. That's why it hurt more when it wasn't." On the night he died, a single desk lamp was left on in his study. The chair was turned away from the desk, as always. A pen lay across the armrest, leaking its final drop into the leather. His last note, unfinished, was tucked under a book of poems with its cover torn off. It read, "I only ever meant to knock once. The echo did the rest." John F. Kennedy lived like a man always 10 seconds ahead of the explanation, trusting shadows more than clocks, and truth more when it came in the form of silence. He listened for hesitation in doorways, kept his back to the questions, and wrote to a version of himself who might understand. And if you think a man who synced his memory to shadows and left notes for people who would never be born is strange, just wait until the next president swears the color of a room changes what decisions it allows, keeps jars of conversations that never happened, and believes that names, once spoken in a dream, belong to someone else entirely. Lyndon B. Johnson. Lyndon B. Johnson believed the color of a room determined what decisions it allowed. He didn't mean the paint. Paint was too intentional. Nohei meant the actual color the room settled into once you weren't paying attention. There's a difference between what a room claims to be and what it becomes, he once muttered, pacing barefoot across a hall bathed in late afternoon. Some yellows lie, some grays give permission. He had a theory that walls chose their hue based on memory. Rooms that had witnessed grief would lean blue, but not the noble kind-soggy blue, as he called it. Rage turned a room brown, but not the visible shade. You feel it in your shoes, he said. Joy made a room look bigger. Deceit made it echo. A lime green lounge in his Texas ranch was nicknamed the disagreeing room because every time someone made a decision there, it unraveled within 3 days. The walls want a say, Johnson told guests. And if you don't consult them, they reverse you. He kept jars of conversations that never happened, lined them up on a long shelf in his private study, each one corked and labeled with a date and a name. Inside, tiny scrolls of paper, scripted dialogues between himself and people he never spoke to. Mother, the 9th of April. Jack, Halloween. Myself, Wednesday, before it all changed. Some were short. One simply read, Him, you saw it coming, didn't you? Other, I saw the shadow. I didn't think it would follow you inside. Others were entire pages, carefully inked, then rolled tight and sealed like time capsules nobody was meant to open. When asked why he kept them, he said, So the silence has a place to live, otherwise it gets into your blood. He believed that names, once spoken in a dream, belonged to someone else entirely. They're not yours anymore, he said. They've been borrowed by your sleeping self. You can't use them again without lying. If he dreamt someone's name, even a loved one, he'd avoid saying it for days, sometimes weeks. He'd refer to them by gestures, by vague description, by implication. The man from the other day, he'd say, or, you know, the one who smelled like decisions. He renamed his dog 3 times after dreaming of it whimpering beside an open door. That version of him stayed behind, he whispered, scratching the pup's ear. This one still trusts me. Johnson wore watches that didn't tell time, not broken, just blank-faced. Silver discs, smooth and empty. He said they helped him avoid deadlines he hadn't agreed to. People ask what time it is, he said. I say, it hasn't decided yet. That makes them nervous, which means I've still got control. He claimed some furniture grew restless if it wasn't moved regularly. Chairs build up energy, he explained. Let it sit too long, and it starts remembering your weakness. Every Friday, staff were required to rotate his office setup. Desk 2 feet left, armchair to the window, couch facing a different portrait. Keeps the room from conspiring, he said. He once wrote a 3-page apology to his living room rug. Nobody knows why. The letter began. I stepped on something you were hiding. I didn't mean to expose it. Forgive me for insisting you look clean. He burned the letter immediately after finishing it. But he left the ashes on the hearth for days. It'll read itself if it wants to. He didn't believe in whispering. Not because it was secretive, but because he thought it attracted wrong things. Whispers are bait for regret, he said. They're shaped like guilt. He preferred to mutter just above a whisper loud enough to be mistaken for a thought. He spoke to storms like old rivals, Not fearfully, more like negotiations. "Take the western field, leave the corn," he said once during a lightning strike. "You already made your point in 49. Thunder cracked and he nodded. "That's better." Once, he refused to walk into a room because the rug pattern resembled a decision he regretted. "It's repeating the shape," he said, pacing in the hallway. "That was the layout of the moment I said yes when I wanted to ask a question." He kept one cabinet in his ranch locked not to keep things in, but to keep a pause intact. He claimed he once stood in front of that cabinet while holding a glass of water and felt, "The exact moment I could have chosen differently." He never opened it again. On the door was a note, "If I ever go back, lie to me." He distrusted elevators, said they carried too much ambition. Stairs humble you, lifts pretend to. On the rare occasion he used one, he'd face the wall and whisper the floor number, as if asking the machine for mercy. When it stopped too fast, he'd mutter, "That wasn't a full decision." Johnson once stared at a broken doorknob for 45 minutes, claiming it was holding a grudge. He eventually replaced it with a brass one from a condemned hotel in New Orleans. "This one's used to exits that don't go where you expect," he said. In his final days, he wrote a note and placed it under his bed. "I told the room everything. It still wouldn't decide." He lay down without adjusting the light. His shadow curled across the floor like it was trying not to be seen. On the shelf, one of the jars cracked softly in the night. No one touched it. But the scroll inside unrolled just enough to reveal one word: later. Lyndon B. Johnson lived like a man who heard too much from rooms, waited too long for colors to settle, and left jars full of conversations for futures he wasn't sure belonged to him. He argued with walls, renamed his regrets, and listened for the moment before the furniture betrayed him. And if you think a man who watched shadows for patterns and negotiated with rugs is strange, wait until the next president leaves trails of coins for memories to follow, avoids his own reflection for days at a time, and insists that the truth can only be told while walking in circles at precisely 3:11 a.m. Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon left trails of coins behind him. Not intentionally, at least not in the way one leaves breadcrumbs. These were deliberate acts of memory tagging nickels, pennies, dimes, occasionally quarters dropped in doorways, slid beneath rugs, tucked into ashtrays and curtain folds. "Memory doesn't follow people," he said once. "It follows currency." Each coin was a silent bookmark for a thought he didn't want to carry, but also didn't dare forget. He rarely returned to retrieve them. That wasn't the point. The coin was the witness, not the messenger. In a notebook marked teller's ledger, Nixon cataloged them by location and emotional charge. 1 dime West Wing corridor beneath painting. Felt the edge of being believed. 2 pennies drawer in guest room. Argument I didn't have. He once told an aide, "If someone finds them, I hope they don't spend them." That moment still accruing interest. He avoided his own reflection for days at a time, not for vanity or superstition, but because he said the mirror had moods. "Some mornings it only reflects what I pretended not to be." He kept certain mirrors covered in cloths of different texture cotton for honesty, silk for guilt, a rough canvas for days when he felt unreturned. In his bathroom, a tiny note was taped to the glass. "If you see him, don't speak first." On particularly anxious days, he'd angle all reflective surfaces, away polished tables, clock faces, even windows. He'd claim, "Reflections aren't always echoes. Sometimes they're rehearsals." One aide recalled Nixon refusing to pass by a hallway mirror for a full afternoon. He instead waited for the sun to shift until the reflection faded into nothing but a smear of color. "Now it doesn't have a stance," he muttered, stepping forward. He believed the truth could only be told while walking in circles at precisely 3:11 a.m. Any earlier, he said, and the truth's still sleeping. Any later, and it's already been edited. He had a special patha-carpeted loop around a sitting area in his private residence. 7 strides across, 4 down, turn, again, always counterclockwise. It slows the world down enough to let you hear it exhale, he explained. This practice had rules. No lights brighter than 20 watts, no sounds above a whisper, and no shoes. Footsteps should apologize, not announce, he once told his valet. The truth, in Nixon's view, was skittish like a deer. You didn't catch it, you coaxed it, circles calmed it. He kept jars of air, labeled by date, location, and mood. The 9th of August, bedroom withheld. The 18th of June carried over confident. The jars were sealed tight, but not for freshness. They were memorials. This is what it felt like to breathe that moment, he said. A room holds air differently when it's about to matter. Visitors to his study would occasionally knock one over. He never flinched. It already escaped when I bottled it. He refused to write anything down in the same ink twice. Repetition dulls the point, he claimed. Black was for decisions, blue for doubt, red for fear, green for memory. He reserved brown ink for things he didn't want to believe, but suspected were true. There were only 4 such entries. One simply read, "The silence was practicing something." Nixon distrusted photographs taken on days with wind. Wind carries context away, he warned. He only posed for photos indoors, and if a breeze entered the room, he'd wait for it to leave before the shutter clicked. A still image should be chosen by still air. In his photo albums, small notes were slipped beneath each one. Room was quiet. The air had questions. Smelled like decisions made somewhere else. He held long conversations with things that couldn't reply. Typewriters, briefcases, telephone receivers without the cord plugged in. But he claimed he wasn't talking to them. "I'm talking through them. They're just the safe houses for the message." A secretary once caught him muttering into the hollow of a rolled-up newspaper, "I didn't mean to end the sentence that way." He distrusted sentences with perfect symmetry. "If both halves agree too easily," he said, "someone's hiding something." He favored structures that doubled back, contradicted themselves, or left room for interruption. One draft of a speech began with a line, "This is either the beginning of clarity or the echo of its absence." He once asked to sleep in a room that didn't exist. He gave specific instructions. 4 corners, no light, 1 window that opens but doesn't look out. No one could find it. Aides offered him a quiet basement space, but he refused. "That room's not below, it's just not yet." For a week he sat outside an unused storage closet, eyes closed, trying to hear the sound of it arriving. On the 7th night, he stood, said, "It passed," and walked away. He kept a chalkboard list titled, "Unspoken Apologies." The entries weren't names or events, just phrases like, "For hurrying the end of a moment," "For not letting the silence finish," "For seeing a look and pretending I didn't." Each phrase was written at a slant, as if leaning against the margin for support. In the last days of his life, Nixon was seen rearranging coins on a table, not in stacks or rolls, but pattern spirals, arrows, incomplete grids. He'd murmur things like, "This is how the memory walked in," or "This one turned before I could." The night before his passing, he placed a single penny in the center of the carpet, faced it heads down. Beside it, a note. He didn't drop this one. He left it watching. Richard Nixon lived like a man who had memorized the scent of decisions, avoided reflections that stared back too quickly, and walked in circles because straight lines revealed too much. He trusted coins more than calendars, shadows more than faces, and words only when they came alone, unsummoned, wearing mismatched ink. And if you think a man who bottled moods and feared photographs with wind is strange, wait until the next president only speaks to clocks that tick counterclockwise, maps trust by the placement of furniture, and refuses to enter rooms unless he can leave them by a different door than the one he came through. Gerald Ford. Gerald Ford only spoke to clocks that ticked counterclockwise. He said forward time was too obvious. "It gives itself away," he murmured once, staring at a small brass timepiece in his den that ticked backward with an uneven rhythm. When things unravel, they never do it forward. So why should time pretend? He collected clocks like other men collected books, but only the backward ones. Dozens lined his study, ticking in imperfect, asynchronous rebellion. None displayed the actual time. Some didn't even have numbers. They're not measuring minutes, he said. They're confessing. At night, Ford would sit in a high-backed chair, surrounded by their soft, offbeat ticking. He claimed he could tell how honest a day had been based on how the clock sounded when the house was quiet. Guilt accelerates, he said, but memory walks backwards. He mapped trust by the placement of furniture. A couch facing the door was an invitation. A chair turned slightly away meant withheld judgment. He insisted that coffee tables were the most revealing. They were emotional referees. Too far from the chair, and you had something to hide. Too close, and you were trying too hard. When meeting guests, he'd adjust a lamp by half an inch, reposition a footstool just slightly askew. "Let's see if the room believes you," he'd say. After a tense conversation, he'd watch how the armrest reacted when someone stood. "Trust leaves wrinkles," he'd mutter, smoothing the cushion with a flattened palm. Ford refused to enter a room unless he could leave by a different door. It wasn't superstition, exactly it was about options. "Every room is a negotiation," he explained, "and no negotiation should have only one exit. If a room had only one door, he'd pace its perimeter first, as if testing its boundaries for hidden seams. Sometimes the second exit isn't physical, he'd say. It's a realization." He claimed the worst decisions happen near windows, not because of the view, but because glass holds onto anticipation too long. He'd draw the curtains before phone calls, turn away from the light before making a point. You can't make sense of something while the glass is still listening. Ford kept a collection of doorknobs, not attached to anything. Just the knobs, brass, porcelain, nickel-plated wood, dozens, each with a tiny tag tied to it with twine. The tags weren't labels, they were verdicts. Regret followed me here. Too easy to leave. Someone said goodbye too politely. He said he liked to hold them when thinking. Every doorknob remembers a pause, a moment where someone almost didn't go through. He kept them in a velvet-lined drawer labeled "Moments That Didn't Want to Be." He never made eye contact with someone while saying goodbye. "Departures should be unfinished," he said. "Otherwise, they close like doors, and I don't trust doors that shut too easily." He preferred to say goodbye while looking slightly past a personette, a painting, a lamp, sometimes the floor. One aide joked that Ford could end a conversation by nodding at a bookshelf. "It's because I want the ending to keep wondering," Ford replied. He carried index cards in his coat pocket, not for notes, for endings. Each card contained a final sentence to a conversation he wasn't yet having. "That's why I didn't say anything sooner. If you remember it differently, trust that version. I never liked the way silence followed your name." When he felt a conversation was beginning to slip spiraling towards something he couldn't predict, slip a card from his pocket and glance at it. Not always reading it, just touching the idea of a controlled conclusion. "It helps to know there's a last line, even if I don't get to say it," he explained. He hated round tables, called them argument loops. He believed conflict needed corners. At square or rectangular tables, he'd always choose the second seat, not the head. "Too much symmetry makes people dishonest," he said. "They start playing characters." Ford never whistled, not even alone, said it gave too much away. "A whistle is a promise you can't keep," he told a gardener who caught him nearly doing it. "It sounds like you've already forgotten what happened." "I haven't." In his closet, he kept 3 identical suits labeled yesterday, today, and almost. He claimed they fit differently depending on what he didn't say the day before. Some mornings almost wouldn't fit at all. "That means I said more than I meant to," he'd say. He once spent 3 hours sitting in a parked car without starting the engine. When asked why, he said, Sometimes forward motion is a lie. This felt honest. The car radio played static. He said the static was better company than most commentary. At least static doesn't pretend it understands. He believed apologies worked best if written in someone else's handwriting. Your own hand tries too hard to justify, he said. He practiced forgery not to deceive, but to distance. He'd ask staffers to copy his dictated lines in their script. Then he'd fold the page, breathe on it, and say, "Now it's less about me." The day before his death, he left a note on the mantel. One of his backward clocks had stopped completely. The note read, "If it's finally caught up, don't wake it. It's earned the stillness." Nearby, on the floor, lay a single doorknob. No tag, no drawer, just resting there, as if it had let itself out of memory and forgotten which room it belonged to. Gerald Ford lived like a man constantly negotiating with the angles of a room, mistrusting direct exits, and only believing in time when it walked the wrong way. He left endings in his pocket, paused in parking spots just to make honesty sit beside him, and spoke only when the furniture looked like it would keep a secret. And if you think a man who mapped trust in upholstery and forgave himself in someone else's handwriting is strange, wait until the next president refuses to sleep in rooms that remember him, carries matches he never strikes, and swears some decisions are only visible when read upside down. Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter refused to sleep in rooms that remembered him. Not metaphorically remembered, like the walls themselves bore witness and might whisper back when the lights went out. "Rooms with memories stay awake after you're asleep," he told his wife once. "They don't rest, they rehearse." He traveled with a list, titled Rooms That Forgot Me. Places where nothing significant had happened, at least to him. Motel rooms, guest houses, an attic once used for storing nothing but lamps. He circled their names, adding notes like, "No echo when I coughed," or "Window faced nothing." These were his sanctuaries. Places where the air was neutral, where silence didn't sound like withheld judgment. "I sleep best where I'm a stranger to the furniture," he explained. When forced to stay in a space that remembered too much an old bedroom, a familiar office, she'd rearrange the layout, turn the bed to face a corner, move the clock to a drawer. Place his shoes under a different chair each night. "It tricks the room," he said. "It has to start over. Rooms that start over forget to haunt." He carried matches he never struck, always 3, always wooden, and always from different places. Roadside diner in Montana, a hotel in Geneva, a gas station from a town that no longer exists. "They're unlit intentions," he said. "Decisions I considered but never made." Sometimes he'd lay one out on a table and stare at it for hours. Not lighting it, not even touching it, just watching. "It's important to witness the fire that didn't happen," he once told a confused aide. Carter believed that some decisions could only be seen clearly when read upside down, not metaphorically, literally. He kept a clipboard of notes scrawled backward or rotated 180 degrees. "We write decisions to convince ourselves," he said. "But if you flip the page, you read what you avoided." One page read, in an elegant, careful hand, "It sounded reasonable until I turned it over." He often wrote backward deliberately, starting from the bottom of a page and working up. "It's how guilt rises," he said. He called these his gravity notes, as if writing against the pull of the page would reveal something heavier. He distrusted corners. "They sharpen moods," he said. "Ideas go there to brood." In any room where he worked, he placed round objects in every corner, a globe, a circular rug, a paperweight shaped like a walnut. "Softens the angle, gives thoughts a place to roll." Carter never kept a calendar. Instead, he used what he called the Weather Legera book with hand-drawn symbols for temperature, humidity, and cloud movement. But rather than recording actual forecasts, he'd assign days based on what they felt like in his bones. A page might read, "Tomorrow, soft drizzle, lingering ache, decision postponed." Or, Thursday, clear skies, but that's suspicious. Something is being concealed. His daily routines followed the forecast, not the clock. If the day was foggy, he only read poetry. If it was electric, he refused conversation entirely. I don't schedule by time, he said. Time hasn't earned my trust. The air gives better cues. He spoke to houseplants, but never named them. Names burden them with expectations, he explained. Instead, he addressed them by behavior. The leaner, the skeptic, you who once wilted. He claimed they reacted more honestly that way. One particular ivy, referred to only as the regret, was positioned beside his desk and often appeared in the background of photographs, creeping along a windowsill as if it were listening in. He kept a deck of blank cards, no writing, no color, just empty rectangles he shuffled endlessly when thinking. Every blank card is a sentence I chose not to say, he said. He would sometimes select one at random, place it beside a notebook, and stare at it until he understood what it wasn't telling him. Carter often walked backward when alone, a habit he developed in college, refined through years of practice. Moving forward is performative, he said, but walking backward your body forgets the lie your face might tell. Staff once found him pacing the lawn at dusk, moving slowly in reverse, whispering the word again like it was a password. He feared doorknobs more than locked doors, said they were threshold liars, offering the illusion of choice. He preferred sliding panels, curtains, or no door at all. A doorknob requires you to believe in the idea of permission, he mused, and some days I don't. He kept a notebook titled Uncollected Apologies. Each entry was dated, addressed to a person or a moment, and left unresolved. To the man I disagreed with too quietly, your silence deserved thunder. To that Tuesday, I didn't expect you to matter. To the boy who handed me the letter, I read it, but not the way you hoped. He once left a note on the floor beneath a hotel bed that read simply, This room tried to remember me. I forgave it. In his final days, Carter sat for hours with his matchsticks laid out before him in a triangle. He refused to explain the pattern. Just nodded, eyes tired but alert, saying, Not everything unlit is a failure. Some sparks wait on purpose. On his last night, the window was left ajar. The curtain swayed like it was inhaling. Beside the bed, his notebook sat closed, a blank card resting on top. No writing. Just the weight of a sentence that had chosen silence. Jimmy Carter lived like a man who asked permission from the air before thinking too loudly. He trusted backward pages, unnamed plants, and matchsticks that promised nothing. He slept only where the walls forgot him, walked in reverse to remember what his face tried to hide, and left notes in corners just in case someone else was looking for the truth he had decided not to tell. And if you think a man who avoided named weather and paced through silence like it was a verdict is strange, wait until the next president collects sentences that never made it into speeches, keeps chairs that only face west, and insists every regret has a color you can't describe without closing your eyes. Ronald Reagan. Ronald Reagan collected sentences that never made it into speeches. Thousands of them, handwritten on index cards, receipts, napkins, the torn corners of newspapers. Each one a fragment of something once almost said. Some were too long, others too strange, most too honest. He kept them in a wooden box, labeled Unspoken Hours. When asked why he held on to words he never intended to say, he smiled and said, Some truths are better off waiting for a quieter room. Inside the box were cards that read, This silence feels like someone else's pause. I remember forgetting that. If I say it wrong, will it still be true? Not everything I remember wanted to be kept. He didn't organize them. That wasn't the point. He shuffled through the box on restless evenings, drawing one like a tarot card, reading it aloud to no one, then returning it as if it had done its job just by listening. Reagan believed every regret had a color you couldn't describe without closing your eyes. Language isn't built for regret, he said. It's too linear. He tried once to paint the color. Locked himself in a spare room with 5 shades of blue, a pot of ash gray, and a jar of rainwater he'd collected during a funeral. What he ended up with was a canvas, the color of surrender. He never titled it. Just hung it in his closet, where only he could see it. He kept chairs that only faced west. Said the east was too expectant, the north too judgmental, and the south too nostalgic. West, he claimed, was where the day ended with dignity. His study had 3 chairs arranged like a council non facing each other, only the sunset. I don't like to be interrogated by furniture, he said. One of those chairs was reserved for someone who hadn't arrived yet. Every morning, he'd glance at it and murmur, still deciding. He refused to let anyone else sit in it. It had a cushion pressed flat in one spot, as if someone invisible had accepted his invitation long ago and simply stayed quiet. Reagan often recorded conversations he imagined would happen if time worked in both directions. He called these reverse dialogues. The tapes were unmarked. If you played one, you might hear only this. Voice 1, soft. What happens next? Voice 2, same voice, older. You already did it. I'm just here to forgive you. He'd listen to them at night, sometimes fast-forwarding to moments he couldn't remember recording. It's comforting to think I might one day explain something to myself, he said. He feared staircases without landings, not because of the height, but because they had no space to pause. Life needs a middle step, he explained. Somewhere to breathe without having to ascend or descend. When visiting buildings with uninterrupted staircases, he'd take them slowly, one hand brushing the wall, as if searching for a missing rung in his own memory. He believed mirrors weren't for reflection, they were for rehearsal. Every day, before speaking to anyone, he'd stand before a mirror, stare at his face, and say something no one else would hear. Sometimes just a name, sometimes a question. Once, a bodyguard overheard him say, "I forgive you for pretending you weren't afraid." He never ate the last bite of anything. Pie, sandwiches, even a single grape. He'd leave the last piece carefully pushed aside, untouched. Something should be left unfinished, he said. It reminds the world it still has something to offer. In his garden, he grew rows of lavender he never picked. Not for the scent, for the shape. They lean like people about to say something personal, he explained. Then they remember who's listening. He wrote weather reports for days that didn't exist, Tuesdays that never came, the 3rd of April 9/3. Blank Fridays. Each entry began with a location that couldn't be found on any map. Over the rooftop where my name didn't echo. Near the silence between 2 choices. Then, wind speed, mood, humidity, temperature, pressure, emotional, not atmospheric. One entry read, date, someday after the misunderstanding. Location, between her look and my response. Weather, clear guilt. Chance of reconciliation fading by afternoon. Pressure building. Rain waiting for context. He kept these reports in a drawer marked Forecasts We Lived Anyway. He had a habit of standing beside clocks instead of facing them. Said it gave time the privacy to be honest. If you stare at time too hard, it panics and lies. He preferred to hear it pass rather than see it tick. When alone, he'd sit silently by the grandfather clock in the hall and whisper, "I'm not asking, just listening." He distrusted paperweights, claimed they were designed to imprison ideas. His desk remained a chaotic map of paper sledders, drifting, notes curling, ink bleeding into unintended metaphors. If a thought doesn't fight gravity, he said, it probably wasn't that important. On his final night, he left a tape on his desk, unlabeled. Playing it revealed a faint voice saying only, "You remembered it wrong, but that's okay. The memory forgives you." Beside it, was a chair facing west, still empty, the cushion untouched. The shadow of the sunset stretched across the carpet like it was searching for a name. Ronald Reagan lived like a man who knew some words only mattered when unsaid, who watched chairs for signs of loyalty, and who believed every ending left behind one last piece, deliberately uneaten. He trusted west-facing silence, rehearsed in mirrors, and let his regrets bloom lavender. And if you think a man who painted colors you couldn't describe and forecast the weather for imaginary days is strange, wait until the next president listens to dreams like court transcripts, arranges shoes to speak in code, and keeps a filing system based entirely on the weight of a whisper. George H.W. Bush. George H.W. Bush listened to dreams like court transcripts, not symbols, not mystic riddles, testimonies. He believed the subconscious delivered depositions detailed accounts of things the waking mind wasn't brave enough to record in daylight. The dream's not the mystery, he said once, standing by a window before dawn. It's the cross-examination. Every morning, before anyone else was awake, he'd sit in a leather chair and scribble what he remembered, not in journals, on legal pads. Each dream began the same way. Statement begins, and ended with, subject did not object. Sometimes they'd read like courtroom dramas, with witnesses and timelines. Other times they were stranger and owl representing doubt, a hallway where apologies ran on all fours, a courtroom filled with chairs that looked like people he'd once refused to call back. He didn't interpret them. That, he said, was the job of someone else. He just took dictation. By the end of his life, he'd filled nearly 600 pads. Some pages were torn out, not thrown away, hidden in books, behind mirrors, slid into cracks in drawers. Aide once found one inside a vacuum cleaner filter. It read. The silence confessed. The jury nodded. He arranged shoes to speak in code. Pairs left just outside his bedroom door meant something. A scuffed loafer beside a new one meant unfinished business. A mismatched pair of sneakers? Ask me again later. 3 boots, none his size, arranged in a triangle? Someone else knows. Once, a reporter stepped over a line of 6 sandals and was met with a cold smile. You just stepped through a sentence. His family thought it was eccentric. Staff whispered theories, but Bush never explained. He simply smiled and said, shoes know where you've been, and if you line them up right, they tell you where you're going. He filed documents not by date, name, or subject, but by the weight of a whisper. A light whisper means hope, a heavy one means regret. And there's the brittle kind those go in the middle drawer. His office was lined with filing cabinets labeled not with words but adjectives, sharp, folded. Long pause, held breath. No one else could find anything, but Bush always knew exactly where to look. Truth isn't stored alphabetically, he said. It's kept by how much it hesitated before being said. He kept dozens of keys that opened nothing. Brass, silver, rusted, bent, each one tagged not with location, but emotion. Key to what I almost admitted. This one fit a door I pretended didn't exist. Gave this one away too soon. Got it back too late. He'd carry one in his pocket each day, rotating them without pattern. When asked what they unlocked, he said, not places, choices. In the coat closet of his house, there was a board with a single key hanging alone. It was painted white, labeled forgiveness, unused. The paint was chipped at the edges. Bush distrusted straightforward greetings, said they were emotionally flammable. He preferred to open conversations mid-thought. Well, that explains the hummingbirds, he'd say. Or, so the light stayed on after all. This way, he claimed, the other person would have to choose the beginning, and by doing so, reveal their intentions. He cataloged his mistakes in a peculiar format, not by impact or consequence, but by duration of echo. Mistake 1, echoed for 3 weeks. mostly in kitchens. Mistake 14, still echoing, fainter now, resides in upholstery and elevator mirrors. Mistake 22, echoed once, then vanished, suspicious. He believed elevators remembered conversations more than people did. That's why he always faced the corner, whispered his thoughts into the seam where walls met. No one looks there, he said, which makes it the most honest place. He kept small stones in his right pocket, smooth ones, polished by time or water. Each stone was paired with a memory he refused to describe. If I say it, it hardens, he said. But if I carry it, it stays soft. He gave one away once, silently, to a crying staffer. When asked what it meant, he replied, "You don't carry the memory, just its weight." Bush wrote letters to people he never met. Not fan mail, not outreach, just letters. To a woman in Ohio who lost her keys on a rainy Tuesday in 1968. To the child who almost ran into traffic in a city he couldn't name. To the man who bought the last donut instead of him in 1972. "You mattered more than you'll ever know," one read. Another, "You walked away. I watched. Thank you." The envelopes were never addressed. He placed them in drawers marked, "Returned to silence." In his final weeks, he stared often at the ceiling. Not searching for something. Listening. "There's a hum up there," he said. Not mechanical, regret-shaped. His last request was to have a piece of the ceiling tile removed and buried with him. That part still hasn't stopped listening. He left behind a box labeled, "For later, if anyone still wonders." Inside, one legal pad, blank. One worn loafer, unlaced. One stone, smoother than the others. And a note. "I meant to explain more, but I whispered it all instead." George H.W. Bush lived like a man who heard echoes before he heard voices, who filed memories by the way they paused mid-air, and who knew dreams weren't messages, they were testimony. He walked surrounded by shoes with something to say, carried keys for locks made of decisions, and wrote letters to strangers because some silences deserve acknowledgement. And if you think a man who sorted truth by texture and whispered into corners is strange, wait until the next president arranges clocks by forgiveness, writes diary entries in invisible ink, and insists that every important choice is stored inside a drawer no one dares to open twice. Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton arranged his clocks by forgiveness. Not time zones, not utility. Forgiveness. The ones that ticked smoothly were things he'd already let go. The ones that sputtered, mechanisms stuttering with every second, were things he hadn't. He once said, "If it ticks easy, I've moved on. If it hesitates, I haven't. It's that simple." Each clock had a name. Not of people, but of moments. The first time I lied to myself. What I should have said in 1993. The laugh that didn't belong to me. He kept them running in different rooms of his house. When a guest would ask for the time, he'd often say, "Which one? Time doesn't pass the same way in every memory." In his study, there was a shelf labeled, "Things I Didn't Finish." It wasn't filled with books or unfinished projects. It held objects that represented conversations, a broken pen, a folded napkin with a word and a dash, a pair of glasses not his size. He believed unfinished things haunted less when they had somewhere to sit. "Unspoken words get louder the longer they wander," he said. "Give them a shelf and they calm down." Clinton kept a diary in invisible ink. He wrote with a UV pen, and the pages appeared blank to anyone else. He said it helped him stay honest. "When I can't see the words right away, I don't try to edit them." He called it his shadow journal. Only he could read it, and only at night, with a black light and headphones playing faint jazz. "Some truths only come out under pressure," he once whispered. Or saxophone. He believed furniture had moods, that certain chairs felt more like confessionals, others more like performance stages. "That one over there?" He'd point to an armchair near the fireplace. "It wants you to lie." You sit there, and you feel too smooth. He called his kitchen stool the absolver. Claimed it was the only place he could sit and remember something shameful without the memory biting back. He rearranged drawers constantly, especially the ones in his desk. He called it truth migration. Said when memories stayed too long in one compartment, they got too comfortable and stopped offering insight. Every drawer has a flavor, he said. Some memories belong in salt, others in sugar. But if you keep putting grief in the spice rack, it starts to taste like courage. One drawer remained locked. Always. Not because of what it held, but because of what it didn't. That's the drawer for choices I'll never get to make, he said. The key was missing, or maybe never existed. A label on the front read, "This decision refused me." He carried a harmonica tuned a half step off. Not quite right. Off by just enough that no song sounded familiar. He'd play it late at night, alone, often walking the perimeter of a room as he did. If the tune sounds strange, he said, you can pretend you made it up. That's freedom. Clinton often marked pages of books, not with bookmarks, but with handwritten questions on scraps of paper. Not about the story, but about himself. Why didn't you tell her then? Would you have said yes if no one was watching? Do you even believe the thing you just underlined? Years later, people found these slips in library copies and gift books, like little hauntings left behind. One librarian kept a collection of them titled Marginal Doubts. He had a filing cabinet full of names he'd almost used. Not aliases, not code. Names for versions of himself he almost became. Clive, Rory, Daniel. Each one had a file filled with imagined details. What job that man might have taken, what city he might have lived in, what lie he would have told differently. Sometimes I feel more like Daniel, he said once. He was better at shutting up. Clinton never burned his bridges, buried them. He believed in keeping a mental cemetery of dead connections. If you cremate a relationship, there's nothing left to grieve. But if you bury it, you can visit it, remember it, leave flower sore, just spit if needed. He once claimed he'd built a bench inside his mind at the grave of a friendship that ended in silence. It's got room for two, just in case he ever comes back. He often wore mismatched socks on purpose, not visibly, just enough to feel it. Keeps me off balance, in a good way, he explained. You shouldn't feel too aligned if you're still figuring stuff out. He claimed left foot warmth meant the day would be honest, right foot warmth meant trouble. He believed memories had weight and kept a scale in his closet not for his body, but for objects. He'd weigh a watch, a coin, a button, a receipt then, close his eyes and try to remember what they were attached to. If the memory was heavy, he'd keep the object. If it felt light, he'd let it go. Regret gains weight when you deny it, he once said. That's how you know what to hold. One night, he left a note in his sock drawer. Just 5 words. Tell her I tried listening. No one knows who her was, but the socks that day were both gray, quiet, forgiving. Bill Clinton lived like a man whose clocks ticked to the rhythm of second chances, who kept his regrets shelved but never out of sight, and who believed the difference between a truth and a lie was mostly pacing. He wrote in ink only he could see, buried the bridges no one else mourned, and whistled into a harmonica that refused to play the past as it was. And if you think a man who kept files on alternate selves and mourned invisible choices is strange, wait until the next president maps his life through silence patterns, avoids using mirrors after dusk, and believes every lie he's ever told is still echoing somewhere in the walls. George W. Bush. George W. Bush mapped his life through silence patterns. Not noise, not sound. Silence. The intervals between words. The gaps in conversation. The pauses before a question. The stillness after a name is said but not answered. Silence is the shape of what we don't dare ask, he once said, tracing a pencil around the rim of a water glass in a conference room. No one else had entered that day. He claimed that each type of silence had a signature. He called them by names. Apologetic silence, short, breathy, leans forward. Suspicious silence clings to corners. Grieving silence, wider than the room, heavier than guilt. Premeditated silence, the kind that checks the exits before arriving. He documented these in a small black notebook titled Echo Inventory. The pages were filled with tiny notations, shapes, even bar graph zone labeled simply the way he looked at the floor before saying, "I understand." Another, with a jagged scribble and the words, "4 seconds after I almost said no." He didn't look for meaning in them. "Meaning is arrogant," he once muttered. "I'm just charting the territory." He avoided using mirrors after dusk. "Reflection's a daytime thing," he explained. "At night, they remember things you'd rather forget." He insisted that mirrors at night were like whispers that practiced too long. In his Texas home, every reflective surface bathroom mirrors, windows, glossy cabinet doors was draped in cloth by 6:30 p.m. Once, while traveling, he stayed in a hotel room that had a floor-length mirror bolted to the wall. Unable to cover it, he turned his back to it for the entire night, speaking only when facing the door. "Mirrors absorb decisions when the light gets weird," he said in the morning. "I didn't want it to hear mine." He believed every lie he ever told was still echoing somewhere in the walls, not metaphorically, literally. He described hearing faint reverberations in buildings he hadn't visited in years like auditory residue. "I told a lie in that stairwell once," he said, pointing casually during a tour. "It's still bouncing around in there, quiet, but not gone." He carried a handheld tape recorder not for notes, but for rehearsals of silence. You'd hear clicks, the sound of breath, and nothing else. He'd play them back, listening intently. "This one's from that meeting in Atlanta," he'd whisper. "Listen to the pause after the coffee cup clinks. That's where everything could have changed." Bush kept a drawer full of question marks, literally cut from newspapers, handwritten on sticky notes, drawn on old envelopes. Some curled at the edges, some were perfectly printed. He called it his archive of doubt. Whenever he was unsure about a decision, he'd pull out a handful and toss them onto his desk like tarot. Whichever one landed furthest from the others became the dominant doubt. He'd stare at it and murmur, "Convince me." He arranged his bookshelves by emotional temperature, not by genre, author, or title. He touched each spine and asked, "Did this leave me colder or warmer?" Cold books went near the window. Warm books near the lamp. Some ideas shiver. Others sweat. Let them sit with their own kind. He once walked out of a room backward, just stood up, nodded politely, and reversed his steps, never breaking eye contact. When asked why, he said, "I didn't want the memory of me to leave before I did." He feared hallways that ended in silence. Not darkness, silence. Long corridors with no ambient noise. "That's where unspoken things live," he explained. "The walls start asking questions you're not ready for." He insisted on whistling in such spaces not a tune, just a breathy, tuneless exhale. It wasn't for comfort. It was a distraction. He collected sentences that changed their meaning when said out loud. He called them vocal liars. Examples included, "I'm fine. We'll talk later. It doesn't matter now." He'd write them down, then recite them in different tones. Flat, sarcastic, kind, accusatory. Each time, the sentence transformed. He recorded these sessions in a journal titled Statements with Multiple Alibis. He kept a shoebox under his bed filled with objects he claimed were anchors, a dried lemon slice, a broken watch without hands, a half-smoked cigar sealed in plastic. "They remind me who I was when I didn't say the thing I should have," he said. Each item had a sticky note attached with one-word labels. Later, still, almost, number. He believed hands remember better than minds. He trusted muscle memory over cognitive recall. That's why he never used typed notes in personal meetings. "If I don't write it by hand," he said, "it didn't happen the right way." After writing, he'd often crumple the paper and toss it. The act was the archive. He kept a raincoat in every closet, even when forecasts called for sun, not because of weather. Because, as he said, regret doesn't send a weather report. He once told a friend, "You need something ready when the past catches up dripping wet and asks to come inside." On the final page of a journal left in the West Wing, someone found a note in small, square handwriting. "I didn't hear the lie. I heard the pause that made it necessary." George W. Bush lived like a man who trusted silence more than sound, who charted the topography of hesitation, and who filed his truths in drawers labeled with shapes and feelings instead of facts. He whispered to echoes, rehearsed pauses like they were monologues, and turned his back on mirrors to keep the past from recognizing him. And if you think a man who filed question marks like currency and walked backward to unwrite his presence is strange, wait until the next president edits his memories with scissors, builds scale models of moments he never lived, and refuses to admit a conversation is over until he hears his name spoken 3 times in a row by someone who already walked away: Barack Obama. Barack Obama edited his memories with scissors. Real scissors. Red-handled, slightly blunt at the tip from overuse. He'd sit at a table, printing photos and transcripts, scribbling notes on copies of old articles, then cutting around the edges not to crop the images, but to remove parts he didn't want to remember. A corner of a smile, the blur of someone's hand, a phrase that hit too clean. He called it precision forgetting. The fragment-trimmed phrases, torn gestures weren't discarded. They were kept in a box labeled MISC, Truths, Detached. Each snippet had a code, a color-coded sticker, and a timestamp. He'd occasionally take one out and look at it sideways, as if trying to recognize its weight without remembering its source. "The pieces are still honest," he'd say. "They're just unemployed." He believed conversations had gravitational fields, that words didn't just float and vanish. They orbited, decayed, re-entered. "You don't walk away from what someone said," he explained. "You just drift to a different angle." He once spent 3 hours in a car, windows up, replaying a voicemail from 1999, not to hear the message, but to listen to the pause before the first word. "That's the gravity," he said. "That's where the meaning hides." He built scale models of moments he never lived, miniaturestiny cafes, train platforms, apartment windows, waiting rooms, carefully crafted, each frozen in potential. In one, 2 chairs slightly askew, a clock stopped at 4:03, a door cracked open. On the floor of the model, a note reads, "What if I had stayed 5 minutes longer?" In another, a miniature park bench under a tiny paper sky. No figures, just the bench. The note reads, "She almost said it, I didn't ask." He didn't display these models. He kept them stacked in shadowed shelves behind a false panel in his study. He called them hypotheticals with texture. Obama refused to admit a conversation was over until he heard his name spoken 3 times in a row, not by himself, by someone else. Once can be polite. Twice can be obligation. 3 means they still believe you're listening. It became a habit for those around him. Barack, Barack, Barack. Only then would he nod, and only sometimes. "I don't leave the table if the echo hasn't caught up yet." He didn't trust memories written on clean paper, said whitespace was too confident. It acts like it's ready to be understood. He preferred old receipts, the back of discarded folders, the blank side of junk mail. That way, he said, the truth has to fight its way onto the page. He kept a folder labeled Conversations That Got Away. Inside were pages with incomplete sentences, often just beginnings. "I thought you knew, but if I could say this without consequence. You smiled like you forgave me, but not for the thing I said." Next to each sentence, in red pen, he'd drawn small rectangles, not boxes, just spaces, like empty rooms the words had walked out of. He walked with music in his headphones but kept the volume at 0. "I don't need the sound," he said. "I just need people to think I can't hear them." It was his way of observing, unfiltered, what people did when they thought he wasn't listening. He called it the ghost seat at the table. Obama talked to the backs of things, not people, objects, the reverse of a picture frame, the underside of a coaster, the spine of a closed book. "The front's too prepared," he said. "The back's still deciding how it feels." He once whispered an entire apology into the tag of a shirt he never wore again. He folded paper the same way, every time, vertically, then horizontally, then diagonally across both corners. It made a small triangle. He'd do this with receipts, napkins, even important documents. "The crease is a kind of memory," he said. "It reminds the paper that it could have been something else." He had a mirror covered in chalk dust, not for reflection, for residue. He believed truth showed up better in smudges. "Wipe too hard, and you erase the hesitation," he said. "That's the part I'm interested in." He once made a map of all the places he had not been. Actual coordinates, plotted meticulously. In the margin, "These are the cities that didn't make me." Each location had a name he'd never spoken, a street he never walked, a window he never looked into. "Knowing where you didn't go," he said, "tells you more than where you did." He kept a pocket-sized book of endings. Not conclusions, endings. Short, final lines written in ink that faded after a few months. "This is where I should have stopped talking." She didn't say goodbye, just left the spoon. The elevator closed before I could explain. He never read the same one twice, said once it faded, it had done its job. Some endings are supposed to disappear. On his last night in office, he left a folded triangle of paper on the windowsill, written in blue pencil. "If I was quiet, it wasn't because I didn't feel. I just didn't want the moment to decide who I was." Barack Obama lived like a man sculpting regret into geometry, arranging his past by unspoken volume, and translating missed chances into dioramas of almost. He edited memories with scissors, built futures from paper folds, and never trusted a silence that didn't first pause to apologize. And if you think a man who believed in invisible ink and unheard goodbyes is strange, wait until the next president times his thoughts to the flicker of light bulbs. Uses typewriters to compose answers to questions never asked, and stores his fears alphabetically under names that don't belong to him. Donald Trump. Donald Trump timed his thoughts to the flicker of light bulbs, not because he believed in signs, because he believed in interruptions. "A thought isn't real until something interrupts it," he once said, staring up at a hotel hallway fixture that blinked every 4.6 seconds. That number mattered. He counted it. He adjusted to it. He'd sit in rooms and wait not for silence, not for calm, but for the rhythm of distraction. "If you think straight through, you're lying to yourself," he said. Truth stutters. He believed decisions only mattered if you spoke them into an artificial material. Plastic, vinyl, plexiglass. "Nature listens too politely," he'd say. So he kept laminated cards in his pockets. Wrote decisions on them in black marker, then read them aloud in the shower, the limo, the elevator. "This one's real," he'd say, holding up a card that read, "Say no twice before yes." Then he'd flip it over and read the back, unless the eyes said otherwise. He composed answers to questions never asked, on typewriters, not laptops, not phones, only machines with weight and echo. He said the clack of each key kept him honest. His favorites were the silver Royals loud, stubborn, authoritative. He'd type without looking at the page, then tear it out, fold it sharply, and store it in what he called the drawer of unsurprised confessions. Inside were responses to questions like, "Why did you stop just before saying it? What didn't you tell the mirror? What would you do if she walked in holding the same answer you gave her 10 years ago?" He never showed these to anyone. He said, "If you ask the question, you ruin the answer." He stored his fears alphabetically. That's how they wouldn't sneak up on him. A custom-made black Rolodex sat in a drawer behind his desk. Each fear had a name it didn't deserve. A. America as someone else's dream. B. Buildings that whisper your name in past tense. C. Clocks that know your real age. D. Doors that open without you. Under M was a single card labeled Mirrors that remember better than you. He distrusted furniture with curves. Straight lines are honest, he'd say. You can see where they're going. In every home, every room, he replaced round tables with rectangular ones, even in kitchens. His chairs didn't rock. His couches were replaced every few years. Old cushions get too familiar, he said. They learn how you sit. That's dangerous. He once bought a chandelier because it swayed slightly, even without wind. He installed it in his office, right above the spot where he made decisions he never planned to follow through on. It's for balance, he said. The lie swings so the truth can sit still. Every hotel room he entered, he left something behind, deliberately. A cufflink, a note, a coin, a wrapper, not trash, breadcrumbs. You have to leave part of yourself behind, he said. Otherwise the place might forget you, and forgetting is contagious. He believed every name had a backup. The name you're given is just your public headline. There's a second one, stored somewhere else. That name only shows up when you make the kind of decision that doesn't fit your brand. He wouldn't say his backup name aloud. But he wrote it on a napkin once and folded it 8 times until it was no bigger than a button. Then he sealed it in an envelope marked, "For the day after, I finally agree with myself." He used to pace phone calls by the number of floor tiles crossed. If he stepped on the same tile more than once, he'd restart the sentence. Repetition is weakness, he said. Unless you mean it. He replaced carpeted rooms with marble or tile, so the rules could apply everywhere. On long calls, the staff would hear his shoes tapping out strange geometry. He distrusted music with violins, called it too aware of itself. He preferred bass-heavy loops, the kind that sound like confidence on repeat. You can't think clearly when the sound thinks it's smarter than you, he said. But he had one exception, a 2-minute string composition called The Weight of Silence. He played it only when writing resignation letters he never sent. He believed light should be brighter than the truth. If the room's too dim, you start believing things you wouldn't say out loud. Every desk had 3 lamps. Every hallway had bulbs 1 watt above regulation. He carried a flashlight with a gold casing in case he needed to remind the dark who's in charge. He wrote diary entries in permanent marker on glass panels, bathroom mirrors, cabinet doors, tabletops. Not full thoughts, just declarations. No second guess gets a second chance. If you lose track of who you're pretending to be, become that. This isn't lying, it's editing. The panels were replaced weekly, not cleaned, replaced. The old ones were taken to a storage unit in New Jersey, tagged, time-stamped, and filed under versions. On his final day in office, he placed a small black envelope on the Resolute desk. Inside, a business card, blank, except for a single sentence in red Sharpie. If you're reading this, don't trust the next guy's smile either. Donald Trump lived like a man who demanded truth arrive with subtitles, who edited his past in bold, and who made time blink before it could contradict him. He walked in rooms that forgot their own layout, kept silence on a leash made of marble, and always left fingerprints in places he pretended not to visit twice. And if you think a man who types answers to questions no one asked and files his fears like client accounts is strange, wait until the next president choreographs his day to bird migrations, refuses to speak near spoons, and only admits failure in languages he never learned to pronounce. Joe Biden. Joe Biden choreographed his day to bird migrations. Not the great sweeping flocks, the small ones, the unnoticed ones. A single sparrow on a rooftop. A robin pausing mid-flight like it forgot something. They know when to leave, he said. More importantly, they know when not to. He kept a small notebook in his coat pocket titled Wing Patterns and Wait Times. Inside, scribbles, times, directions, what he was thinking when they appeared. A page might read, 7:11 a.m., westbound J, slow wing beat, looked back once, thought, maybe I should have said less yesterday. He believed birds carried decisions, not messages, choices no one else wanted to make. They ferry regrets, he once said. Light ones, just heavy enough to land. He refused to speak near spoons. It started as a superstition, then grew into a rule. If a spoon was on the table, he'd move it before speaking. They reflect in curves, he explained. Makes the truth bend before it gets out. He'd never drink soup in public. At banquets, aides would remove the spoon from his setting before he arrived. One press secretary referred to it quietly as the ladle protocol. He claimed every real failure sounded different in a foreign language. You can lie in English, but regret in Italian sings. In German it marches, in French it shrugs and kisses your cheek goodbye. He kept a phrase book with circled entries, none of them useful for travel. Portuguese. Não fui eu, mas parece. It wasn't me, but it looks like it. Japanese. Walna te karete, aligato. Thank you for forgetting. Polish. Zrobiłem to z sienia. I did it from the shadow. He didn't speak most of the languages, but he repeated the phrases anyway, whispering them like rehearsal lines for apologies he hadn't delivered yet. You say it until it feels like you would have meant it. He arranged his memories by texture, not by year or person, but by how they felt in his hands. Some were cold and smooth, like doorknobs. Others were gritty, like gravel under a shoe. He described a particular memory of Delaware rain as the inside of a coat collar, damp with silence. A memory of his father's voice as a cracked leather seat with too much sunlight. He kept swatches of fabric in a box labeled Moments That Didn't Argue. He often sat in rooms without using them. No phone calls, no reading, no talking, just sitting. The room gets honest once it forgets you're watching, he said. He'd time how long it took for the space to go back to normal. He claimed kitchens took the longest. They remember too much eating and too many decisions disguised as recipes. He kept an old rotary phone that didn't work. No line, no dial tone, just sat on a side table. He called it the confessor. Occasionally, he'd pick up the receiver and say one sentence over a full conversation. I shouldn't have smiled when I said that. I knew better when I asked. Tell him the second story was truer. Then he'd hang up, lean back, and wait. For what? No one knew. Sometimes you need to pretend the truth is being archived somewhere, he said, even if it's just plastic and wire. He believed names could expire, not in the legal sense emotionally. He'd say, some names don't survive the decisions they're attached to. When he forgot someone's name, he didn't apologize. He'd whisper, maybe it ran out of time. He kept a notebook titled Names That Used to Fit. Each page contained a first name, a date, and a short note. Michael. Last used before the elevator closed. Tammy. Faded when the argument outlasted the apology. He avoided touching paper that was still warm from the printer. Too fresh, he said. Still smells like a decision not yet owned. He'd let pages cool before reading them. Some days he'd walk past a stack of printed memos and mutter, they're not ready yet. He collected apologies from strangers. Literal ones. People would write him letters. Most addressed to Mr. President. But some just said, to whoever still remembers. He read each one aloud to a tape recorder, then filed the tape in a cabinet under the word that hurt the most in each letter. One drawer was labeled waited, another meant, the largest, too late. He once told an aide that truth was more likely to show up if you said it indirectly. Say it while looking at your shoes, or pretend you're quoting someone else. That's when it slips out, thinking it's safe. In meetings, he'd often start by quoting poetry or song lyrics lines about doors and distance and echoes. Then he'd wait to see who blinked first. He used to keep a single glove in his coat pocket, never a pair, just one. When asked why, he said, "It's for the things I held too tightly." The glove was leather, creased, and slightly too small. Over time, it grew stiff, and he stopped carrying it. But not before he wrote on the inside cuff with a pen, "Don't grip the silence." On a shelf behind his desk sat a snow globe that had never been shaken. He claimed it was a gift. He claimed it wasn't. No one saw him touch it. But once, when a guest asked what was inside, he replied, "Whatever happens when you decide not to see what it looks like with the world in motion." Joe Biden lived like a man whose memory was stored in temperature, whose apologies flew overhead at dusk, and who understood regret best when it arrived with a foreign accent. He whispered into dead phones, collected still warm silences, and trusted birds more than people to know when to turn around. And if you think a man who waits for spoons to leave the room and arranges failures by dialect is strange, wait until the next president won't sit on furniture that remembers him, writes speeches backward from the applause, and insists the only honest answers are the ones written on things that can burn.